Level low. Level low.
shot, still missed us. I will never give up. If I bleed it out, I'm gonna see it drop. 10 toes down, never switch up. Took your best shot, still missed us. 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 Took your best shot, still missed us.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
Go in for it, and here comes the steal
Between World Chan yang menjadi pemisah
ตรง
dunia.
นี้ดินเวิร์ไฟหน้ามายังคงรอดชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ
Defense as well, and even full commit is sticking.
But they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away. Yes, but the damage is gonna be enough. W does pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the magnet.
At the below in Infinity is going to be taken down by Faerie already.
ตอนนี้เด็กคูณไปเรียบร้อยชิมเมอร์ชันเข้ามาของรอมชาโด
Alright, what's up, Summoners? Welcome to the LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. I'm Abigail, your host, and I will not be alone here because I'll have Contra as our analyst, Dropout Candy, and Kaka as our casters. How are you guys? Or maybe how excited are you guys? Maybe it starts from Contra.
Well, I'm absolutely stoked. I mean, this is a new era of League of Legends in our respective regions, and I can't wait to see who will thrive and secure the spot for the playoffs later on. But of course, the group stages are going to be absolutely wild.
Lovely. And what about you, Dropout Candy or aka Doc?
Yeah, fun stuff to be happening here. I feel like this regional banter is gonna go beyond the typical fights, and I'm very excited as to how these teams would be shaping up because we don't know who's the favorites to win this entire thing.
Well, I agree about that. And do you have any other opinion, Kaka?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Doc right there. I mean, I can't wait to see how these teams perform, especially my own region being an Indian here. And we have a team finally on the stage, so I can't wait to see them perform as well and see how they stack up against the best.
Oh, lovely. And for those who don't familiar with the LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025, allow me to introduce what it is. And so, the LCP Wild Card Playoffs 25 is a part of the promotion and relegation or PR system for the League of Legends Championship Pacific, aka LCP. And the winner of this tournament will advance to the LCP promotion and relegation event at the LCP Arena in Taipei as the special invited regional representative. There, they will be compete for the free for all guest slot and a chance to earn promotion into the LCP. I mean, this is going to be very exciting. And for this event, 5 teams from 5 regions, which is Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, the Philippines, South Asia, and Thailand, will battle from today, which is August 28 until 31st, and only one team will move forward. Contra, what do you think about that?
Man, I am just super happy that, we have this grand revival of League of Legends esports here in our respective regions. And on top of that, we've already filtered through so many lists of names because I do believe there was about 450 teams all across the board competing. And now, these are the best 5. And by the end of the day, we're only having that one team to be looking for that promotion. So that is definitely something to behold. So yeah, power level wise, it's still unclear because we were talking about a brand new era, and these teams, they're definitely battling for something bigger throughout it all.
Indeed, all of these 5 regions will become a part of something bigger, which is the LCP itself, and a chance. That's the biggest prize of this event, the chance to have a slot into the LCP. And Drobo Candy, maybe you can share your thoughts about the 5 regions that will be the participant of today's event.
Okay, so we have 5 regions, coming from ID, MYSG, they're collated into one region. We got South Asia, we got India, we got the PH, we got the Philippines, as well as Thailand for our representatives here. So 5 teams coming from, I think it's like 6 regions. Malaysia SG is like one. I guess they're one region, right? So
one family.
They're one big family, right? So 5 teams and one slot, man. As a I mean, it's not even. We're not even here for the slot. Basically, we're here for the bragging rights. We want to win, and that's what every region is about here. Abigail.
Exactly, and to be honest, the tournament format of this LCP Wildcard Playoffs kind of unique because the LCP Wildcard itself are split into 2 stages. The first one is a group stage, which is today and tomorrow, and the bracket stage on August 30 and 31st. And for the group stage, so 5 teams will play in single round robin, so each team plays each other once, and all matches are best of 2 using fearless draft. And point system is, if you got 2-0, you got 2 points. If you got tie, which is 1 against 1, so you got 1 point. And if you lose the match, you only got 0 point. So the top 3 teams advance to the bracket stage. And for the bracket stage, single elimination, aka knockout, will be applied. And second and the third place from group stage play in the semi-final. The winner faces the first place seed in the final, and both bracket matches begin with 1v1 side selection showdown. So I think this is the most interesting part. So, if you win the 1v1 side selection, you'll have a chance to pick if you want to go to the blue side or red side. And all matches are best of 5 using Fearless Draft 2 on the bracket stage. And talking about the very first participant of this LCP Wildcard Playoffs 25, we have Young Depal, consists players from Indonesia and also Vietnam. Contra, what do you think about them?
I think that they are a really aggressive bunch, especially you got to keep your eyes out for players like Bum Chun Lee as well as Nick Lager, who's been the veterans of the scene, and they found themselves a Vietnamese ace with the name of Z-Fat in the jungle that kind of allows them to play this high tempo stakes kind of matchup. So I'm definitely looking forward to what they do offer because they're looking super promising as they are the champions of Nusantara Cup.
I love that you point out about the aggressiveness about Young Nepalism, because yes, since Zephad joined a Young Nepal, they play a kind of different than before, because a Young Nepal used to be not really aggressive team, but Zephad controls the tempo within this team. And I think not only Zephad, who also plays a very important role in Nepal, but they also have Boomchan, like you mentioned before, because Boomchan is very well known with the carry bottom lane pick. And about the very charm from MYSG, I believe this is your place to explain, or maybe you can point out who's the best player in very charm contra.
Well, it's really hard to really tell you who exactly is the best players because these guys are super stacked. If you look into your rank leaderboards right now, you'll see multiple names appear. Savasky currently sitting at number 2 on the list. Nekudesu used to be holding that number 1 spot with his mid lane prowess as well. And then you got this cohesive bunch that can actually play a very adaptive playstyle. So of course, if there's anyone that we really want to keep our eyes focused on, it has to be their mid laner as well as their AD carry, Savasky. So other than that, it's pretty much a stacked roster that can play even fast or slow tempo.
Yeah, but for Inferno Esports, on the other hand, the representative of Philippines, this is the Filipino squad who brings together a unique mix of experience and raw talent, because they have a very experienced player and combined with raw talent, which I believe this is one of the most makes sense composition in League of Legends right now. Do you think the same, Doc?
I think I really agree with that. Born This Way, one of the few players that has domestic and international experience as well, both hitting Challenger in both ladders, and that's gonna be a very interesting composition to see. Player to look out for, Austerity, always the ADC to look out for, collecting so much experience all throughout Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and Seoul Esports, the representative from South Asia. I mean, this is probably the youngest representative. I mean, in terms of the opening region, right, Kaka?
Yeah, I mean, 100% might not be the youngest, but the most new, I would say they are. Again, SATUL, one of the biggest organizations, not just in South Asia, but world as well, when it comes to, having content creators and everything like that. But this team right here, they have been undefeated so far in the Legends Ascent South Asia. Only dropping one single game to their opponents, and this is a stacked squad when it comes to the regional density for us at least. And talking about diversity, RTO is from Bangladesh, they have Sri Lankan support, so they are really stacked.
Yeah, and talking about a full sense, the last representative from Thailand in this League of Legends, LCP Wild Card. So I think a lot of people agree that Fulsen is going to be one of the strongest and have the most, they have the biggest chance to finish on the bracket stage. What do you think of Contra?
Well, they definitely do have a robust roster overall, and in terms of their playstyle, they are very methodical on top of that, and with majority of their players to have beaten even legends like G4 and many other notable names to really prove a point. Full Sense as an organization has been around for the longest time. They even have a Valorant roster and as well as multiple different titles. So that goes to show you that Full Sense, they mean serious business when they come right into this wildcards.
Yes, and all of them will give us a lot of interesting matches to watch, because today, Thursday, August 28, and tomorrow, Friday, August 29, they will play in single round robin, 5 matches with the best of 2 series. So please just spare your 10 hours for today and tomorrow before we join the bracket stage. And for the first match, we will have PH versus ID. So it will be Inferno Esports versus Young Devil as the opening drop of candy. I mean, this is going to be very exciting because it's going to be me against you.
Yo, we got some beef already, guys. Very early on, we already have a very, very hot contested matchup. They've been saying that Young Nepal is a very strong team, but you cannot sleep on Inferno Esports. Surprisingly enough, for context, for the audience at home, Inferno Esports is the only team I feel like in this tournament that didn't come from winning the entire thing. Cause we got some ruling. Cause West Point Esports Academy has another team in the LCP. So unfortunately, they were not able to get the spot here for the Wildcards playoff, and instead it went to the second place for Inferno. But do not sleep on them yet. Despite it being a 3-0, it was a close 3-0. And before that, they had so much amazing plays, so much amazing wins against other teams as well. And I think this is also the only team that has other players from other regions coming from Malaysia that's in this squad. So it's a rare case of PH and Malaysia actually collating together for one big team here.
Well, yeah, I agree about that because usually any team from Philippines or any other game from Philippines will consist of 5 stack of Philippines player, and this is going to be a very unique combination, combining the aggressive from Philippines and also the aggressive from Malaysia and also Singapore as well. And because I believe Indonesia will be the most passive team within the rest region, but I'm not really sure about the South Asia because I haven't seen Indonesian players take a match against South Asia. But I believe both Philippines, Thailand, and in addition Singapore and Malaysia is the top 3 of the most aggressive Southeast Asia regions. Contra.
Ooh, that's a lot of hot take to start things off already. You know, it doesn't help that I sit in between Abigail as well as Doc right now because you're telling me that there's 2 Malaysians in Inferno, right? And then I am actually friends with some of these guys coming in from Young Nepal. I mean, by the way, fun fact, you guys are wondering like, oh, why is it named after the Korean restaurant? Bonchan Lee, he's also the owner of the restaurant. So can you imagine? He has to split his time to also dominate the top lane and also grill not only me, but grill the rest of the laners in those solo lobbies. So it's really tough to tell. I'm torn apart, but this matchup, I can only assure you that there's going to be a lot of fights taking place between the two.
I agree about that because if you look through the demo of the Young Nepal back then and the LNC, they will never start the game easy to their opponent. Invading is their middle name, Kaka.
Yeah, I mean, all of these regions, right, they are so aggressive, and I'm really excited to watch the first game, especially because we have been discussing off the desk about the meta and what the reading is and how the patch will affect these teams. So I am quite excited about that. And as Doc said earlier, they might be the second best team in their region, but those games were really close. And if anyone who's watched that, the series score did not do justice to how they played, and they could have very well taken at least 2 out of those 3 games. So I think this is a very strong team, and again, I can't wait to watch them as well.
Well, yeah, but after talking about how strong they are between the Inferno Esports and also the Young Nepal, I would also like to point out their weakness, because this going to be one thing that annoyed me the most. Because, well, yeah, Young Nepal is a very aggressive team, but they often take bigger risks that they could not chew. And what about the Inferno Esports? Can you be objective about what their weakness therefore can be?
Weakness for Inferno, I think draft-wise might be a big factor coming into it. Because if they draft bad, it's gonna be a big problem for them, especially if they don't focus on their jungle top side, because that's where the Malaysian duo is usually posted at, with Board This Way and LGW at the helm. You also have to think about Austerity, who is a very, very hungry ABC player that needs a lot of resources to shine, and if he's not fed, it's gonna cause a little bit of problems for Inferno. But I feel like confidently that they can carry it through the draft and as well as in the game as well here.
Yeah, and for Young Nepal, yeah, I mean, the draft that they pick is kind of unique at some point, because I remember Jester also played Zac for support, and I think it is not very familiar for League of Legends player to play Zac in support, but it works really well on Young Nepal's hand. And what do you think about the matchup between these two teams, Contra?
Well, if I really want to take a look at both sides, it's really about setting the tempo right. And that really focuses on both sides of the jungler. Like, yeah, how do you really get the ADC fed? I mean, it's not just a straightforward 2 versus 2 on the bot lane. So if we're looking into the jungle, I mean, ZFat, he's an up and rising name out there. I've heard certain news that, he's got some advice from a veteran LCP player, namely Levi himself. So, like, perhaps he's got a couple of tips and tricks coming from that guy himself. And on top of that, if you look back over onto the other side,
Oh, we got Pat.
born this way, he's also an EU challenger. So, I mean, these guys, they're absolutely knowing what exactly to execute at every given point in time.
Oh my god! And now we have to jump into the banner pick section. So I'm kind of sad to see that Yunara just got banned by Young Nepal kids. I remember Inidogar also played Yunara really well, and Mordekaiser ban from the Inferno Esports is more like the respect ban for Boom Chanli.
Yeah.
It looks to be a really good pick ban phase already here, but two junglers already out here. Kaka, you think this is a good play? Jarvan, who recently got nerfed too.
Yeah, I mean, the Lee Sin first pick might come as a surprise, but again, that champion was banned by West Point Academy against Born This Way for 3 games in a row. So it seems like he is one of those players that can pilot this champion. And it's a pretty hard champion to play. I am very surprised that we haven't seen the Gwens, the Wukongs till now as the Jarvan, and looks like Azir will get locked in. So again, that's a very high priority in the mid lane and should be answered by a Talia pick up coming in from the side of Inferno.
Yeah, but I think this is the second pick of Young Nepal about the Azir. They played this kind of draft back then on the LNC Grand Final, and Twist of Fate, if this locked, it will be such a flex, to be honest, because Twist of Fate can be played as an APC and also can be played as a mid, and for the late game insurance, he will provide better utilities, because I mean the global presence from Twist of Fate is something that you need from Inferno Esports contract.
True enough, I mean, we're looking at not only the global presence that the TF actually brings, but you go into this kind of stacked lane, it does give off a little bit more of that early game pressure, where if you take a look at the entirety of the roster of Inferno right now, they can afford to dive, and they want to double down on that very same concept. So they're considering that Ambessa, but instead they lock in the Jax, which is maybe a little bit more secure, where you could still scale very well to the late game.
Yeah, and for Young Nepal to play Jarvan against Lee Sin, I think is more like to match up with the tempo, because if you have Lee Sin, you have to make it rough, you have to make it fast, you have to make it infading here and there. So I believe Jarvan is one of the most reliable one, and also if you take a demo about how Zifat playing Jarvan, it works really well, because they gonna play a circle theory. Kaka,
Yeah,
what do you think about
we are off to a flying start here. I was not expecting the Darius to come in, and as we can see by the expressions of Contra as well, he has his mouth open, so that wasn't expected. But it does look like a team fighting comp versus a side lane comp, where you just want to take these turrets and play for the split push, especially when it comes to the TF and the Jax right there, the pick comp that is coming in right now. So expect more of these champions to come in from the side of Inferno. That might just enhance the abilities of the TF, of the Jackson, and lock them in the side lanes. But for the side of YDP, I mean, they look pretty strong right now. That top matchup can go either way, honestly, and it is quite volatile every time the Darius is on the Rift.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's actually quite crazy. I mean, to take a look at the matchup, where maybe late game wise, Jax might actually have a little bit more priority on the side lanes overall. But if you look at the second phase of the picks and bans, every engager support is currently eliminated from the list. So I guess there's only a few handful that they could go for, and I wonder what could that be.
Probably Nautilus. Nautilus still open, and you can play Trash. Although I don't really rely on Trash. Yes, Trash is a very good initiator support, but in a late game, he's just like very squishy. What do you think, Doc?
Yeah, I think any of these picks would be good. They just needed engage support. Most of these champions are really reliant on getting the engage in. So Austerity is gonna go to his good old Lucian. Just let him carry. Or could be a little bit more aggressive. Okay, Austerity, come on. You have so much ADCs left in the tag. Just play safe. Just pick the Lucian. Just call it a day. And then Moops will probably support here with not Braum. I think a Nautilus would be a good pick here. But knowing that Moops has a lot of good champions in the board, keep it simple. put out the Nami Lucian. Very aggressive bot lane from the start here.
Yeah, it's very classic combo for Lucian. It's either Lucian Braum or Lucian Nami. But I'm afraid Inferno Esports will have a rough time without tank. Because there's no solid tank in Inferno's Esports lineup, Kaka.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the comp coming out from YDP, but to touch on the IE draft, as you said, Lucian Nami, again, very strong bot lane, will have the prio for the Lee Sin as well, and that's what you need when you're playing the Lee Sin. You want your team to invade with you want your team to fight with you, get for these early objectives, so in that aspect, I think it's a great draft by them, but come the late game, I think the Sivir and Azid could just be too much wave clear and too much damage for the side of IE.
Yeah, and also not to mention about the Inferno Esports, they have to make Jax have lots of items before the actual time, and I think this is going to be Young Depa's main priority control.
True enough, and then when we actually take a look at scalability, right, for YDP, they can afford to really play the long-standing game where, sure, you want to dive us, we're still going to be able to really farm up, and if it goes all the way past 40 minutes, the game is going to be in YDP's favor. You also take a look at how many tools they can actually look to disengage, which is already very scary thought on how they really want to try to really draw out these fights up against the rest of IE. So it really goes to show that if IE don't get things done in the early game, things are going to look a lot harder.
Yeah, and based on this luck draw from both Inferno Esports and also Young Depa, Kaka, what do you guess? Who will win the first game?
Oh,
prediction. I mean, I agree with Contra right there. The longer this game goes, YDP is more favored. But I see a Lee Sin on the Rift and it's born this way, so I'm pretty scared. I'm gonna say maybe IE takes this one.
Okay, what about the drop a candy?
I mean, you already know. You already know. It doesn't matter what the comp is. As long as IE wins the draft, I am all good in the hood. They picked their comfort picks, most likely coming in from Austerity, and Moves the one supporting. And I'm not. I like the pick here from Crimson because I usually would see the Talia against the Azir in this matchup in particular, but the Twisted Fate is good enough because they need that skirmish potential to support the Lee Sin in their antics, right? So they need to hold the entire top side together, and then Austerity, just leave him there. He'll do something on his own, right?
Oh my god. And now I'm gonna pass the hot balls to Contra. I mean, who will gonna choose? Is it your friend or the Malaysian player from Inferno Esports, Contra?
You know, I'm just going to say this, maybe this draft, I would give it to YDP right now, but hey, I just can't wait for all these guys to show us what they've got because it's an early game tempo versus long fights.
Okay, so without any further ado, this is the very first match and the first game, so Casters is up.
And here we go, starting it off for LCP Wild Card Day number 1, YDP versus IE. Kaka, how are we doing right now as we're entering into the Rift?
I mean, there's a lot of heat in this matchup and on the Rift as well with the picks that have come out. My eye goes towards the top lane right there, the Darius versus the Jax matchup. I mean, that is just so volatile, and I can't wait to see how that turns out, as we do see a quite standard 5-point setup coming in from both sides, just covering their jungle. So no early game shenanigans. These guys, of course, playing safe at level 1, and the Jax is fishing. Hopefully for him, he gets the 10 gold.
There's an early stun though, but it's a little bit of damage as the rest of the team rallies through. So this shouldn't put Raphael in a very preposterous scenario, so he should be able to recall here without any problem at all. And I do want to say that for Inferno Esports, Crimson doesn't really play the TF usually in Liga Republica, he was very well known for playing the Azir, very well known for playing the Clea. So this is the first time I've been seeing the Twist of Fate out here, Kaka.
Yeah, and it looks like it has started very well for him. The early game trade coming in from the side of the Nami and the stun from the TF. So puts the Azir to half HP, and now he can have some good time in this laning phase for himself. And as you said, TF, something that he does not play, so clearly has been practicing and feels quite comfortable playing into the Azir as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on the mid lane, because that is the lane that is going to enable the Lee Sin to do what he wants to do in the jungle.
Yeah, and you'd really want to think about the later presence here for this TF. He needs to get to level 6 really early on, and he needs to push this wave a little bit far ahead so he can start roaming around here, which in this case puts a little bit of a ward here to protect or possibly steal that blue buff here from underneath the red team's house.
Yeah, and that just brings a lot of info as well. Now they know where the Jarvan has started and which Scuttle Crab they can fight for. Even the bot lane, who has been playing quite aggressive as we expect from the Lucian Nami, can have some sort of, security right there, knowing the Jarvan will not be able to tank. As we see the trade here, and that could be first blood.
Very aggressive there for Crimson, starting off hot. Did not respect the HP timings too, and that E passive, you already know, deals a lot of damage too. A little bit of a fight here on this top lane as the plate stacks are currently stacking up. If that goes to 5, I'm pretty sure Boom Chan Lee will be the one going for it. But for now, a little bit of peacetime here in the top lane as both of their HPs are relatively low.
Yeah, it's a dream start for the TF. Gets the first blood, flashes in, gets the flash as well from the Azir. And as you said, it's a level 6 champion. And as soon as you can get to that marker, I think it's going to create a lot of difference in these matchups as we look at the first blood right here. And as you said, the E passive comes in. Raphael does not expect that much damage coming in. Flashes to his own death. And that is going to be first blood and a lot of gold and experience going over to the side of Crimson.
They got bit of advantage here. Boom Chang Lee, another one of these EQ combos. Gets the level up as well. So LJW in a precarious scenario, but I don't think he knows. There's a little bit of a gank here coming from the stun. QE very smooth from board this way, and the Malaysian duo comes up on top. That's 2 kills already on Austerity. Gonna go balls deep inside this turret. Almost gets him down, but the heal was popped here, saves him from a moment's notice.
Yeah, this is all 3 lanes winning from the side of Inferno Esports right here. As you said, the barrier and heal burn. But before that, on the top side of the map, beautiful Q comes in from the side of Lee Sin, followed up with the counter-strike from the Jax. And that is going to be the second kill as well secured for the side of IE. One more and they will have Feats of Warfare secured as well. So a great start, and that's what they need when they draft a comp like this, which is so early game favored. And yeah, it's up to YDP now to answer back.
Yeah, they really need a time. They actually have a timer here for YDP. Once the Severe gets balling, it's gonna be a rough time for IE. But before that, it's gonna be a Q, it's gonna be an E, and it's gonna be another kill coming in from Inferno Esports. Good gang from Born this way as they take the Feat of Warfare here, Kaka.
Yeah, and a beautiful play again. And this is why the Lee Sin was banned 3 games in a row against Bond this way. He's the one who's making the difference right now. Flashes in, uses the shield onto the Lucian right there, connects his Q onto the Milieu, who has to burn his flash and still ends up dying. So again, Feats of Warfare secured. And you look at the goal lead, it's almost around 2000 so early on at around 5 minutes. And Inferno just bringing the heat, as we said early on, and they are on fire in this one.
Yeah, and they need to keep this pressure going. They have a very significant goal lead going on. Dragon's already up. YDP is looking to take this from beneath their feet, but there is a Destiny going on. There is a replay too coming in from that gank from earlier. It is a top lane gank, but another kill comes out again from that replay from earlier. But so many kills coming out from IE, and I feel like even out of this camera replay here, Kaka, there's more kills coming on here for the side of IE.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. But having said that, now YDP make a move of their own, secure the dragon right there. Jarvan has an idea that, his camps are being taken by this Lee Sin, who is quite fed, has the pickaxe and the longsword for himself, is going to secure the Raptor camp for himself and get out. And you look at the gold lead, 700 gold up on the Lucian, and that is what you need from the Lucian Nami lane. You need them to get ahead. You need them to get these items earlier than the Sivir, because if it goes to late game, YDP is favored. But for now, i.e. 4 kills already, and we missed out on a kill, but it seems like Crimson used his ultimate towards the top side, and the Darius has started off to a 0-2 start.
Yeah, they did give up on the dragon contest here for Inferno Esports, but I don't think that's their initial objective at the moment. I feel like grubs are gonna be what they're gonna be focusing early on in this game, because they need that pushing power here for the Lucian, who will get a little bit fatter here as he is nearing towards that Essence Raver, I assume.
Yeah, and as you said, they need these grubs. They need the early power. So that's exactly what they're going to do. The bot lane from the side of IE goes top. They are going to get prio right there. Shove that lane and be there first. Secure the vision first for the grubs. And at that point, if all of these guys are playing together towards the top side, it should be uncontestable from the side of YDP. As we look at the action that we missed, actually the TF comes in level 6, way ahead of his marker. A pretty simple gank, honestly. The Ghost was burned from the side of Bomchan Lee, but unfortunately he could not get out of that situation.
Yeah, really has to play a little bit behind here for Bomchan Lee, as he's opted to buy the plated steel caps before even finishing his first component here. So he is very passive, very defensive right now, and as long as he gets one big item for Darius, I feel like he's gonna shine. But for now, not really much of a threat here on in terms of getting this gank down. They are nearing that grubs area as ZFAT towards a gank here. Crimson gets the Cataclysm available, but there is a flash in time. Crimson gets his way out of that, does force an ultimate, but that is a flash for Crimson, so a big threat on the board already gone. You could re-gank him again if able.
Yeah, but again, that TF is quite tanky with the catalyst completed for himself, so uses the flash, gets out of that situation, but has the ultimate up again. And this is where Bomchan Lee has to play a bit careful, because the gank could come in at any time, and the TF does seem like has the push over the Azir in the mid lane. Although, you know, some sort of CS behind, the Q does not cancel the Azir as he just recalls on the TF's face right there. The swaps have started to come in yet again. Lucian goes bot, quite standard right now. Now Darius has to go top and match that wave. And in these shenanigans, the top laners can sometimes find themselves getting lost in the transition.
Yeah, and they're actually winning on the transition too, as i.e. they're already in their lane, just getting the swap aheads, and you'd want to expect that YDP, they're gonna be timing on this, but they're always a step behind at the moment, i.e. always getting a little bit of minions ahead of them. And as we're looking at the initial score, the scoreboard here, the CS, Lucian has possibly like twice the CS as the Sivir, who the Sivir honestly needs to get more CS later down the line here, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. That's a champion you need the items on, and as you can see, like almost 22 CS up is the Lucian.
Another
the
one.
TF ult again comes in, and this time maybe the Darius can get out, but again it's an attempt. Never mind, Bomchan Lee is playing still quite aggressive, could be risking a dive right here.
Yeah, there is a secondary dive coming through here as ZFAT's around the area, but they do cancel out this one, as Austerity will be catching this mid lane. Just avoiding Raphael getting aggressive here as he goes for the ulti. Doesn't get the final hit. If he had collected, that would have been a kill. But Raphael lives for another day. Cataclysm used for ZFAT. Is there any chance for LJW to get through this? The E, the Q, LJW soloing the Darius on the top lane. Doesn't matter if it's 1, if it's 2, or if it's 3. LJW holds his top lane, asserting dominance right now.
Yeah, and just making use of the early help that he got. And now this matchup is well and truly over for the side of Bomchan Lee, who has died now in a 2 versus 1. 0-3-0 he goes. And look at the priority that the Lee Sin has. The bubble connects right there. The kick is going to follow. Woo! The Q is there. And that's going to be another kill. Unfortunately picked up by the Nami. But what a start for the side of Inferno Esports.
I mean, just like that, they have Dragon side control too, so he even moves us around the area using the big wave to get everyone stunned up. But it is a retreat clause now for YDP, as IE already in that dragon area. So many objectives on the board for them, and they're nearing towards this first turret too. So most likely, this Feats of Warfare is gonna go for them.
Yeah, secured. That is secured right there. I do think they need one more objective to secure it, honestly. Could get the bot turret, only has 2 platings left right now. Could look to gank Raphael. He does not have the flash available. The TF can provide the CC. So maybe they are just waiting for the Lee Sin kick to come in. But having said that, 6 kills to 0. Almost 5,000 goal lead for the Philippines side right here. And they are showing up and how. I mean, I don't think it was ever in doubt that they are a really good early game team. But it seems like they have caught YDP by surprise as well.
Yeah, and this is one of the upsides for Inferno. They're very aggressive in terms of early game, and if they have a team comp that relies on them playing this early game scaling, they could dominate the entire game, and YDP will not have a chance to try and scale up here. So they're gonna try and end before 25 minutes. That's gonna be their objective. If it goes longer than that, I feel like YDP has a chance here.
Yeah, even against West Point Academy when the IE squad played them, they did find these sort of 4,000-5,000 leads in first 2 games. So again, consistently getting ahead is a great quality, but it does come down to how you close out the games. But again, if the lead is just like 10-12k, then I don't think it matters too much, and that's exactly what it's looking like, looking at the graph. But I do have to compliment YDP's vision right here, at least on the top side of the map. They have a lot of ground covered right there to secure the vision for as we look at the top gank.
Yeah.
Just take us through this one.
Yeah, Counter Strike, EQ, W, just an empowering attack there for Angel W. He has so much items in the board already, so just the sheen coming in from this Jax is already lethal as they get another kill here from Raphael. And it's looking really fun right now for PH. We are very used to having no fights at all for PH, or 1,000 fights come 15 minutes. So this is like a normal scenario for a PH game, especially at the top of the ladder. There are a lot of games in Liga Republica that would go so one-sided because they just kept killing. They didn't know how to stop. They didn't know what the stop button is.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we flipped the coin the right way in this one, and it looks like it might be one of those games that you talk about that has a lot of fight. But unfortunately for the side of YDP, they seem to have none in this game so far. Succumbing to these ganks again and again. Bomchan Lee now might end up dying again. The kick comes in. The heal is huge, but he has to give up that turret, and that is going to be the feed secured for the side of Inferno Esports.
Yeah, if Born This Way actually got the resonating strike there, he would have gotten the kill here for Bom Chang Lee, as that HP scaling will be big enough to actually chunk his HP down, but they'll take the first turret instead, having a big source of gold for the side of Austerity and Co. As now there are potentially 2 carries now for the side of IE. We have the Jax online, we have Austerity with the Lucian, and we also have Born This Way to whoever is gonna be a unfortunate victim here of this Dragon Rage combo. They're not gonna have a good time. They're gonna be standing there in front of the computer as eventually they'll get kicked back to our team.
Yeah, it's a gray screen simulator, it seems like. And I do think they have 4 carries, not just 3. The TF is quite ahead. The Lee Sin, you would expect, will deal a lot of damage, especially in this early game that we are seeing so far. And the Jax is the late game surety, and he has gotten the bottom turret for himself as well. Takes his goal lead almost to 2,000. Has the Triforce completed, has the tunnel as well. So looks like he's going to make that Sundered Sky. And once he gets that item, I think it is just going to be obnoxious from the for the side of the Darius to even fight for priority against this Jax. And there you go, we see another fight coming in. The kick is great, but the Nami might be in trouble. They do lack damage sort of somehow right now. The TF ult comes in, and that is surely going to be a kill.
Yep, that's gonna be a counter-strike. EQ Crimson is on a killing spree. Double kill for Crimson at the moment. And Austerity is going in, diving through the chaos. IE 3 kills to nothing as IE completely dominating the first stages of the game. And they're looking to get 4 more. They know they have the damage. They'll get Bom Chang Lee out of the server as they'll push even closer to the turret. Tier 2 turret's gonna be gone. And I feel like it's gonna be one more charge here. Yep, get out.
Yeah.
Get the last one too. No, he's going all the way to the other side. And we
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
They kind of failed the driver's license test here for LJW.
Yeah, someone check his license right there. But having said that, yeah, look at the goal lead right now. It's almost 10,016 minutes. This has been a very one-sided affair. Only dropping one dragon from the side of Inferno Esports. They have been flawless so far, and it looks like Jester might be in trouble as well. The flag and drag comes in to save
Dragon's Rage.
the support right there, but the kick is true, and Ned Hogger ends up going down. Born This Way flashes in
another one
onto Jester,
and
there could be one more.
One more.
This is done.
Yeah, this is done, dude. Double kill for Born This Way. Resonating strike. Triple kill from him. He wants to get the fourth one, but Crimson steals it from underneath his grubby fingers. Unstoppable for Crimson as IE. My goodness, 17 minutes in with 14. That's like a kill every 1.25 minutes.
Yeah. And that is a statement so far as well from the side of IE to the rest of the teams as well that have participated in this tournament. I mean, 14-0 to start off your first game is just such a great confidence booster for the side of IE, and they are looking flawless so far, taking the dragon as well. The bot tier 2 will go down. That's going to be a lot of gold for the side of TF, who already has 2 items. So once he goes back, has the rapid fire cannon completed for himself as well. And this is what we talked about in the draft as well. The early game is something that YDP need to get through, and unfortunately for them, it hasn't worked out at all. And you can draft all these late game champions, but if you don't get there, it does not really matter. And IE show us why this early game is so important.
Yeah, IE with the skirmishing comp that's always focused on getting picks, and they know that IE, they have the experience for this. Even without any tournaments going around, Born This Way, always a very fruitful player to know that. We had an interview in Liga Republica where even through the adversity, Born This Way was like, yeah, we got everything covered. Don't worry about us. Think about the other team that's gonna be the unfortunate opponent that's gonna be part of this scenario. And IE showing us that they are a threat here to the wild card. And now, maybe the power rankings will change. Moops is unfortunately in the middle of everything here, but he's still living. Moops, Austerity, the rest of the crew, they're already here. They're looking for a shutdown, as it's gonna be a 4v4. And ZFAT's gonna be disappearing out of the map. Count that in as Born This Way is dominating. They're chasing them down. The shuffle comes up. Where's the stun? Boom Chang Lee cannot move an inch as he's currently blocked by his own teammate. And YDP, they got 1 kill, but what do they get in return? 3 kills in the scoreline for IE.
Yeah, you get the fish, but at what cost right here for the side of YDP? First kill of the game for them. And I have to say that is one of the best Lee Sin's performance I have seen internationally so far. I mean, this guy on this champion could just be the best player on the server as well. And he's showing it, and how multiple knockups on that Dragon's Rage. Time and time again, the positioning is spectacular as well. I mean, it's just a masterclass from the side of Born This Way.
Born This Way, and the entire comp in particular, they played this early game perfectly. ZFAT's trying to chase Austerity away, but at this point, you need to be chasing away here. Gold difference, always a big draft here. Always a big ups for IE. There hasn't been a single instance where YDP has shown the goal difference go down, as they're always looking for a pick, but they should have done that a while ago here, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. They could have, but they didn't have the resources, right? The game started in such a bad way for the side of YDP, and they still have not recovered, and I don't think they will in this game at least. So if I am YDP, I'm already thinking about the next game and how I can come back, because look at this. You put all your ultimates and all your resources onto Moops, but although he dies, 3 of them pay the price for that fish. And look at this kick from Lee Sin. There you go, multiple man knockup again. That's a 3-man knockup. Jester ends up dying as well. The Shurima shuffle is good to disengage, but it does not really matter as Austerity picks up a double kill for himself. And towards the top side now, the stun comes in, the counter strike is there. Raphael ends up going down without any answer. And they pick up the tier 2 turret as well. And now you look at the gold lead, it's 14,000. Let me say that again, it's 14,000 at 21 minutes.
14k, and IE wants more of the gold difference as they're looking to get this Atacon, get their levels a little bit farther ahead from YDP. There's a 2-level difference between LJW and Boom Chang Lee right now, which shows that there's so much leverage that came in from this early game that YDP, they might have an answer later on, but they're just holding on to dear life at the moment, Kaka.
Yeah, it's a 2-level difference at all sides of the map, well, except for the bot lane right here. Crimson level 15 to Raphael's level 13. Raphael doesn't even have 2 items completed at 22 minutes, and that's how bad it has been, while the TF is on 3 items and the Seeker's Arm Guard. As we look at the culling coming in, Nidhogger has to flash away from that, and this is the state of the game. They can't really contest the waves anymore. Bond this way. The Lee Sin syndrome comes in. He's gonna take that Q. Of course he is. Fat goes in. That might spell trouble. Oh no, the Wolves blocked the Q right there, but he still ends up dying.
Yeah, Crimson's still around the area, so he's all good for that. RFC for both sides, as TF and Illusion have RFC too, so that's bigger distance, bigger annoyance for the side of IE as they're trying to push through the turret. They want to end it now, but they just need a little bit more objectives for IE to secure this. Even at this at this gold state, IE, they want to keep it safe. They don't want to risk everything. They don't want to make a YDP flip the script on them. They want to keep it cool. They want to chill out a bit and just wait for all of the objectives to come on in and eventually swoop down and end this game for YDP.
Yeah, 100%. And that's exactly what they're doing, right? They're not taking risks. They are punishing YDP for their over-aggressiveness, taking the enemy jungle. I mean, look at this 3-level advantage onto Bond this way. This is going to be soul point as well secured for the side of IE. And they are playing this by the book. They are not making any mistakes. They know that this game is as good as done. So they're just going to go back, pick up the buffs, pick up the jungle camps, reset, maybe wait for the Baron, or if someone from the side of YDP does misstep, they can punish that and secure the inhibitors for themselves. But it looks like the plan is to wait out, secure vision towards the top side of the map, get that Baron, and then end it by the book.
Yeah, and now the big question is now presented here. We have the first set of matches here between PH and ID. What does this make of your region now heading into the day and the group stage here, Kaka? Do you have confidence as to how this team will perform here later down the line?
Of course I have confidence in my own region, man. I mean, I would be a fool to not to. But this does look like, I mean, these guys are really strong right now. IE especially. They look solid, and we are, as a region, quite aggressive as well. So I think it's going to make up for, a lot of team fights, a lot of bloodbaths coming in. So later on, I will be watching, and I do feel like that's going to be a very interesting game. And hopefully, we'll have more than one kill, for the side of SA.
It's currently a standstill here between IE and YDP. They have both sides warded, but they don't really want to cross that barrier yet, as IE sees one from the resonating strike, goes aggressive, flag and drag to get away. And another one coming in.
Up.
Does he want to go for the insect? Not quite. They just back on away. Just let the healing come through from YDP, but there's so much poke. He's gonna get stunned. They're trying to go in, but Austerity is unstoppable. Calling right in front. Bum Chang Lee tries to get healed, but he is gobbled up by 4 members of Inferno Esports. YDP, they hold their ground. They kill Born this way, but is that enough to hold the entire Nexus? I don't think so, as the tier 3 still not being taken down, but there are minions going in, and this should be 2 tier 3s down, plus an inhibitor to boot here.
Yeah, could be 2 inhibitors as well. As you said, the Jax is pushing towards the bot side, but that was a big shutdown picked up for the side of YDP. I don't think it's going to matter too much as Austerity goes in now, and look at the damage he's dealing onto Nidhogger. Takes half his HP bar with just 4 auto attacks, and now they are going to reset. So that fight did turn out to be quite productive for the side of IE, picking up the 2 inhibitors, and now you can see the pings coming in onto the Baron. That is going to be the next objective, and then we should hopefully look at the end of the game pretty soon.
Yeah, just a good finisher here for IE. They needed to at least bait one of their members in order to take a lot of objectives in their side. So Inferno Esports, they're very comfortable at this state of the game. YDP still looking for a good flip of the script, and they almost did it too. Bum Chang Lee's right in front of everyone though, but LJW as we turn into another fight. Here comes a DP, here comes another fight, counter strike. Where is the stun? LJW is 1v5 the entire team, and another double kill from Austerity, and this should be wraps here, Kaka.
Yeah.
IE closing through the Nexus, and they're looking mighty hot right now for game number 1. They want to get all of the points here so that they don't need to think that much here for the second day. But what a performance here, Kaka. Inferno Esports, game number 1 with a beautiful showing here on the Rift. Killless for Austerity, killless for Crimson. What a game to end it out.
Yeah, I mean, this is as good as it gets. Starting off your first match, 26-2 for the side of IE, and born this way on that Lee Sin is just a monster. And if any other team is taking notes, I think that is going to be a champion that gets banned against him in every other match from now on. So that was a dominating performance, but again, we have one more game to go. And YDP will be licking their wounds for that game too.
Yeah, but they are just... I feel like IE's looking like wolves right now. They're looking for prey here for the second game. To look at the total damage dealt here for all of the teams. I feel like everyone from IE stepped up, especially for Crimson. Born this way, just... Now you gotta insta-ban this Lee Sin. I feel like that's a game here, Kaka.
Yeah, that is going to get banned for sure. With that, guys, I think we will be passing on the baton to the host right now. And this was, again, a very one-sided game coming in from the side of IE.
IE was unbelievable strong with the ganking and to make Jack Rat faster than it should. Of course, one of their predative as well, but I would like to give a maybe more kudos to TF Pick, because the TF Pick is become very makes sense because look how he controlled the map and it set the skirmish tempo. And it allowed IE to got a proper domination on freelance in addition to what Contra said before.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's just beautiful on their execution, right? Like, they know what needs to be done, because that Darius could be a very strong pain point, and they just absolutely obliterated that lane, so there's not too much problem hitting the late game.
Yeah, but I would like to discuss discuss about it more the Contra, because I believe you have more to say about what happened on the first game.
Yeah, and like when we actually look into what really went on, there's just so much that needs to be done by YDP to ensure that they have that late game scaling. So from that point onwards, you gotta ensure that either your lanes actually stabilize to really scale up, or you gotta have ZFAT try to activate some of these lanes. So there was a couple of pressure points where you could see that the waves were crashing over a top lane. LJW somehow was actually baiting for a big setup, and all thanks to him, later on this way is got that firm entry to really look for that clearance. After securing, the couple of all these kills over the top lane, it just got rather rough that they could not really have that full control. And from that point onwards, you can already see that the item difference is already overwhelming from the mid lane to the top lane. And then eventually these guys could just, go ahead, puncture through, dive over the bottom side as well. So for the side of YDP, what I'm really hoping to see moving into some of all the other matchups is that you gotta have a little bit more that prio to be established, whether if ZFAT wants to play around mid lane, bot lane, or even the top lane, so to speak, because he wasn't as present as compared to Born This Way, but of course, props to Born This Way, Happy, he's everywhere around the map. So,
Exactly.
of course, that being said, I guess we want to really dive deeper into what we want to see into some of all these clips that we've had moving into what really transpired back into game one, especially on what really came down to where it's like the first couple of minutes over the top lane, which we saw, hey, it's a Darius, you want to be that lane bully, but it always comes with a price if you can't really secure yourself that kind of safety net from all these ganks that's going to be coming his way.
Yeah, and I think that's also a part of the missing presence from Zephyr, because I feel like it was very uncharacteristic playstyle from YDP, because they were supposed to play aggressive to match the tempo of Listen instead of being reactive, and I didn't see many ganking initiation from Zephyr, to be honest, or at least to trade to that of the Boomchan. And I think not only Jarvan itself, but Boomchan also plays a very important role to YDP itself on the very first game, and to see that Jax has 2 kills.
Yeah, I'm just going to rewind back if it's just a little bit too quick. Let's look at this setup once again. The timing of the wave crashing right through. I mean, we just go into the next fight as well, where there's just so many of all these instances in those team fights where they're just really baiting out for those spells first and foremost before actually securing them all these kind of setups where all of them got funneled into this really tight choke point. So it was just absolutely easy for the rest of Inferno Esports to eventually just plow through members and after members, and you're looking at like what this scoreline of 25 to 2 where YDP, they cannot afford to really go out there for a trade, even despite them wanting to stop Baron. That was a little bit too risky of a chance for them to even come up alive. So that being said, I mean, Inferno, they just played it out pixel perfect. So it was just really down to how they established that dominance coming with the setups, and what you mentioned early on, Crimson. He's had multiple destinies that really was on point to further double down to ensure that Boomchan doesn't really get to really play out all these kind of scenarios. So I guess that's pretty much what we actually have gotten so far. But one of the major factors in some of these team fights was also the positioning of, you know, some of all these critical members of IE, where they've been able to really find that avenue. This was another point where you're looking at Crimson really finding another mark on that destiny. So it was just perfect execution all around. I don't think that there was much flaw to be displayed by Inferno whatsoever. And perhaps if there's anything to take notice of is this team fight right here, where YDP, they found maybe a little bit of an angle to really jostle for a little bit more of that control, but you can already see that this is an absolute brick wall right here. This whole area, you got all these members already beelining on their area, their compound, just to really have this kind of choke point to eventually push towards this direction as well. So Austerity, he's always pretty much firmly in control alongside with the rest of Inferno to really do all that they need to do to eventually close out all these kind of team fights, get a couple of pickoffs, and they could once again rinse and repeat just to secure themselves more and more of these objectives.
Exactly, and that was more put YDP in a very awkward position, so they just lose the other big objectives, and this is the fault of YDP itself, because they barely can lay a damage to IE's players.
Yeah, I mean, I could pause it right here once again, where they've already burned the Cataclysm over onto this point, so you can already see 3-4 members can now beeline towards ZFAT, punishes him, and then eventually you take a look at the rest of these members who are funneled over onto this corner. So I felt like there's really not much of a point of contention where you could just have, you know, a good ult coming from Lucian to also clip them. So it was really, really tough. It is really a daunting task for YDP to really look for those pickoffs, even despite them wanting to actually go for moves first and foremost. But it did pay off. I mean, you're dealing with a Nami in general, so it is always going to be a little bit tricky when she could just, you know, put the tidal wave up and just turn the tides around.
Yeah, because the tidal wave itself is it's like for the game changer, the skill that can turn the table. And sadly for Young Nepal is not the turntable for them. More like they are a total annihilation. Got total annihilation from IE, and sadly they still have no answers until the end of the game because not only those three lanes are losing, but also they have no idea how to secure any skirmish to at least to cover the economy gap.
Yeah, I really felt like they were really trying their best in that sense. And one of the most perfect instances was this from a pickup that they're looking for at least an exchange to get that support. But all in all, I mean, it's still not worth it. They're still very behind in goal. They were hoping to really form a pickup and run off, but you can just see how proactive Inferno was. They were everywhere in the map. Whenever a member gets hopped on, like, there's instant responses. So Inferno, now I'm further convinced. I mean, sorry to say, Bomchan, like, yeah, that was a shaky start for you guys. But hey, game 2, maybe if there's anything that we want to see, maybe a draft that does follow more of the playstyle of Yang Depal, where they like to play maybe early to mid game. This kind of slow scaling doesn't really fit their tempo, right? So maybe they could stand toe to toe with Inferno if they were ever to draft something of a similar sort.
Yeah, and this also happened during the LNC 2025 Grand Final because on the second game they were playing very less active than usual, and it wasn't work really well on their part. So I think it's just you only have to back to their nature to become a aggressive player. And set a tempo around Zifat instead of Zifat trying to become reactive to what the other opponents trying to do to him.
Yeah, ideally, they really have to step up if they really want to really match up to Inferno's tempo, because right now, if this guy's this good on Lee Sin, I wonder what else can they actually bring to the table then. Of course, that's the beauty of Fearless Draft as well. We won't be able to get to see the Lee Sin even on the side of Yang Depal because of this current pick. So, that being said, I really want to see more involvement. Like you said, Zfat really has to really show up, match the current form, or really track the enemy jungle at the very same time, just to really know what exactly that will happen every step of the way, because they can't really afford to play from behind any further. But for the rest of Inferno, I think they could just basically stake to a very similar pattern of play where you want a solid bot lane that cannot be easily shaken, and then you just have Born This Way as well as LZW over on top lane to also be able to win this kind of all these early traits. Then things should be going good for them overall.
Yeah, will Young Depal could lay, or maybe could initiate a more skirmish or maybe more ganking is one of our biggest question starting the second game, because that's what they need. Because if you're starting the first game with 2-0 and you have no points at all, it will be a setbacks for Young Depal, and it will be very hard for them to catch up with the other matches, because in this LCP wildcard, every single player, every single point is very important.
True enough. I mean, there's definitely another chance because this is a best of 2. And if we take a look at the current picks, there's still plenty of all these champions still in the pool. Considering that last game, how many engaged supports were being banned out. So next game, I believe that they will kind of relieve some of the bans to allow more space. And I believe that we have not seen some of all these core picks early mentioned by our dear casters, Doc as well as Kaka. Like, we haven't seen the Gwen, we haven't seen the Wukong. These are the kind of picks which are very firm, whether it's from the early game, and you also look for some really active dives on top of it. So I'm expecting to see certain teams actually pull out some of all these cards in order to maybe reap some rewards heading into these round robins, because if you drop 0-2 and you face out against the rest of the pack, I mean, this is just one of many, but I'm hoping that there's a way that YDP can bounce back. But for Inferno, super happy for these guys. I mean, they've worked super hard throughout their own region, and it really starts to pay off.
Yeah, and I think talking about how well they prepare for this LCP wildcard is very good for IE, and to see the chemistry and that, and also how they set up the tempo, and also how they try to win the three lanes perfectly and smoothly. I think this is going to be a very strong point from IE, and for Young Nepal, they need to work on their aggressiveness, and or at least if they want to play a reactive, they need to set it the tempo. They cannot be swayed by IE's tempo.
Yeah, and I really think that if they're trying to match the tempo as well, like that comp definitely wasn't exactly suited for that kind of playstyle. So, which is dare say that maybe in the form of draft, maybe things can absolutely improve, because you did actually point out something to take note of, where both sides of the drafts, they don't really have like a core tank per se.
Yeah.
So it forces either the Darius to still go semi-tank, go for a bruiser kind of setup, which is pretty obvious for the most part. But then again, you also want to look at the junglers. I mean, Jarvan could also go towards the direction, but when they're being put so far behind that essentially you only have the Jarvan to be the front line for the team to really have this form of engage tool. But even so, we haven't really seen a proper 5v5 where it's even equal. There was some instances over on the bottom side of the river, but there's already so many of all these kind of challenges up against YDP. I think we focused too much on YDP that we forgot to bring out a lot of all these essence of what really made it great. They have a winning bot lane as well, or should I say maybe a very steady pacing for them to really match up to, where Sivir has to scale. So as a Lucian, you could always play a little bit more a press on kind of style. And on top of that, you take a look at the top jungle synergy once again is just immaculate. And on top of all of that, to really top of the cake, of course, the mid lane has been the icing of it all.
Yes, and I believe something needs to be changed for YDP for the second game, as we are preparing the second game draft. Well, to be honest, I don't feel like there's anything wrong with YDP's draft. I mean, it's pretty solid. You have the early games harassing power, and also in the middle game they're also quite solid. But also the late game insurance is pretty solid too. But the only thing that kind of sad for YDP is how they try to maximize this draft. They didn't really try to at least invading, or at least try to cut the movement of Legend itself. So I think that's already become a problem for YDP on the first game. But for IE itself, because there's no one who can stop Legend. Legend is everywhere. Not to mention Legend, but TF actually also everywhere.
Yeah, I gotta say that overall, Inferno absolutely understood the assignment, and I can't wait to see what comes up next for our next game.
Yes, because the draft of the second game is now up, and the ban from both teams is kind of pretty much the same with the first game. Welcome back to Draw Candy and Kaka.
What's up? I mean, almost same set of bans. Do you want to ban the Varus for austerity though? That I think is the most important ban here, Kaka. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that was first picked for them in the finals as well, right? So you are right, that could get picked. But I like the combination coming out from the side of IE in this one, picking up the Nocturne and Orianna. We spoke about it. Nocturne seems like one of the better champions on this meta right now. So especially with the experimental Hexblade buff, I think it is one of the stronger champs. And as you said, classic combination, just press R, kill the enemy Talia, and take it from there.
So now I think we need a little bit more of a tank avenue here for IE. So YDP, they are playing aggressive as well. They have the likes of Talia, they have the likes of Porky to actually go around the map as well. And now they just need a good jungle to pair along with it here.
Yeah, and I think if you pick a Talia on first pick, I believe this is going to be very good utilities for Young Nepal, as well as the damage they can lay to IE. But Rakan played this in more like they want to try to play more aggressive than the first game, and this is what what YDP should do contra.
Yeah, looking for what they're
Yummy.
really bringing up here. I mean, they're trying to really match up to the tempo where you see improvement in terms of like picking up the Thalia to also match to the semi-global presence. But then again, when you have the paranoia, you gotta also track where exactly that is. I mean, that helps that they're definitely a setup of 5. So I want to see the rest of the composition. I definitely have expected that, they relieved a little bit more of the engaged support bands from the last game and now have been able to secure themselves the Rakan. So I want to see what pairs well with this Kaisa because so far, Inferno, they're really showing up.
Yeah, but good Kaisa picks this is going to be very strong lane presence for IE because Kaisa provides a very fast clear lane, and Corki has sort of like on par damage with Kaisa, but on the late game we should look deeper, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm looking at the Leona ban right here. Hopefully they do it, and if that does get banned, it does open up the rel as well for the side of moves to pick up. With the Kaisa, you need someone that stacks up her passive relatively quickly, and Leona generally does quite well into Rakan, can lock him down, but the Poppy actually is going to come in, so I do expect one of the the Rel or Leona to get picked up from the side of IE right now, and save the counter pick for top lane, because it does seem like if you punish Boomchan Lee, it becomes an easier game for the side of Inferno Esports.
Yeah. Leona open, of course you're gonna pick Leona. I mean, she's the best initiator, one of the best initiator from support line, and I think that's going to be very good for IE to pick a Leona because basically you almost have the Infinity Stun with Leona contra.
Yeah, if you really think about the current picks coming from Inferno, you have so many different kind of setup. Whether if you really want to come in with the ball onto the Nocturne or even a Leona for a big shockwave, it is absolutely feasible. I've expected Bombchun to actually go for some of his signatures, and now it is seemingly a Volibear that is very likely to go over a top lane. So over on the red side, you can always look for a counter, so I'm really wondering what exactly would be the response coming from the rest of IE. But I'm kind of liking that Olaf pick, but I'm not too sure if they will be able to really find those avenues because you can find ways to actually kite them. So I guess that could be one of the problems. But in essence, I'm liking maybe the laning phase a bit better than last game for YDP.
Yeah.
Jace Baron lane. I mean, Jace is very good. Jace is a very good pick. I mean, you can set him up as a melee or a range, and he's still doing very good with his damage. But this, for me, is like a 50-50 for Young Nepal and IE. What do you think, Robert Candy?
I think that IE's this is their typical composition. I would expect this for Crimson and Born this way to play Orianna Doctor whenever they have the chance. Austerity is on his other comfort pick, Moves is on his signature pick, and LJW is there on the top lane holding Bomb Chang Lee out. So in essence, if any of these skill shots hit, YDP is gonna be in a world of hurt. The one thing I do want to say that YDP has, they have a lot of presence around the map, but because they don't have that much lockdown with any of their abilities, it's gonna be a little bit harder for them to get the finisher and the setup if ever.
Yeah, quick prediction, Kaka. What do you think? Who will gonna win the second game? Is it YDP or IE with this drop?
I think it's a quick 2-0 in my opinion. It does seem like
Oh my god!
Philippines!
The comp from IE, I think it's just such a simple comp to play. You press R on the enemy champions and they die. While from the side of YDP, it does look like it's a very difficult comp, especially with the Olaf jungle. You don't really have a lot of setup in these lanes, and that's what Talia likes to play with. You give her the CC and she can do her combo. So that is what is lacking from the side of YDP. Sure, the Rakan is there, but again, he can get locked down by the Leona. So it's not reliable from the side of YDP, and IE just seem to have their number, at least in draft phase in this game too as well.
For me, YDP still has a chance to win the game, but we need to look what happens between below 10 minutes contra.
Yeah, I gotta say that I'm actually siding on every point that Kaka actually brought up. I mean, overall, for a realistic chance, we really want to look at the mid-jungle duo from either side to really be a lot more proactive and in terms of ease of execution, you're definitely looking at IE in essence, where you're just going for a couple of all these, drop the ball onto anybody and then rupture them in those team fights. That is absolutely a big possibility. And on top of that, I do favor the Orianna a little bit more up against Talia. So, this is looking rather tough for YDP. So, it's kind of 3-vote for Inferno this time.
Okay. And I think since we have a little bit problem with the banner pick section, I think it's going to be restarted for the banner pick section. We don't have any legit information what happened on the back end, but I assume we may see most of the drops pretty much the same, but maybe it's a little bit different with 1 or 2 champions.
I think they did say the picks were gonna be the same. I think it's just an error. So just Riot things, small indie game film. But again, big shout outs to Riot once again, giving us the opportunity to have this event. Having the whole integration onto C is already a big W for all of us because we were stuck in our own region for a while. So there's no inter-region competition. There's no banter now that everyone's here. We have our own sense of what to say to the other team. I don't know if it's good or bad.
Well, talking about Riot to actually open LCP Wild Card and gather the 5 regions in here, I think this is also a very unique event because they just not only gather 5 regions, but they also gather the veterans and also the raw talents. Like for example, Young Dapper consists of old players. I was going to talk about Boomchan, how you can say a boomer in Boomchan's name, and on the other hand, IE's players is more like a raw talent. I mean, they are younger, and the 3 of Young Dapper's players is played the last time they played for officials Riot competitive League of Legends tournament is during 2017, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, that's already old, man.
Yeah, if we're talking about veterancy as well, if you look into the Inferno lineup, I mean, maybe there's not many dinosaurs like me around to actually witness some of all these names, but if you remember LCW or LGW over on top lane, he has played for teams like Impurity, and for Born This Way, he's got, some experience overseas as well in Europe and in the form of like whether it's climbing solo queue. So that definitely helps to supplement on the kind of play style of what they really have to offer, and it just goes to show, I mean, their understanding of really playing out that first game on what needs to be done on the form of execution was absolutely perfect. So look at game 2 though. I mean, we've already had our thoughts on the draft in particular, but then again, when we take a look at YDP, they're still sticking to their mindset that, hey, we want to find that middle ground, and hopefully this time they could still find a way to scale. So I want to ask our dear casters, right? Like, what are the odds? What needs to be met for these guys to eventually skill up to match the tempo of Inferno?
How about you, Kage? You start out first.
All right. I mean, I was just waiting for the chance to speak, I guess. I would say if the draft is there for us to see, right? But if the Volibear can go towards the jungle and Olaf goes top, then that's a winning matchup in the top lane for the Olaf. You can run the Jace down. And that's some sort of CC that the Talia can use as well to punish the Orianna with the Volibear point and click stun coming in. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but if it does, I think it gives more of a chance to the side of YDP. Because without that, I do think they lack a lot of CC, and as Contra pointed out earlier as well, the ease of execution from the side of IE, I think that's a draft you can see in your solo queue games as well, and when you do, you're like, okay, this game is free LP, and that's exactly what it looks like to me, coming out from IE.
Why don't you know?
Giving us some spice right there, man.
I love this spice.
I like this Kaka guy already, man.
Yeah. I mean, we're
gonna be good.
Asians. We love spices, man. Drop it more.
So if you guys don't know about more information here about Posterity, he's probably one of the most experienced bot leaders here in the scene because his first experience so far was from the team that beat them, West Point Esports Academy. So he was a graduate from that team beforehand, before he went on to do other things. His first experience was actually from Kespa Cup from 2021. So he got that dog in him. But the thing is, it doesn't matter what he's gonna play. I'm just surprised that he's just bringing out whatever it is on the table. So and Moops, he's just that guy, man. Like, once he reaches level 2 with that Leona, I think that's a big objective for this game. If Leona reaches the level 2, he will fight. No matter the cost, no matter what HP they are, he will fight. If there's a kill, he wins. If not, then we'll think about it later down.
I absolutely love the Doc's prescription right there, you know. I think like maybe we didn't really highlight too much on, you know, the bot lane prowess that they displayed last round because, you know, the spotlight was on the mid lane, the spotlight was on Born This Way so much so that they were naturally winning out their lane as well. I mean, as a savior, you're supposed to be super oppressive, and somehow they managed to combat that because Moots, Nami, continuously help them sustain. And not only that, I saw some really sick bubbles that came out of this dude. I mean, like, it's absolutely fire what they really offered.
Insane, man.
Yeah, they just got strong fundamentals.
Yeah, they did strong fundamentals. Indeed, the IE's strong points, but to be honest, I feel like not only the strong fundamentals itself. I mean, like the synergy between these 5 players is also already very, very good. I mean, the way they can handle the setbacks on the mid lane and stuff. Even though at the start of the game, Young Devil can still, give a little bit pressure to IEs, even though they were killed 2 or 3 times. But IE somehow always find a way how to sneak inside the YDP's jungle, or maybe in the middle of YDP's turret. The way they play the skirmish is something that YDP cannot expect, I think.
Yeah, I would like to say, like, they have seen the aggression coming out from IE now, right? So maybe they are better prepared in this game too. I would like to point out that the Azir actually got chunked before the laning phase started, and that did contribute to him getting killed at level 2 or 3, whatever it was. And you don't expect those things to happen before the game, or at least when you're in the champ select. And that is something that they can easily work on, have a better laning phase and not die 1v1. And if that happens, I think YDP can give themselves a big chance to come back into the series as well.
Yeah. And I think talking about the best of 2 series, we're gonna restart the draft. So the band, so the first 3 bands is pretty much the same. The Oriana and Nocturne pick is also the same. And Talia first pick from YDP is also the same. So we expect Corki, Volibear, and Olaf. Or Rakan. Rakan is the third.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I feel like these picks are the same, right? I assume they're the same pick band here. So there shouldn't be any difference. We're just here showing it to the audience what the champion picks are. If there is, they will have they'll probably relay it to us. But for now, yeah, IE, they have the same comp here. We have the Nocturne, we have the Ori, Kaisa, we have, who's the last one? We got Leona, and who's the top lane? The Jace. We got the Jace as the top lane. So I don't know if it's gonna be the same, but most likely, yeah, bans are in order, so we will be seeing the same amount of firepower from a while ago. I don't want to say though, Akaka, is Corki a good like ADC around in this meta? I haven't seen that much Corki too.
I really like the Corki, I have to say, because he does have a huge power spike when it comes to 2 items. The Triforce Man Immune, you can poke quite a lot, especially with the Talia Qs as well. So I do feel like it's a very strong champion. The thing that I don't like is the jungle and top pickups coming in from the side of YDP. I think everything else they had going on was pretty solid. The Corki as well, huge mid-game power spike. Great laning phase against the Kaisa as well, who is relatively short-ranged. So yeah, to answer your question, yeah, Corki is quite strong.
Yeah, I also want to double down on that as well. Strong spike potential, and on top of that, strong late game skirmishes as well. If you can actually go into a 5 versus 5 and look at this time, what Inferno really wants to execute. Whenever you have an Orianna, you are going to be looking for those team fights, unless, if Born This Way could just go for those solo pickoffs from here and there. And another point that I want to highlight is that perhaps there might be a case where teams would actually consider those early lane swaps just to try to, stabilize things a little bit more, because as much as, Bombchan, was forced to play this weak side, and it won't be an easy task for him to eventually overrun that Jace. I think going even will be the best case scenario. Maybe just by pulling off a lane swap, that could already, neutralize some of all these pressure points, so that if you're going to play the weak side anyways, you could just, double it down, and this time put that focus back onto LJW, who will be forced to also maybe lose a couple of ways when he's trying to trade off over onto the side lanes.
Okay, and I think that on the second game, Inferno Esports still has lots of chance to secure it at the 2-0, but I also hope for something from YDP. So we're gonna toss it to the caster. It's all yours.
Thank you so much there, Abigail. And now we're nearing towards the start of the second game here for day number 1. It's been 2 games so far. Bro, it's gonna be a long day, Kak.
Yeah, I am excited for it. I can't wait for this day to unfold as well. Speaking about the second game, I think this will not be as aggressive from the side of IE as the first one was, because they do have a lot of champions that spike at level 6. So don't be surprised if we don't see, a lot of kills at least in the first 4 or 5 minutes, or at least till the Nocturne gets level 6.
Oh, that's true. But I do want to expect moves. Got the Leona, reach level 2, get that Xenoblade, bang bang, stun. He needs to land that, by the way. That's the most important part here. But here we go. Showtime for Inferno Esports against Yang and Nepal, as they're vying for 2 points here for Inferno Esports, and they just want to tie it up for Yang Nepal here in our best of the series. Let's get on with it. And if you guys don't know, we are starting this patch on 25.16, so we are not playing at the recent patch that has dropped here, which does contain the Dupots game mode. So yeah, we're playing the previous patch. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's only fair. The new patch has been out for like a couple of days, not even so. Not a lot of practice that these teams can get on the current patch. But having said that, we get started.
Oh, shenanigans!
And we do see a 5-man invade coming in. Nocturne might be burned. Yeah, he's forced to use his flash, and that's a great start already from the side of YDP, already learning from that first game.
Okay, he needed to use that flash, or else that would have not been a good moment for IE. But getting that flash down earlier is better than getting it down later early on in the game here, because that flash is gonna be used for that level 6 perhaps. But for now, I feel like they're most focused on getting this farm down for Born This Way to get to level 6. So Austerity just needs to play his game, and Nidhogger, I don't know how aggressive this bot lane is gonna be. I feel like Nidhogger should be the one taking charge, because I feel like he has more range compared to the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, at least at level 1, the Gatling gun can be quite obnoxious. The Valkyrie itself deals a lot of damage. Not only is it an avenue to get out of a sticky situation, but you can, of course, Valkyrie in sort of a mini Rumble ultimate sort of damage coming in as well. So that could play a factor, and we already see the trades coming in right now. Both the junglers now will be starting towards that top side of the map. So Inferno and YDP both have an idea where the junglers are starting, so they will be competing for that scuttle crab that comes around at 328 towards the bot side, and that is something that could be a trigger for a fight for these teams.
Yeah, and I think early on, Olaf does have an advantage here against the Nocturne in terms of just spamming out skills. He also has the life steal coming out from his W, so big point of contention here for YDP to get that early pickup in the game. But Austerity getting that early Void Seeker poke there just to make Nidhogger's HP a little bit lower this time. Level 2, not gonna get any aggression this time coming from moves, but Crimson,
Raphael.
a little bit low. He's probably learned from last time here, as he's probably gonna lay low a little back here as Crimson.
Yeah, and
finishes.
if I'm the Orianna, I'm putting 2 points on that command dissonance right there. And trying to get the solo kill onto Raphael, who is quite low, has burned both his pots as well. And that's sort of how the matchup goes as well. The Orianna is just so strong, has the range, has the poke, scales up beautifully as well into the late game. So again, a very strong champion. And the Talia will have the wave clear early on, but realistically needs like 1 or 2 recalls and a few items as well to match up to the Orianna, at least in the early game. And that's exactly what we are seeing.
The aggression here for Moops, gets the Zenith Blade stun up. He has an extra poke there from that turret, so I feel like they should focus on Moops, but don't really have any sort of finisher here. No ignite for Jester to hold as Moops lives for another day. Raphael though, why is the HP low? I don't think Crimson's gonna try and chase for it, as Raphael does have flash. For now, everyone's HP is so low, man.
Yeah, and Fat did get the enemy blue buff as well for himself, so he is quite ahead when it comes to these jungle camps. 3 camps ahead already, picks up the double longsword and the attack speed dagger right there for himself. So looks like he's going to be making that stride breaker first, as the E is going to miss from the Leona. That could have been sort of a trade on to Nidhogger. Still has the Valkyrie up, still has the cleanse up, so not really in a lot of trouble, as we do see very even laning phase, at least in the bottom lane for both the sides. But towards the top side, 10 CS up is LJW, carrying on the momentum from the first game.
Yep, they know that it's not really a good matchup for Volibear here early on, so they opted to go for the Jace pick. What type of build is he gonna run? Is this the tanky one, or is this the aggressive one? Because there are 2 builds that the Jace can still run here.
Yeah, I think he goes for a tier into Shojin or something like that. Maybe the Eclipse comes in. Those are the 2 builds that he can look for. Probably the Shojin build, I really like that. Keeps you tanky as well, but hold that thought. Austerity might have just pushed too far up here. Is going to blow out his ghost and get out of a very sticky situation right there. Still remains in the bot side of the map. Nidhogger forced to burn his flash to try and secure the kill, but is unable to do so.
Yeah, just a reset here for both sides. As Dragon is available, Austerity will have to reset here. Not really, as he is catching this wave down under. So early reset for YDP so that they can get back in this lane. As IE and YDP, this is a little bit slower than a while ago, no? So level 6 for Raphael, can't really use it though, as it's primarily used for roaming around the area as LJW collecting. And this the sort of game where I think Yang Depal is most comfortable with. I think they did mention Abigail that they are more of a passive team more than an aggressive team.
Yeah, 100%. They are more of a, as you said, passive team, and they will like how this is going. But Fat is looking towards that mid lane. The Q misses, the phase rush is there for the Orianna, so I think he's just going to be fine. The shockwave is huge. The grand entrance from the side of Jester is barely going to save Fat right there, but he ends up going down anyway. Crimson is going to secure first blood in a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, I mean, their HP was relatively low, but I feel like Born This Way is in the wrong spot as he's currently getting poked out of his mind. Flash is out and he gets away at a moment's notice. Nidhogger gets the dodge away. That Voidseeker would have 100% killed him at that very moment. Would have committed that flash, but he has no flash. So they'll get the plates instead, as Tupat will be here to catch this wave down.
Yeah, gets the plating for his trouble right there. Born This Way hits level 6. Now Fat also hits level 6, but I think this is where the tides turn and we see the first paranoia coming in towards the mid lane. Talia uses her flash but still ends up going down. And that is the perfect start again for the side of IE and the Nocturne. You want to make your level 6 ultimate count.
Yeah.
And he does it in the best way possible.
The moment that ultimate Go is available is the moment they're gonna start using it, right? Crimson's not in a good spot, but he does proc phase rush, so he's able to get away without any problem at all. And this is the moment in time where IE, once they hit level 6, they should start going around. They have the paranoia up. I feel like this is a communication now, the communication game plan between Board This Way and Crimson. Right now, their comps are looking like, hey, you got ult? Yeah, I got ult. You wanna go in?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's exactly how it's supposed to be anyway. And now you do see Raphael does not have the flash, so he's a sitting duck in the mid lane, at least for the next 4-5 minutes. Whenever the shockwave is up and the paranoia comes in, the Talia is going to die. So he has to be very careful, just get what he can in terms of the CS that is coming towards his side of the map. The Ragnarok was burned as well for the Olaf to no avail at all. And that is going to enable Bond This Way to secure these grubs again. The swap is true for the side of IE. They are just playing this game picture perfectly. Again, prioritizing the grubs for the first dragon. I think that's a trade these guys will take all day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, just a trade between Grubs and Dragon, as i.e. they really prefer the Grubs game if they know that this game is gonna last probably more than 30 minutes here. So they're okay with getting this trade off, as the third plating is what they're actually looking for IE here. Just making sure that the gold is worth it before 13 minutes. As we look at the replay here from the kill a while ago, he did use his ultimate, almost kills out Crimson there, as there is a huge shockwave coming through. Weavers want to try and save Z-Fat, but it was a little bit too far away. And yeah, I think Board This Way was around the area too. Paranoia out with the combo, not even needing the shockwave as well. He just went in because they know he can kill them with 1+1.
Yeah, I mean, the worst case scenario is you get the Talia flash and then you can punish her again. But they got the kill, they got the flash as well. So that is where I think Raphael will be quite upset with how things have gone.
Ooh,
and now another
shockwave.
shockwave finds him.
That's a
and
kill.
This might be just another solo kill. And there you go, 3-0 Orianna to start off the game. And we were talking about how great this combo is between the Nocturne and Orianna. But it looks like the Orianna does not even need any help at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just getting the dissonance on and knowing his timings, his skill timings on that Orianna is really good right now. So Moop in a bit of trouble, but his presence around the area, I don't think, yeah, that's his fault. Yeah, Board This Way is like, yeah, I'm just gonna farm. So 1 kill for the side of YDP. The last game already, as they take it very early on. Raphael though, ooh, dissonance again, as the volley from Raphael will give a significant amount of damage here for the side of Crimson. Another paranoia, this time on the bottom lane. Where's Nidhogger going? He's getting chased down on the side of a stair. He's trying to get the puck away, flashes away in danger, and Jester's all alone, and he's looking like a clown, diving in, and he's holding on through to dear life. Moops is taking so much damage from the turret though. Do they have enough damage? I don't think so. And they play the safe route instead here, Kaka. Just making sure that they don't risk a lot of resources just for the support.
Yeah, I think a few missteps right there by Moops saves Jester right there under the turret. If he does not take those turret hits, maybe they can look for a dive, but they play the smarter game. They get the kill that they needed onto Nidhogger, and they will be very happy with how that has gone for them yet again. 2 paranoias, 2 assists. You can make that 2 kills as well for the side of Bond This Way. So he is doing a phenomenal job on this Nocturne, and we do see the swaps again coming in. Austerity and moves towards the mid side of the map for now, and Orianna will be just so happy taking these plates off for herself. Has the Luden's Tempest completed? The first items have come in. The Stride Breaker for the Nocturne as well. Raphael will take a bit of damage right there. That's almost half his health gone with Command Dissonance and Attack right there.
And just making sure that the vision has been cleared here for IE is another reason why IE is a threat here on the PH scene. Just making sure that all of these lords are going into moves. That alteration, that the red lens. So making quick work on even on the levels too, as majority of the supports are just roaming around here without any problem. As Crimson, what's he doing here in the bot lane? The swap, I guess. Will work.
Yeah, Crimson has to be careful here. He might overstep, but has the vision onto the Olaf. The Nocturne is there as well, just in case. Fat is going to see him. That should be the Ragnarok coming in. The Shockwave's not going to do much to the Olaf, but I think he dies anyway. And there you go. Burns the Flash, burns the Ragnarok. Ends up dying anyway in the mid lane though. Moops is able to pick up the kill onto Nidhogger. And that is going to be 2 quick kills yet again for the side of IE.
Yeah, they wanted to chase, I feel like, Austerity
Oh,
beneath the
Raphael.
turret. Oh, a little bit too risky there for Crimson as he saves his life for another day here for Raphael. A little bit of a ballsy play here for Crimson. I like the ego, but a little bit too much ego there for IE as they conceded 1 kill on their side. Boom Chang-Li. I think he's a little bit more worried about the EQ combo from the Jace more than anything here. Just trying to survive.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like the Ghost Blade will be the item of choice for LJW on the top side of the map. So he's looking to become the obnoxious Jace that just pokes the living hell out of you. And that's exactly what he's going to do. But in the bot lane, Crimson with a small misstep right there, that could cause them because there was a huge shutdown bounty on his head, and the Talia gets the 1v1 kill and secures that for herself, has the Seraph's Embrace, has the Iron Boots completed as well. So he's not that far behind as of now. Bumchan Lee might be in trouble. Has taken quite a lot of poke right there. The last shock blast is not going to connect. And that could be first turret in the top lane for the side of LJW.
Yep, turret's already not spawning. Moops is in a precarious spot, but he is okay because that is a Leona and she is pretty tanky. There is a dragon to be uphold though, and as well as that top turret, which is eventually gonna get taken down by LJW's Bom Chang-Li. I feel like he doesn't have any HP to hold this this turret down. Another grand entrance
and that's going to go out.
Yeah. Oh, and it's just a 1v1. What happened? LJW's HP so low, and he gets taken out. Meanwhile, here, a big fight coming in from the red side as no kills come out. But Austerity, the brave soul, goes in, but he gets taken out as well. I.e., they have to go for a retreat clause, but that dissonance is so much damage. They'll let them live, but Bom Chang-Li, what a reversal here against LJW in the top lane.
Yeah, 100% gets the solo kill. But if you are LJW, are you complaining about it? I don't think you would. You get the first turret, you get the feeds secured as well for your team. So I don't think he's going to be complaining about that a lot. But in the bot side of the map, the Shockwave finds the Talia and Austerity trades his life for the support. I do not think that was worth it at all for him. And they do drop a lot of priority onto the Dragon. But towards the top side, LJW uses the Ghost Blade and the Hex Gate is there as well for him to just run away to safety.
Yeah, usually if I was another champion, I'd die, like straight up, if I didn't have a Hex Gate and the Yomu. So I feel like that's a good plan for IE. They'll take the Rift Herald. I feel like that's a very good objective right now to take for YDP. But the Feats of Warfare going on the side of IE already, so pretty good objective nonetheless. Good trade. And IE, they now playing the scale game. As YDP, they'll take their Herald, and what they need to do here is they need to push mid lane and put that Herald down so they can get so much gold and so much laning prowess here to go around the map if ever.
Yeah, 100%. But the map has opened up for the side of IE. The bot turret now is going to go down as well. Crimson takes a bit of damage for his troubles, but nothing going on there. The second item of choice for the Talia looks like it's going to be the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. And once that does come in, she is going to be tanky, but will not have the same burst available to her or the damage numbers that the Liandry's can provide. More of a utility champ at that point. And again, it's the ball is in IE's court to make these plays. They have the goal lead yet again, around 3,000 at this point. So of course not like game one, but they are doing what they can. And YDP looking towards the top side to punish this flashless Jace, and that seems like a good play.
Yeah, they're going around the area here. I think LJW is feeling it, so he needs to clear up all of these
Oh,
minions
no.
up in front of him, but they go in a little bit too far behind. Here comes the quickness coming in from Jester. It looks like a big fight is going through. LGW needs to get the hell out. The Z-Fat gets the likes of LJW. Another shockwave comes through, and it feels like IE has turned the tides around. Moops tries to dodge away, but austerity's around the area. Nidhogger, he might be a helicopter, but it's all going downhill. Black Hawk down, but this time around, IE just backs away and takes all of the kills from their side. 3-1, IE come out on top.
That was a 4-for-1 actually that turned out in the favor of IE. And they are first to the trigger right there. The paranoia comes in, Bond this way. Yeah, it looked like a good play from the side of YDP, but they just waited too long. Bond this way was there, so was Moops. The TP comes in from the side of Crimson, of course, and the shockwave again is huge onto two people, onto the backline, finds the Talia, and that's going to be a 4-for-1 and a 5,000 gold lead for the side of IE. And you look at the items, 2 items now on both the jungler and the mid laner, and that's what we were talking about pre-game as well, that this combo can be quite lethal if they can get going, and that's exactly what has happened.
Just keep roaming around here. Let the Nocturne play their game. And even if Crimson is around this area, not really doing that much damage, as long as he lands that big distance, the Shockwave ult is going to do so much wonders for them. So we start off at the start of the fight here, and they knew that LGW was a big threat on the board, so they tried to kill him first, and that's what Z-Pat does. But other than that, the rest of the members were so low in HP. I feel like YDP should have called retreat early on, because they knew that their ADC was not with them on that fight. So a big gap of damage is suddenly gone because of the Corki not existing. And other than that, Austerity collecting another kill here as Nidhogger, out of position, gets killed out.
Yeah, and that's going to be one more kill. So that was the only person who did not die in the top skirmish, now ends up dying. Can we call that an ace? I don't think so, but that is going to be a 0-3 Corki now, and it's looking bad yet again for the side of YDP. And it only gets worse from here. The Kaisa will outscale the Corki, the Orianna will outscale the Talia, and the Jace, who has the tier stacked, will get the Manamune as well. So the poke numbers will be absurd as well for him, as he has just picked that up. And unfortunately for YDP, there is no way back. In such a composition, they needed to get ahead or at least be even, and it has just gone south for them yet again.
Yeah, going south side, and I don't think there is a chance that they can come back, but the lead is not that well. Oh, Paranoia stops them on their tracks as Raphael tries to Weaver's Wall out of position, but he just got knocked out. But there is a Rift Herald right in front of them, so Atakan for a tier 2 turret in mid. I don't know if that's a good trade for IE, but they're certainly gonna try and take.
Yeah, for YDP, that's 2 turrets for them, so I think they'll be very happy with that. Ragnarok comes in yet again. LJW should not be in trouble. Takes the blast code, is able to run away, but towards the bot side there, Austerity finds the killer instinct. Goes in, that's going to be one, make that 2-3 kills picked up for the side of IE yet again. And that has been the story of these 2 games so far.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it, they just wanted to get trades back and forth, and for YDP, they thought initially it was a good trade. 2 tier 2 turrets in mid, just to collect for the gold, but they overstayed their welcome here. Kaka gets punished by the 3 remaining members, mind you, who recently just took Atakan. They're like, okay, if you guys are just gonna stay there, we'll just get all of you instead.
Yeah, 100%. It was a good trade if they had just stopped at that tier 2 turret in the mid lane, but they look for more, they greed for more, trying to get the Jace, and it backfires. And how 3 kills. The Atakan picked up, the Dragon picked up as well, and the gold lead as well now for the side of IE. And it looks like the repeat of first game again, where IE has been dominant once their composition comes online.
I mean, we look at the replay here. It was a big big ult, I mean, just big damage coming in from Austerity and Go, and they're looking to find more. Z-Fat around the area is gonna go for Ragnarok. Very fast in his feet, but no damage so far. As a chunk of the damage coming in from that Volibear. As they basically just go around, look for objectives, try and get the tier 2 turrets. They'll get the heal up here from the
redemption from the Leona. Yeah, that's the first item coming in for her. Yeah, some sort of saving grace for the side of Boomchanli, that he has been doing what he can in this game, but I don't think it's going to matter too much as the Talia now goes down. Raphael going to get picked up behind the tier 2 turret. Not sure how that happened right there. We might get a replay of that, but again, it is looking dire and it is looking so one-sided. They're just, walking up, taking these turrets for fun, and there's nothing YDP can do about it.
Yeah, because they took the grubs early on, they got most of their benefits here for IE. Just all of the damage coming into the turrets. They know that YDP can't really contest because there's not much champions to deal with it. I'd assume the Corki and the Talia would be the ones to clear them out, but Raphael's constantly being the victim out of all of this. So YDP, they're just left alone to go cross around the map, and another victim up in place, Boomchanli. Volibear up and Volibear down, gets the slam dunk, but I don't think there's any ball to land on. As Born This Way, just racking up kills, still killless in this game here, Kaka. He has no deaths at all.
Yeah, deathless so far. The Talia takes the wall, goes to, I'm not sure where, he's just going to try to recall from there. Has the TP available, should not be in trouble, but yeah, for Born This Way on this Nocturne, rinse and repeat the same thing again and again.
Oh, what is he
looks
doing
like YDP has no answer. The W is going to miss from Austerity right there, but Raphael should have just TP'd out from that sticky situation. Now he's going to end up dying anyway, so I'm not sure what happened there for him. The kill goes over to Austerity. Crimson, being the nice guy that he is, does not engage and pick up the kill for himself, but 20-5 now, 10,000 gold lead. All we are waiting for is the Baron to spawn for the side of IE. They will take that and they will look to end this game.
Yeah, just standing still amidst all the chaos. IE Inferno. Looks like their flame has not burned out yet here at this first series at all. We thought it was a little bit of a risky scenario there early on in this game, but we saw how well they fight, man. Like, Born This Way around the area. Hello, here comes every ult from the game. Whoops, gets the dogger down. And that was just a follow-up between all of them. I mean, Z-Pat lives here, but for what? More kills on the board for IE, and just looking to get this Baron here as another fight comes in. Where is Z-Pat around area? Around all of this, all of their HPs are low. Here comes the paranoia, and they're looking to whittle their HPs down. Huge shockwave again by Crimson, and it feels like they don't even need Baron at all. They can just end this at a moment's notice as they're chasing Z-Fat down. He has the move speed to get away, but he's getting poked down. Born This Way, he's going for the chase down. He does not care at all here, Kaka. Oh, he even gets the triggered from that item, but it's an ace for Inferno Esports, and it's looking like PH is back on top for game number 2 for the first series for LCP Wild Card. Inferno Esports proved to be the better team here in this series, 2-0 against YDP.
Yeah, they just look so strong in these two games, knowing exactly how to play out their compositions. Don't even need Baron, as you said, to close out these games. The Void Seekers just poking the Olaf, who was running for his life right there. And that's going to be the 2-0 for the side of IE, and they will pick up 2 points for themselves, and that is huge for them starting off the day like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, how we say it in Philippines, we say paldo, which means we got it. we got the goods, we got the bag, and that's what IE did here. So other than that, very good game between IE and YDP. But enough about us. We want to know what the analyst desk has for us here as they take us through the entire game here, play by play. Take it away.
me and Contra to break down what happened on this second game. Well, to be honest, I'm gonna start it first. I saw that Young Nepal really did a better job on the second game. They tried to trade and actually the Baron lane not really fall off because Boomchan actually find a way how to survive with Jace pick from the IE. But what something wrong with them is more like they didn't invest on the mid lane nor the duo lane of the team, which means got bullied by IE Contra.
Yeah, and I think like that is definitely a pain point that I really want to highlight because it started off with that first blood that really went on mid lane that kind of snowballed this Oriana to become an absolute robotic monster that really dumpstered Raphael overall. But then again, it's kind of hard for me to say that because I do think that there were certain brilliant instances where some of the members of Young Nepal has formulated a way to try to fight their way back in the game, especially for those couple of objective takedowns as well as some of the contests that actually went decently. But you take a look at how well that Inferno Esports actually bounced back. It was just sublime. It all started out with this where they really want to find out where exactly does Born This Way start off. So they burn his flash, trying to put the Nocturne behind so that he doesn't really get his paranoia activated too early. And then you saw this instance, that flash coming from Crimson to secure the first blood, and then the collapse maybe came a split second too late, and hence why this became a scenario that was a little bit harder to control. And from that point onwards, they do know for the fact that, hey, this couple of summoners have been already burnt out. And then you see it once again, another punishment after a huge setup coming from Born This Way. And then this is where I really want to, of course, put a little pause because, sure, we had that brilliant play coming from Bonchan Lee over the top side that did manage to secure him the solo kill with the perfect W setup. But then again, take a look at this response. So this is the point where there's this Weaver wall that really dissected the fight, absolutely getting that isolation over onto this core. So that allowed the rest of YDP to eventually, of course, reconvene and still managing to take out a beautiful fight. So as we continue on forward as well, it seems like the rest of the members of IE, they were respectful to try to once again take that one pick off and then eventually goes in for a decent trade. But it's definitely a better showing coming from the side of YDP. And then once again, another collapse. Watch what happens here because this time around, they burned all their resources trying to catch over onto LJW. They managed to do so, but eventually they kind of run out. And for the fact of the matter that Nidhaga was not present in this team fight as well, you just have this huge deficit when it comes down to the trades where you've had Austerity to be poised in position with his killer instinct to draw right into the fight. And then watch closely. This was that perfect bait and switch. So what went on before this transpired was that they were going for exchanges. They saw that, i.e. they wanted the outcon, they went in for the mid lane push, and then they kind of took too long. So all that the Jace really had to do, funnel them in, and eventually every other member that was looking to push that mid lane turret from YDP, 3 of them crumbled, and this is the point of no return for IE, where they've just been able to really stack up kills after kills, got them also funneled inside their jungle, and it was just a massive collateral, and there's just no coming back from here, where this was just the final nail in the coffin that was laid out. So Inferno, they just played out all these team fights so calculated in their measures, and just like that, they got themselves that perfect 2-0 sweep.
I agree with that point that you mentioned about the IE, that the playstyle is more like well calculated, and I think for YDP, I also want to give them a kudo because they just changed their playstyle. They not as passive as the first game, but they tried to trade something, which is something that is missing from the first game. But I mentioned it before too that YDP is a team that often to take a risk bigger than they can chew, and that also happened during the ambush of the debated 3 people from Young Nepal. And I'm talking about the fight on the Baron lane, where you ask where is Didogar, and I believe I agree with that point because Kaisa is very free hit on the back of Leona's on the back of Leona's breakup. Because if you take a look back on that fight, actually Young Deposit has to change because of Boom Chan still survives. He still can make a way to make himself reliable on that fight, or maybe just step away from the fight. And the fight is not over yet, but because they just did not lay any decent damage to any other people, to i.e. not to mention the Kaisa is very free hit, and they were annoyed by the presence of moves as Leona. It's just like, putting more nail in a coffin for them.
Yeah, and all of that actually comes from small little culmination, right? How many times have Board This Way successfully set up those gangs over on the side lanes? Whenever that paranoia is online, there's definitely trouble looming ahead of these members of Yang Depal that makes it a little bit difficult, especially when they're not sticking together. So all these isolated fights absolutely benefited all the members of Inferno altogether. So that became a little bit too hard for them to really control, where I think I've seen certain instances where ZFAT was really trying to match up to the tempo.
Yeah.
And we've probably just seen maybe 1 or 2 team fights that, hey, there was a decent chance for them to still go draw in for a decent exchange. But all in all, I mean, every other trade that they try to go for, you still see what Inferno still coming out ahead because of some of all these tunnel visioning, like you said, because you mentioned about that double-edged sword, like, oh, they go all in and then they don't have that plan B. You know, it really was very costly. So hopefully, for the upcoming matches for Yang Depal, these are some of all these pain points that they really want to fix before moving forward to the next matchup against the rest of the field.
Exactly, because on this first match, the debut match of Yang Depal, I feel like YDP stands for "You Got the Pain, Man."
Or maybe they can go ahead and ask the enemies, you gotta pay up eventually.
Yeah,
so
exactly. That was something that can hope for Young Depal on the next matches, because they need to work out on their scores, because they just lose 2-0 and they even cannot make any point on the first match, and because any setbacks on during the playstyle. Not to mention, I feel like YDP is sort of like, kind of missing the tempo with every single players. And after that, we're gonna move to the second game, but first we're gonna break for a while. So stay tuned with us.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
Go in for it, and here comes the steal
Between Worlds hanya menjadi pemisah
ตรง
dunia.
นี้ดินเวิร์ไฟหน้ามายังคงรอดชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ
Defense as well, and even full commit is sticking.
Terminal, but they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away.
Kung hindi na nakita baka mga nabuhay na kami nalang magkakakaw.
Not yet, but the damage is gonna be enough. W just pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the back set.
At the level 1 HP, this is gonna be taken down by Faerie already.
ตรงนี้เด็กคูณไปเรียบร้อยชิปเปอร์ชันเข้ามาฮอนรอมชาโด
Welcome back, Summoners, to the LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. Back with me, Abigail, your host, and Contra, your analyst. And we have a new set of casters. So we still have Drop Up Candy, but in here we have Saggy. How are you, Saggy?
I'm doing exceptionally great, and after that first series, I am hyped for the upcoming series that we're gonna have in just a short while here, Abigail.
Exactly, because on the second match, we're gonna have South Asia versus MYSG. I believe this is the Contrast and Saggy's region. So what do you think about it? Will MYSG beat Southeast Asia or vice versa?
Well, Contra, you go ahead.
You go first, buddy. I mean, I broke down quite a number of stuff. I mean, yeah, you take this one, man.
Okay, basically saying, since we're from MYSG region, of course, we support our own region, but let's break it down from two sides, right? Both of these two teams from South Asia, Seoul Esports, they went undefeated in their gauntlet run from their own home region tournament up to the wildcard playoffs. Same thing happened for Faerie Charm in the Titans Cup as well. They went undefeated as well, so it's a bit of the same storyline, right? Both went undefeated, no one is able to challenge them in their home soil, so they come to the wildcard playoffs, and on their first match, they go head-to-head with another team that's unbeaten up to this point.
Okay, so both of them have a storyline, but I believe each region has their own playstyle. So what do you think about the difference between the playstyles, Contra?
Well, when we take a look at both sides, I think to start things off, Seoul Esports, a little bit of a backstory is that how they actually formulate this team is that these two, they were actually rivals at first on two of the best out of the INSA, and once they have gone back and forth, they decide, you know what, let's make a super team, and lo and behold, Seoul Esports was born out of that. But having three members who still being there to be their staples, such as RTO, they've always been looking at a little bit more in aggressive playstyle for mid lane as well as top lane. Whereas for the side of FRC, these are lobby demons that you see on the solo queue grind, all bonded together, and it is definitely going to be a big matchup over onto each respective lanes, but I'm definitely putting a lot of focus on to the mid-jungle duos of both sides, starting things off with Seoul Esports.
Well, yeah, and the fun fact for Seoul Esports, this roster didn't start as a friends. In fact, they were rivals. I mean, like, they often clashing against each other in local tournaments, and each player wanted to prove themselves as the best. And then Faerie called the Eye of Insa, I mean, it's South Asia, who decided to take a bold step. Why not bring the best of every role in South Asia League of Legends player into one all-star lineup? And I think it's kind of different with the Faerie Charm, because most of it, I believe Faerie Charm is the youngest player in this wildcard SID.
I do have to agree with you as well, and especially one thing's for sure, Faerie Charm star player Nekodes is apparently not playing today and will be subbed by Stellar, so that will be pretty interesting, especially Contra just mentioned. When we could go into this matchup between Seoul Esports and Faerie Charm, we're looking at the mid-jungle matchup. And what was the deciding factor that made Faerie Charm so dominant? It was their star player known as Nekodes, and today, he's not playing. It is his substitute, Stellar, being available here.
Well, that will be a different playstyle, I believe, from Faerie Charm. But Drummer Candy, say something about between these two. I mean, like, Contra and Sagi indeed have their pride with this MYSG team, I believe, for Faerie Charm. But what do you think about these two mapped up?
Okay, so I feel like for these two teams, they have two different win conditions, right? Most likely here for MYSG is Faerie Charm will be most focused on this mid lane. I feel like for S8UL, they want to focus on their jungle top lane matchup here. And now we're heading into our pick bans, which looking like the same thing from a while ago, but surprisingly enough, they saw Katarina in the name. They gotta ban the Katarina right now for FRC.
And still no Yunara, but Wukong! Probably one of the meta jungle right now, but I'm not really sure if the Soul will put Wukong on jungle or Baron lane. But for me, Baron lane Wukong is viable, but you need to work on something on your drop. What do you think, Contra?
Well, overall, I think like it's always good to actually start things off with a flex pick, though, such as a Wukong. And now that we are looking at, you know, a very different roster of the side of FRC, they still managed to secure themselves their usual staple. We've seen this aura before being piloted by Nekodesu. Now in the hands of Stellar, it might be pretty much a little bit more of a semblance. But then again, Savasky now on the top lane to match up against RTO. I have no idea how this one's going to go, but we've actually known for the fact that Savasky previously, before he was an ADC, he was a mid laner, so he's no stranger to handling a solo lane.
And listen, we're probably in the second pick, but no, they lock Jarvan combining with Aurora, and it's time for Seoul Esports to pick it in second. Probably they're gonna pick the ADC or maybe mid lane to counter, or maybe to secure winning lane on their side, Sagi.
Winning lanes will be very interesting here, but all these winning lane ADCs, they have this one common issue, right? They don't have mobility to run away from the likes of the Jarvan Cataclysm. No dash, no flash, it means that you're locked in a Cataclysm and you are spelled dead on the spot. So if you're looking for a carry here, maybe something like a Lucian or the recently popular Corki will be quite fitting to fight against this Jarvan and Aurora combo.
Yeah, and then
just like that.
Yes, just like that. They just pick Hui and probably gonna lock it Corki and let it's locked. But for Faerie Charm, they just Kai'Sa will be a good pick, but Lucian also will be a good matchup for Corki. What do you think of Candy?
I feel like any of those choices would be fine. They just have to lock in the ADC now. Varus is a perfect pick for that. He could just bind everyone, and depending on what the scenario is, before the start of the game, he can opt to go for an on-hit build or a one-shot build. So pretty versatile build already here for the Varus, if ever that happens.
Now, flexible matchup for Varus, I also believe that, because Varus' strong points is also a very fast clearing lane, and on the early games, he is also strong enough to give a bully to Corki. And let's see the next ban for Seoul Esports and also Faerie Jump Contra.
Well, the last time we take a look over the bot lane, I think like the possibility of also having a bar intact onto the side of FRC is still pretty much out there. So they can always consider that if they don't really have other kind of engaged tools in the form of support. So you're already looking at the list dwindling down from Nautilus and now into the Renata as well. That was also being played by Killone. And look at the current setup from this side of FRC. There's already so much crowd control where Team Seoul also needs to handle that on top of multiple engaged tools that they can actually start with, whether it's going to be the Chains of Corruption, Cataclysm, or even from Aurora just jumping at them. So that's something that they have to be very mindful of. So they need to at least find either a countermeasure for them to peel back.
Yeah, but one thing for sure, Faerie Charm has lots of area of attack that can put a pain to Seoul Esports, so they need something to work on that. Maybe a counter attack, like an AoE counter attack for Faerie Charm, or maybe an escape champion to make it even with the Faerie Charm drop candy.
I feel like for FRC, they need someone to support this Varus. Supports that go into mind, Alistar, Braum is a good pick here. We got Leona that could be used here. Any aggressive champion could be used here. And Braum is the safest choice out of all of them. Just needs to stack up. And if that's going to be the case, he might go for an on-hit build, but decides to go for the Alistar instead. So it could be a one-shot build for the Varus in this scenario. So I do wanna think for the side of S8UL, they probably want a disengage like the Rakan that we saw a while ago from the previous game from YDP, but it could be someone else here.
Yeah, but I actually really love the FRC picking for Alistar, because Alistar is also very good for disengage too. In terms of but the downside is the disengage is only applied for single target. So I think Alistar should pick carefully to which one of champion from Seoul Esports that he wants to disengage contra.
Yeah, we're already looking at a double down onto big AoE setups where whoever gets caught by either the Despair coming from the play or even the Solar Flare, you will definitely see an insta-hop between either the Renekton or even the Wukong to also drop right in. So as a countermeasure, I think that this hover over onto Gragas could actually be the answer, because what better way to clear Wukong is to really either shove him further back towards your teammate or just make him waste his Cyclone overall. So there's a lot of displacement abilities coming from the side of FRC to, once again, counter all the kind of setups that Team Seoul is looking for. So it really draws down to whoever gets the perfect catch first, and FRC has got plenty of tools to do that.
Yeah, and I also agree with that. And FRC, to be honest, I really love the way FRC set up the drop on this game, because they have everything. They have the early game pressure, they have the late game insurance, they have the engage, and as well as the disengage utilities from Gragas. Sagi, what do you think?
Just like you mentioned, right? Left side, they are looking for this hard engage composition with the likes of Wukong and Leona. And right side, on the side of FRC, they draft this engage final pick onto the Gragas, which is very suitable, right? You win lane against a Renekton because of how strong you are and you sustain. And also you get this disengage from the ultimate, the explosive cast to really set apart the battlefield, so your Varus and your Aurora gets to play the team fight a bit much more better here. So I do like this final pick coming in for FRC. It is one of those picks that they have shown us back in the Titans Cup. So I am interested. Are we going to see a full-on fledged engage coming in from Seoul Esports, or are we going to see FRC playing it slow and tempo and winning out the lanes that they have drafted for themselves that is just so extremely strong?
Yeah, but for Seoul Esports as well, for Wukong itself, he actually needs to work on both Renekton and Leona. But let's see what will happen on the first game between the Seoul Esports and also Very Chum. So we're gonna toss it to the caster. It's all yours now.
All right, here we go, Saggy. Series number 2 between MYSG and INSA. I am very excited for this matchup in particular because we were talking about it yesterday off screen about every team was saying that their team was not up to par against the other team. And then a while ago, I was like, I thought my team was not gonna win, and then they just 2-0'd. So I'm like, what's gonna happen here between this series now, Saggy? You think it's gonna be a wash, or you think it's gonna be a 1-1?
I can't answer you, Dropout Candy. The only way we can know is to really watch the game, right? Like, our players, they're chill. They're taking it chill, you know. Seoul Esports from South Asia versus Faerie Charm from the Malaysian and Singapore region. These are your 10 players that's going to be heading on to Summoner's Rift to duke it out in Game 1 of our second series of today here, Dropout Candy.
I'm surprised that you did mention a while ago that Nekodes was not going to be part of this main roster coming in for day number 1, which instead was going to be replaced by Stella here, who is the substitute for FRC. And knowing that these two teams, they are working in a 7-man lineup, I'm very interested to see if Stellar can perform as well as more compared to Nekodes here in this matchup.
Oh yeah, I have to agree with you. And also, I just noticed Dust is nowhere to be found as well in today's roster. It is subbed by their previous ADC player, which is Savasky, towards the top lane here. And they bring out plays, an ex-pro ADC into their current roster as well. So a lot of these roster shuffles coming in from FRC's team composition. So we gotta see, are they geared up for today's challenge with Seoul Esports the same way that they made it to the LCP Wild Card Playoffs? Because both these two teams, they were undefeated in their home soil.
Yeah, undefeated in home soil, but this time, someone's gonna have to bleed here, Saggy. Up into the Rift. Second series for the day. Game number 1 between S8 UL and FRC. Let's see what happens here because, I mean, compared to their previous showing here for FRC, this is technically a different team composition, right? A lot of substitutes for this time around.
Indeed, a lot of substitutions, but this is the beauty of League of Legends, right? You gather a bunch of good players and you make the magic work here. Let's talk a bit about team compositions, right? FRC, I like their way of drafting very aggressively in terms of laning phase. I think that is one of their strong points. They love to play the aggressive laning. They love to play the winning matchup. On the side of Seoul, however, currently we are looking at a heavy engaged team composition between Infi and Kratos. If this Wukong and this Leona can find the angles, the first primary engages first, they might come out on top.
I mean, initial backlash here for S8UL is that their team comp looking like a scale comp. You know, I don't think this is a comp suited for the early to mid game because they don't really have any carry. They just have a lot of scaling on their side. FRC, I feel like has at least a leverage here for the Varus because the Varus can get strong early game as well given the right amount of items. But both teams, they are looking like both scaly teams. So compared to our first series where it was all push, go aggressive, it feels like this is a passive game, so to say.
That's so to say, and we see all these 3 lanes. One thing I want to point out as well here, Candy. We know this for a fact that the thing that we talked about back in the pick and bans, what build is the Varus going for? We see a lethal tempo being set up here from FRC's Blaze on this Varus here, so we can kind of conclude that he's going probably for the Rune King build into probably the Wit's End or Gunsu's build.
I mean, the on hit is a pretty safe decision, honestly, compared to the one-shot build. They are pretty tanky on the other side for S8UL, so I would not be surprised if it is an on-hit build, which does a lot of damage compared to the health scalings of S8UL. So Savasky, I'm very surprised that this Gragas pick was out. On the PH team, no one picks the Gragas top. Why is it very compelling here in this pick for FRC in particular, Sagi?
Okay, number one thing, this Gragas into the Renekton matchup, it favors the Gragas if played correctly, right? But hold that thought real quick though, as we see a bit of a firepower exchange here coming in from these two mid laners here. They are chunked extremely low here, so we might see an early jungle visit there. But back to the question that you're talking about, right? Gragas versus Renekton. Gragas historically does pretty well against a Renekton, but Savasky, he's looking like an autofill situation where he's forced to play top lane in this situation, and he's getting bullied heavily by RTO. And the potential dive here might be just happening because Savasky is running out of mana.
Yeah, no mana, half HP as well against the Renekton, who is full on HP, very low between Catbot, forces the flash out. Oh, very targeted there, and Stellar almost grazes by. There is still a flash here for Catbot if he wants to risk it, but there is the back row here. Flag and drag, EQ gets the scare away. That's the fear, and we have the Wukong up in arms, using his staff around. Will he have to pop the flash? He doesn't have a flash at all, and that is first blood for Infi. S8UL on top there, coming in.
And bottom side, though, 2v2 happening between our two bot laners here. Lotus, FaceTime game between two players here. Heal has been popped.
They're committing!
Kratos extremely low here. One more hit will do it. Stun onto the third spell of Alistar. Pushes away Lotus for any further follow-up here. A returning kill coming in from FRC's bot lane.
Yeah, and Blaze was so accurate at that. Gets the flash as well, and you saw the Alistar was able to get the headbutt on time. Not getting aggroed onto the turret as well, not getting that chunk of damage in, and potentially getting another kill for the side of S8UL. So equal showing, 1-1 between mid and bot lane. Not bad at all.
This is the storyline we're talking about, right? Both these two teams, they came undefeated from their home region here, and they are here to show who belongs that title here. But man, mid lane, that outplay from Catbot was so crucial here. Baiting out the flash from Reverie's Jarvan immediately, landing that counterplay stun. All mobility spell was expended by Reverie on this Jarvan, and he was punished heavily by Infi, the Wukong, who arrived just on time.
Yeah, just in time too for another set of kills here. And now RTO. Not in a good spot, but it is a croc. You got the lifesteal coming in from the Renekton, and yeah, I mean, I am seeing this Gragas play working out because he does have a little bit of lifesteal. So we saw at the replay here a while ago, gets the fear exactly on point there, and Infi was there to punish Reverie, who unfortunately used the flash just to try and commit on Catbot. He gets the kill with the Q, and meanwhile on the bottom lane, we do see a very overcommitted fight between S8UL and FRC, and in time, Kratos was very low, wanted to commit with the Zenith Blade, had to get out in time, but there was so much flashes used between FRC. The headbutt to get away there for the Corki just did not get any extra damage, and another kill from out of the camera here. S8UL with another kill onto Infi.
Onto Infi, and Infi, I believe he got a kill onto Sterile in the mid lane, who does not have flash onto this Aurora here. But probably the observers will give us a replay shortly here. Top side, RTO yet to find his first recall here. He's still one recall up Savasky into this top lane here. However, we are seeing a bit of an objective take here coming in from FRC. The first Cloud Drake will potentially fall into their pockets just 2 minutes before the first grubs.
Yeah, it's a good objective to start things off for FRC, as they know they probably need to get their timings, probably swap around the bot and the top lane here. But Kratos a little bit stuck here. A little bit of poke. Here comes the temples currently up. No flash, but there is the E. The Hail of Arrows connect, and another kill for Blaze. And you don't want to give any kills to the Varus as well, because he is one of the more potent champions still irrelevant in this meta today, Zach.
Strong in lane, strong early to mid game scaling here. Once he hits that 2 on-hit item power spike here, I doubt any of these members coming in from Soul can realistically tank the hybrid damage here coming in from Blaze Varus here. So giving him 2 kills, not the best idea here, Soul Esports.
Yeah, 2 kills, but RTO, I mean, looking at this, Savaski, he wanted to go for the commit, but he did see Reverie early on in this lane, so good call for RTO to just back on away and not risk getting killed here. He does have ult, does have enough rage stacks to get it going, but Stellar, this was the replay from a while ago. He did get the kill onto Infi, so as the rest of the team was just trying to chase them down, RTO was around the area, denied Savaski of any support whatsoever, and now a 2-2 FRC and Seoul. Never mind. It was a tie scenario. So pretty passive 8 minutes in. So not a lot of kills on the board here, but I feel like Grubs will do something else here, Mr. Sag.
Grubs will indeed do something else as both teams have rotated their bot laners and support towards the top lane here. But Kyo, you're getting caught out.
Cyclone to raise up the stakes here as they do get a kill, and that does secure Grubs for them, as amount of champions on that lane is not enough for FRC to get things going. So S8UL, they got the timings correctly, they got the Cyclone out, and once they secured the kill, that's their time to take all 3 Grubs potentially, but FRC back at it again. They want to secure the 3rd one, so at least they have a consolation prize. But 2 Grubs for S8UL just to get the Void Grubbies out later on in the game is a good prize for them.
If I'm SAUL, I call that worth. Getting 1 kill and 2 Grubs, I call that worth. I take it anytime. It's a super good deal here. And moving forward, right now, we are seeing more and more of these gold leads being piled onto the solo lanes of SAUL here. The mid lane and the top lane coming in from SAUL does seem to show more dominance here. But let's check out the replay on what actually really happened here towards the bottom side. I think this was before the lane swap here. Kratos, due to the last fight, he had no available flash here. Gets buffed up by the Hex Flash into the Pulverize, bopped back, and killed by the Hail of Arrows here. And this one was very crucial here.
Another fight coming in. Here comes the Cyclone. I mean, Keowon was not available in terms of HP, so that is a kill. Tries to go for the bind here for Blaze. Unfortunately, not able to land it, but there is a hail of arrows to follow up. And there's so much damage coming in for Blaze early on that Lotus, he just has to suck it in. He knows he has so many items on board. He has the tier, he has the call. He's trying to scale up. Blaze trying to be as aggressive as possible, denying him of any CS as much as possible.
And this is an extremely greedy build we're talking about, right? You're going for the Mana Immune as the Corki into the Triforce. And you're going for a Cull as well in addition to it. So you need another, what, 70 CS to actually cash out the Cull here. So extremely greedy build here coming in from Lotus here. But when that time comes, if they can avoid 2 or 3 or more of these fights, let the game path towards maybe like a 15 to 17 minute mark, then we will see this Corki come out on top with 2 strong items. That's when they actually hit their power spike.
Yeah, they need to shine on through if they want to make the scaling count. And this is what it looks like when you go passive. You have to start scaling, and it's pretty slow between all of them too. Pretty greedy for the Corki, and compared to the Varus, where all of it is based out of that attack speed. He just wants to get things going and one-shot someone at a moment's notice.
So we talk about all these one-shots, all these poking playstyles, right? But we take a step back. We look at SAUL's team composition, right? We have Corki and we have Hui. 2 extremely long-range caster type of like damage dealing. Hui, you have all these spells that can hit you from afar. Corki, with the big ones launching towards your enemy. So a lot of these pokes can be done by SAUL. If they want to play the long game, control river through their pokes, they can definitely do that as well.
Yeah, and that really begs the question, and how are they able to reach them if that happens? But oh, very low. Here comes Between Worlds coming by the Aurora. Cyclone used by Infi. Cataclysm to stop Infi in his tracks. Everyone's pretty low though for the side of FRC as they try to crush them down, and they do so without taking anyone. For the side of S8UL, 2 kills to nothing. FRC come out on top, and there's not a lot of objectives on the board. They'll just take the kills regardless, as they'll secure the dragon. Perhaps the second one for this game.
2 quick kills into a dragon here. FRC, I call it worth. They take 2 kills thanks to Kyo1's key engage. Blast Cone into the engage onto Infi here. Even if he burned out his flash there, it was too little too late as all the damage was already going through here. And Kratos, we talk about the Blaze Varus pick, right? So fed, so much damage items here. Kratos, he can't tank that much as a Leona, especially as a support.
I mean, very behind in terms of gold leader. Even though he is a support, he needs to at least live so he could use the flurry of abilities that Leona has. One of the best in this game, in particular, Xenoblade, Shield of Daybreak, as well as that Solar Flare. So many lockdown abilities that you could use against the Aurora, against the Varus, which unfortunately not able to happen because they were not together at the same time. The RTO almost gets killed, but Sebaski, I don't think he's gonna get any kills whatsoever. The Aurora's around the area though, but they have to call a retreat. There is another person coming in, and that is Catbot. And I think the way is gonna go into a spiraling despair. Not quite. They'll just stop them in their tracks.
Stellar actually played really well there along with Sebaski. They dodge out all these crucial spells, the potential engages and CCs here, making sure that RTO has to back off due to his low health here. And they went away, dragging so much resource coming in from SAUL's team, making 2 members commit to them, and the bottom side and the mid side now suffer from all the wave pressure.
Pressure between the two of them, man. I mean, there is a little bit of a gold lead here for FRC, about 1k gold. So put it all in the Varus, I feel like that's a pretty good gold lead for in terms of FRC. Has the Blade of the Ruined King up, he can start going around and start killing everyone, it seems, because the Corki is still not online. The Triforce still nowhere to be seen.
Nowhere to be seen, but he's 30 CS away from unlocking his Cull cash out here. So given a bit like maybe 7 more minutes into the next dragon fight, and we might see this Corki bloom into fruition with the 2 items such as the Triforce and fully stacked Mana Mune here. But if you're FRC, you're not going to allow that because they are pathing aggressively towards their 3rd dragon, which will be up in about 3 minutes time from now.
Yeah, 3 minutes for now, as the Crubs will be spawning in just a bit. They need to secure some of these they need to secure some of the objectives here for SAUL. They started off pretty hot there with the Grub secure, but they need more than that to at least get a foothold in terms of major objectives. As FRC, they're slowly scaling to what it seems to be a Varus-sided game, as top lane.
Top side
is a little bit stuck here. Where's the Dominus? We need a Rage Stack right now. Here he comes! Rage Stack stun on top. He's still living, but nope. Gets exploded without any reparations. Catbot goes in time, but very late for that. Between the Worlds for Stellar just to get away, and I feel like FRC, they are getting the skirmish game done just in time for the objectives too, but Infi's around in the bot area, so it should be a pretty uncontested objective here coming in for FRC.
And Sebaski popping a teleport just to make sure that Stellar, his mid laner, will stay alive from any potential dive coming in from Infi and friends of SAUL here. Woo! And mid lane, another kill goes over the pockets of FRC here. Infi wants to look for an engage, but Reverie is here to guard his ADC from any potential dive.
He needed to get that E down for Infi, so he could have at least used an ultimate, but there was a big Jarvan with a stick, and yeah, when the Jarvan comes down, I don't think you should be around that area too. At 3v1, yeah, not on not today, bro.
Not today. And due to that, long range of exchange based on the map state, objectives all went in favor of FRC here. Hence, we see this gold lead that you mentioned. It was 1,000, now it's 2,000, and the Varus is sitting on a 337 gold bounty here with the potential Herald that may clash towards the mid lane here. So that is more additional gold here. And this play was so beautiful as they CC chained the Renekton so well, leaving him no room to exhaust his flash. By the time he had to CC for the flash, it was too little too late here, and Catbot into the mid lane gets headbutt pulverized and gets executed by the Alistar Bell.
Yeah, the Infi was not there to react in time, so FRC still leading the charge with Varus still keeping his lead up against the Corki, but good thing he's able to cash it out in time. He does have one more call stack. The Triforce is available, so Lotus should be online now. Also gonna be primed for that Mana Mune as well. So SAUL, they are going towards that mid-game spike, but they still have to suffer the consequences of it as the Rift Herald gonna get one charge there as that tier 1 turret is gone.
One charge towards the mid lane here, and right now FRC has so much control and power spike based on their items here. This is Soul Point we're talking about for FRC. If Soul fights here, it's gonna be so crucial.
Huge pulverized for KO1. They just walked into it. And now, between worlds, between all of them and FRC, they're looking very low. Where is Infi? The Cyclone's there, but there's not enough damage for FRC to hold as S8UL. They go for a retreat. Catbot's all alone, but I don't think he's gonna live anytime soon. There is a cow coming in. Where's the headbutt? Pulverize shuts him down, completely explodes. But there is 4 members of FRC, and it might be an ace, and it's gonna be an ace for Faerie Charm as Blaze secures it for them. 5 kills to 1. FRC securing Soul Point.
Securing Soul Point, securing 5 kills at Salt to the Wound. They are going for the bottom turret as well here. From a 2,000 goal lead right now, they're pushing solid, heavy towards a potential 5,000 goal lead here, Candy. And I gotta say, that team fight was so critical coming in from Kyo1, landing that 3-man pulverize into the Gragas cast of the 2 main carries there. So beautifully well played by FRC, knowing their power spike and knowing when to fight.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the replay there. Kyo1 fully warded. Headbutt, pulverize in. There was no one stopping that 3-man knockup. There was still a little bit of hope for S8UL here at the start of the fight. But Blaze, he was just not getting hit at all. He was full HP at the start of the fight, and he was full HP at the end of the fight. And there was a little bit of a consolation prize here for Catbot, but at the end of the day, that's 5 kills for the side of Faerie Charm, 1 for S8UL. And they're looking pretty nice heading in here as another fight is happening in Blaze Spiraling Despair. Doesn't matter, he's a tanky fat boy. Gragas will be securing that solo bolo kill.
Solo bolo bomba kill for Zavasky here, securing another kill. And right now, 5v4 situation happening on the map here. FRC claiming almost total control of the current map state here. This gold lead will just keep bleeding further and further away from S8UL's hand from this point here, Candy. Because one thing for sure, look at that Varus, 2 items already before 20 minutes, 7-0 and 3 with a 700 gold bounty. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he already has his 2 items on lockdown. Like he could build tank, and no one would mind for the side of FRC. You can just build tank. Probably I think what was that item that gives him like armor and magic resist on hit?
Terminus.
Forgot the name.
Terminus.
Yeah, Terminus. Yeah, but that's the name of the item. But Wei shuts him down. A little bit too cocky there for Zavasky as FRC there gearing towards that Otacon pick. No one around the area though for S8UL, so it should be a pretty safe keep for FRC.
Do they want to expand the TP here coming in from Catbot? It doesn't seem to be the case as Infi is nowhere to be available near the objective.
Not at all.
Yeah, not a contest at all. And right now, they can't get anything in return. They get the Otacon. Right now, they skill exceptionally well thanks to the extra AP-AD adaptive and also the EXP here. So, trading Zavasky for an Otacon, FRC claims it worth right now. TP to come back to the lane, stopping any potential tower from being taken away here. Man, this map control coming in from FRC, so solid, so clean.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the 10 minutes, it was looking clean for S8UL too, but it went out of the wayside as FRC just kept getting objectives left, right, and center, and the goal difference just a little bit too big for them to handle. It's still doable though for S8UL. One big fight could counteract everything that has happened here earlier, but they need a little bit of tankness here in the picture. Zavasky, this was the replay from a while ago as Catbot, so much skills used, so many abilities on his arsenal, just killed by a W, an E, and a Q, and an R. Solid Gragas gameplay there. But this one a little bit too cocky. Zavasky wanted to commit there on the body slam, but yeah, it was a bit of a rough shot there as he took 2 turret shots and was not to his liking there. But the tier 2 bot lane is a little bit too low now for S8UL, so that's their next objective here for Faerie Charm.
If you're S8UL here, Candy, you might be wondering like, man, the next 2 objectives here, 3 minutes onto Baron and 1 minute onto the Soul Point with Soul.
You have to choose.
The Dragon Soul here. So do I really fight FRC here? Because that Varus is so stacked. All of the members coming in from FRC is so well equipped with items here. My Corki still does not have the Muramana unlocked yet here.
No.
So what is the choice here coming in from SAUL here? Do you give away the soul?
Yes, no, and maybe try and fight this out. Here comes Between the Worlds coming in onto Envy. Another fight coming in on the blue side of the map. Kratos is very low in HP, and there's so much move speed onto Blaze. Kratos cannot run him down, and the referee tries to get the chase down, but Lotus is around the area. Still no mana immune to boot. Still doesn't have the enchanted version of it, so very stuck in it as F4C. 30 seconds left. The spawn timer for Infi and Kratos is not going to be in time here, Sagi, and it feels like Soul Point will be secured. No contest, no smite as well to use for SAUL as they'll try to secure this tier 2 turret first.
Securing this tier 2 turret will be not an easy feat because Catbot on this play is extremely strong. Kyo1 gets hit by the stun. Flashes away from the projectiles here. Look at Stella's position. Coming in from the back here.
Oh, Stellar sneaking around. He got the smoke out and ran away without any problem. Sebastian with a double kill. What happened? Eh? Okay, I guess the rest of the team just helped him just in the nick of time. And oh, there's a stare down between Sebastian and Kratos. What is going on? There is a stun. There is a Zenith Blade, but I don't think they should chase him down. He is a little bit too fat for your measure as Reverie's right behind them. Stellar is there to secure the kill, and he is on a rampage. Infi kind of stuck there and probably regrets supporting Kratos there as the EQ did not land. And that is Dragon. That is Soul for FRC. And a minute left until this Baron comes up. And this should be Faerie Charm's game to lose now here, Sagi.
8,000 gold lead has the Dragon Soul, Chemtech Dragon Soul, and right now 50 seconds like you mentioned onto Baron Nashor here. If you're Faerie Charm, set up the vision, force SAUL to walk into you and force a big fight here because as of this point, Blaze is left untouched. Even if you engage on him, he's gonna be destroying all your health bars with this on-hit Varus build here, and that is so painful to watch here. And look at Kyo1 here. With the Unsealed Spellbook here, he has prepared the smite for this Baron take that is about to be spawning in less than about 20 seconds.
So now locked items for a lot of these guys, and for the Varus too, a big threat on the board. They need to actually lock down the Varus if ever, but there's so much keep out as the Alistar exists. There's a Gragas that could explosive cast at the moment. Notice, and again, another ultimate Cataclysm in front. Solar Flare just to stop the damage, but it's a little bit too much for them to handle. Here comes the redemption just to heal them up. But where is the heal? Where is the damage coming through from FRC? All of them are relatively low, but between worlds, the Aurora is there to pick up the pieces, and they bully them down into fruition. Here comes the tier 3 turrets. They don't even need the Baron, but there is no minions up in front. So I think they'll just back on away here and try and secure Baron first before doing anything else.
The call seems to be the case here as we see the Jarvan and Alistar coming in from FRC, path towards the Baron to start it off prematurely first here. This inhibitor doesn't seem to be longing in this game for quite a while here as we see all members of FRC, they pull out a clean fight, 4 for none here coming in from FRC here, and the play is to keep it safe because the death timers, they're all coming back already here. They pull back for a quick recall, and if SAUL wants to fight the Baron later, they are welcoming them with full 2 arms.
Yeah, they're gonna welcome them with open arms if ever, because FRC, they have all of the lead, they have all of the scalings in their side. They're just waiting for them to come in, and Infi is gonna be a victim of that, so to say. But they do have vision around the area, but they can't risk it. I mean, it's a 5v5. Your inhibitor is open there in mid. That's just 2 more turrets before you reach the Nexus, and for FRC, they could just back on away and just wait for everything to unfold, and they'll still probably win the fight. Stellar is around the area though. Where's the push in? Where's the engage? Referee looking for a Cataclysm. Lotus is out of position. Huge Cataclysm. They need to shut down Lotus now, and they do not get it. Sevaski with a double kill to get the shutdown now onto Referee, but is that not enough for them. Are you not entertained? Says Faerie charming them way into the first game of this series, 26-6. I don't think Blaze has ever died this game too, keeping his deathless streak alive. No Baron to be secured, but instead, they'll secure the Nexus this time, securing themselves for game number 1, getting some points, and proving that they're the better team in this Rift for this first game.
Beautiful stuff here coming in from Faerie Charm, coming in from the Malaysia and Singapore region here. The champions of the Titans Cup here take game 1 against SAUL Esports in this best of 2 series here. And I gotta say, this is not their full form here. This is with their substitute players here, and they are delivering such a beautiful game in terms of macro and team fight for us and the others here, Candy.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it was still doable for the side of SAUL, but come that 15-minute mark, FRC just went up a notch and just ramped the game to unspeakable levels. Sebastian, Stellar, Blaze got it going on, and it feels like more of their performances are gonna come through later in this series. But I want to know what the analyst has for us, as we're gonna have to give it to them. Analyst Contra, Abigail, what do you have for us?
Castles, Droba Candy, and also Sagi. I mean, the second match, the first game of the second match, it was beautifully wrapped by FRC. I mean, they actually played really slow, calculated, controlled during the game, but they always keep their eyes open for any single opportunities to do skirmish or maybe ambush or maybe ganking every single player from Seoul Esports Contra.
Yeah, it was an absolute slugfest, right? Like, they will never back down from opportunities. And I think, like, what was really convincing me about this Seoul roster is that they always also look to counter-initiate. And that's where, you know, we start to see the first but ring true, and they got themselves with their engines running firm. And then I think, like, eventually, the rest of FRC, they're really playing the long game, and they have pretty much the ideal kind of setup to go front to back, go for death balls, and also the opportunity of dives are plenty, and they just make sure that they stick to that game plan that worked out in their favor, because overall we've seen so many successful dives coming from the rest of FRC, where as much as the members of Seoul Esports, they tried their best to respond, but it was just a little bit too overwhelming.
Yeah. It was, I believe Seoul Esports is already did their best to have a fight against the FRC. I mean, the way Seoul always try to read the movement of FRC's players is already good. They try to swap lanes too. They try to keep up with the movement of FRC's players. But in terms of draft, in terms of the utilities, in terms of team fight, sadly, FRC is one step ahead against Seoul, because not because they are kind of outplay the Seoul, but it's more like they outdraft the Seoul. Every time Seoul tries to engage FRC, they will fail, because how many utilities to disengage the game plan of Seoul is too many from FRC Contra.
Yeah, and of course, I believe that there is a little bit of a bug over onto the replay, but then again, you know, like, there's just so many of all these avenues. And think, like, the early game where you actually saw Blaze, you know, he steps into this ADC role, and he's absolutely looking super lethal on this Varus, where, you know, they instantly picked off Kratos for multiple times, and they build up that big lead. And from that point onwards, it just becomes a little too hard to control, and therefore it just started to actually snowball. I kind of want to jump into some of all these team fights, and unfortunately, you know, like, we gotta actually get the replay, of course, over on screen. But overall, I think we've mentioned about all these huge dive bombs that really turn the tides around, especially towards the mid game, where we've seen so many instances of those responses where they just basically lock in, and it's just so difficult for the rest of Team Seoul to decide, okay, when do we actually want to fully commit? Because by then, that Wukong, as much as you have the Cyclone, you're going to be quickly targeted by all the other members of FRC. And we talked about the disengage tools. They have, like, the exploding casket, and on top of all the other arrows that will also connect. So it makes things a little bit more harder for those members of Seoul Esports to actually go in for that full execute. Apologies for not being able to show you guys the full lowdown of that kind of team fight, but there's just so many great scenes that we saw out of FRC that they knew how to really position themselves, and on top of that, their macro decisions was immaculate. Every time they actually go for the trade, it's always like a win-win scenario. Okay, you grab the Herald, you look for a picked off, you also get those multiple dragons. So the rest of Seoul Esports, I think, eventually got out macroed in the map.
Yes, because you can look how strong the follow-up of every single FRC's players and how strong they are to seek any other trade. So if Seoul Esports got 1 kill from FRC, that will be an immediate trade from FRC. I mean, that's a very strong point of FRC. And yes, I would also like to give Seoul Esports kudos too, because they always try their best to at least make it every single fight is even though on the late game, start from the middle game to late game, I think it is already fall off for Seoul Esports, because they lose 3 dragons, which is very hard for them to secure the late game, because the FRC just already built a very strong late game insurance.
Yeah, true enough. And overall, I think that Seoul Esports, they really got the early game going for them. I want to see them further double down on, challenging for some of all these objectives, take certain initiatives, because I think for most part, we've seen a lot of all these instances where they played a lot around, the mid lane, they played a little bit more over on the top side. Sabaski so far showing that he is so adaptable. I mean, this is the first time we actually see Sabaski on top lane, and man, his Gragas looks really, really good. Very timely, explosive casts, and, all these layers. I think this is the name of the game for FRC. Big wombo combos in order to really win out those team fights. So that being said, I think like that kind of sums up what really went down. So yeah, we could definitely bring the casters back to eventually, of course, break it down further. But then again, when we take a look at all the other conditions, sure, I think like Seoul Esports, they got one thing right, which is to look to shut down Stellar over the mid lane. I mean, they've been able to do that once or so, but it was really hard to catch out in the Aurora because they don't really have, full-on kits to really double down on locking a singular target. I mean, sure, you have the Cyclone, but you still gotta get close. You still need somebody to really double down. And when you look at a Leona that's being set all the way back, she's not gonna be so tanky. She can't exactly initiate the fight, so it was rather unfortunate that, Kratos didn't really get to be all too involved in some of all these skirmishes because of that suppressive bot lane. So kudos to Q1 as well as Blaze for that. So it was just wonderful. I mean, FRC, hot start for them as they've been able to really convincingly win out majority of the team fights.
Yes, and your explanation also pointing out what Seoul Esports drop missing is the flexibility, and FRC has that because it's Seoul Esports only have like maybe 2 or 3 winning objectives if they want to make their drafts work out. But for FRC, anything that throws against their face, they just ready. And in this situation, FRC's pick like Alistar and also Graga's pick is become very makes sense because look how flexible they are, trying to control the tempo, even though Seoul Esports trying to do all-in dive to FRC.
Yeah, true enough. I mean, there were certain instances where they did manage to eventually formulate maybe a pick-off or so, but even despite that, I mean, it was just too much crowd control for them to handle. I mean, I can't really blame them. Like, there's just so many areas where, in such a situation, if you're not carrying cleanse like Blaze did, I mean, the moment that Luna comes in with a solo flare, he's just gonna walk away. Like that makes it a little bit harder to do, where it really forces you to either build, redemption for a countermeasure, or even all the way to a Mikhail's blessing. So it was a really, really rough game when it comes down to mid-game hours, but all in all, I think that draft-wise, it looks pretty alright for the side of Seoul Esports. Maybe if they could just skewer it towards a little bit more of a scalability as well. Because when you take a look at all these execution, maybe it's just slightly harder to execute because they needed to land skill shots upon skill shots in order to make things work. So they heavily rely on the cat bot to really set things up. So I'm afraid that there's only so much a Hui can do in this kind of instance.
Exactly. So I think a little bit adjustment with the draft for the second game will be probably the best chance for Seoul Esports if they want to secure the very first point of this today's matches. And for FRC, they just can play like what they did on the first game. I mean, did follow up itself, how they try to control the tempo and how they try to measure every single lanes perfectly. That's already the strong point of FRC. And for Seoul Esports, they just kind of not only follow the tempo of FRC, but they also try to find a way how to make a big gap between them. But sadly, in terms of the team fight, if you rely too much on skill shots and considering the AOE area from FRC is already too many layers to handle, well, yeah, I guess it's already, you have to wrap it up.
Yeah, and then when it comes down to, that very final skirmish that happened is because of, a certain contest of the Baron, right? At that point in time, I felt like Seoul Esports should have actually let that one slide. I know it's going to be a slow chokehold eventually for them to really rate the Nexus, but then again, there's still possibilities of defending it rather than, you going blindly. There's not much vision being set up overall to that top side of the river. So it becomes incredibly risky when they actually try to go for that kind of 50-50, and that absolutely did not pay out. Despite the odds, I do think that there are possibilities for, Seoul Esports to also look for certain alternatives on how they actually handle certain situations. So, some losses can be cut, and you kind of want to look for different avenues around the map, which I think they did excellently for the first 10 minutes of the game. Beyond that 10 minutes, I think that's where things get a little bit more hectic. So I can't really blame Seoul Esports for that. Other than that, I think I'm pretty convinced that FRC, they just have super strong fundamentals.
Yeah.
Well, from the way that they handle the draft selection, finding the Gragas to also counter that Renekton as well, brickwalling him. So there wasn't too much of that impact as much as, I want to see a little bit more of his fight. But hey, Zavasky, I think he read it like a book.
Yeah, and then also talking about Zavasky and he has Gragas. Gragas has had no any spotlight until the middle of the game. And once one big fight happened, he suddenly became one of the richest guy on the lineup of FRC, and it went beautifully because I feel like it was a time for Gragas to unleash the maximum potential of his barrel, and even he can solo kill Hui. That's already a red flag from FRC.
Yeah, we look at Zavasky, he's not your typical semi-tank Gragas. He just went full on AP. Halfway through, I was seeing this Dark Seal stack's almost reaching up to 10. Is he going to convert it to Magi's? Until, there was definitely the exchange over bottom that eventually got the shutdown for those members of Seoul Esports. Despite that, that's just a little small matter, right? It's great in response that, Seoul Esports, they have been practically looking for avenues to still go in for some of all these pickoffs, but look at the kind of combo. It was just too difficult to actually find even any form of avenue to get close to Blaze, because that's your priority target, and he's absolutely fed. He went unkillable this whole round, and you have so many different ways to defend it other than having the Alistar. It's just layers upon layers that he becomes untouchable, and that was the cause of the issue. So moving into game 2, maybe they want to consider, okay, can we find ways to kind of put a little bit more pressure on that bottom lane of a Faerie Charm, because Faerie Charm so far, a lot of their executions look pretty clean.
Yeah, and most of their executions are clean, and I think the only way if Seoul want to give a lot of pressure to Faerie Charm is having a very strong bot lane, or you just invest in the mid lane. What do you think?
And I really do think that if they're going to really double down on those kind of team fight sort of setup, then you gotta really look for something that could also have multiple layers, right? Because, yeah, sure, you have that Wukong as a solid pick, but you also need a secondary follow-up. But I guess the idea of having that is to do just that. But overall, I guess like you just need to also create something of similar sorts in order to have multiple threats for the side of Seoul Esports to thrive.
Yeah, but still waiting for the second game. We also hope a better scenario for Seoul Esports. Talking about the draft and talking about how they execute. But to be honest, on the early game, everything was so good for Seoul Esports. The problem is just the mid to late game. Like for example, like on the early game, they have a very strong hold against the FFRC, but starts to the mid game until the late game. I don't know why. It was like they have a very big wall in front of them, and that they need to break it, but they just couldn't.
Yeah, also apologies to the fans coming from INSA if we mispronounced like Seoul Esports. I mean, I got so used to calling them that, but it's actually S8UL. So yeah, I guess we'll have to make some little adjustments. Sorry to, of course, get carried away. I mean, yeah, fair point. Overall, when we take a look at, both sides, I think the mid lane matchup was really, really close, considering the fact that, there were certain circumstances that kind of tipped the balance for the side of Seoul Esports. And then when you take a look at FRC, I mean, they were not really phased about, the couple of instances of pickoffs in the early game, because they know that, hey, we're going to be playing a lot more on team fighting. And you saw there were a couple of instances where inside of the jungle, they actually have been able to really steal a couple of camps away. On top of that, when they were being challenged, there's just that kind of beeline control that they could actually collapse at any given moment, whoever comes close. So it was just overwhelming. I mean, I think I've said it multiple times before, but when we take a look at this FRC side, it's hard to really pinpoint on what exactly is banned, because right now, with the change of players as well, like, you don't know what the pool is for Stellar. You don't exactly know what Blaze actually offers, because sure, they pick something similar as Neko Desu, they pick something similar as to what Sabaski has shown. So draft-wise, it remains the same where, they followed the coach's order. And also, speaking of coaches, I mean, Faerie, he used to be a member of Sem9 who has played back in the LCP, so he definitely knows what's up. So great to actually see him really making good calls overall behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I was talking about the second game draft for both S8UL and also FRC draft pick station. Well, to be honest, I don't feel like the Leona pick or the Wukong pick is wrong in terms of S8UL position, but for FRC, since they are on the red side, it's just easier for them to pick a counter for S8UL. And for this second game, without any further ado, I would like to open the ban MP, because I would not like to guess for any longer. And now this is the debut or Yunara in LCP Wild Card Playoffs. Lovely to see her. And welcome back to Drama Candy and Sagi.
What's up? We're back. What happened? Why is Yunara here? Oh, they got the pick on through. FRC didn't get a ban in. What's happening? They forgot to ban one guy. Alright. What do you think, Sagi?
Missing out one ban here in a game 2 decider here, because if you win one game, that's 1 point. And if you want to be the top 3 teams to qualify for the playoff stage or directly get into the grand finals, you don't want to be missing out one ban here. But it's okay. FRC says, hey, we won first game here, and right now Dust is back to our roster here. We can afford some of these mistakes here, no biggie.
Yeah, but Smolder pick from S8UL. I mean, that's also Lotus pocket pick. So I think we expect maybe S8UL gonna try to pick a counter champion contra.
Yeah, I really do like that. They understood that, hey, we're still playing on this previous patch, and you know what? Rumble is sort of strong. So this is absolutely a lane bully that they gotta find answers to. So it's just telling you that, hey, we win lane, we win the game. So that being said, to double down with a flex pick right now, the Trundle, whether it's inserted in the jungle or the top, well, technically it's no longer flex because, you've already got the Rumble. But hey, I could be wrong. It could be a Trundle support. I don't know. That could be a case.
Well, we're still not sure yet, because it looks like the FRC hasn't opened this strategy yet, but the Karma pick maybe from SAUL Pro Candy?
Yeah, we got the support out. I don't know if this is gonna be a Trundle, jungle, or support, but I'm for certain that Smolder Karma is gonna be locked down in that bot lane. I'm surprised they didn't prio on an Orianna pick, because it was not picked the last game, and it was not part of the ban phase. So maybe they're trying to bring it down in the ban order. Maybe FRC wants to eventually ban this Orianna out, and SAQL, they want to prioritize banning these supports. But I don't know if it's gonna be a flex pick for this Trundle or not, because Yunara, they need a strong support to assist the Yunara if ever, because she is not that strong if there is no strong support. Like a Nami, a Lulu perhaps, probably like a good enchanter, like a bard or something.
Yeah,
Maybe
I think
it's
you're
time for
absolutely
Yu
right.
Yu.
Oh, sorry. I didn't cut
sorry.
you off overall, because like if they don't lock in their jungle, it will be of course axed off. So therefore, right now they double down on the support bans with the elimination of both the Lulu and of course. There's just a list out there that is just saying, you know what, we're gonna cancel out all these big spells. And you did mention Orianna, so without that, what sort of combos are we looking for when it comes down to what Team SAUL secures in the mid lane?
Yeah, Oliver on SAUL. But I was going to say maybe it's time for Yu Yu combo. I mean it's like a Yunara and Yumi combo.
You know what? Not out of the question. I'd not be surprised if there was a Yumi here. If K1 actually wants to risk it. But
I also agree that Yunara and Yumi is not a very good matchup. But Bard support?
Yeah, Bard is a good support here. That's what
Bard support could be viable.
Yeah, that's the other enchanter support that was left in the table, and a Bard is a good support. I mean, we all know who the best Bard is. Keria. I'm not gonna say anyone else for contention there, and yeah, a good mid lane here for the likes of Stellar. No, not the Rise. We swapped out the Dari. Okay, supporting out the ladies there, but a good pickup. Very safe mid lane. Not much weaknesses out of any of these picks for the side of FRC so far, and it looks like a Sylas. Steal out the Rumble Equalizer, I guess. Yeah, that seems to be the case there. So they pick up the Sylas to counteract the Ahri there, and a good 5v5 scenario. The support, the jungle. Okay, that's not a Bard top, right? Okay, swap it around. Okay,
yeah,
we got it. Okay. That's
what we thought about. And what about you, Sagi? What do you think about these two drop matchups?
Ooh, but let's talk about bot lane matchups first, right? You have the Smolder into the Yunara here. With the recent introduction of Yunara, you know for a fact that this auto attack heavy ADC, she relies on a few things. A lot of items and a lot of backup here. Okay, on the side of Lotus on this Smolder, it's about the same case here. You hit that 225 and you start executing all these tanks here. So, these are the two main carries here, and what are we looking at from SAUL and FRC? We're looking at all these backline accesses, the Rumble ultimate, the Ahri charm, the Bard ultimate here, Temper Fate, right? To catch out this Lotus on this Smolder. On the side of FRC, however, you need to make sure that you protect Savasky on this Yunara from the likes of the Silas, from the likes of the Nocturne Paranoia coming in. So, both of these two teams, they come in with one goal and one motive here. Make sure that your ADC gets enough room to play around while your other solo laners wreak havoc onto the Rift.
Yeah, and not to mention those two ADCs, both Yunara and also Smolder, has a very good damage power in the late game. But let's see what will happen on the match 2, game 2. We will toss it to the caster, drop out Candy, and Sagi, please take over.
Here we go, man. One more game for this series between SAUL and Faerie Charm. I feel like for the side of Faerie Charm, they want to experiment their Yunara. They know that the Yunara is a good pick there. And when was the last time that they were able to play Yunara in a tournament setting? Not recently, right? Because the last time they did it, Yunara wasn't even out yet. It was just revealed, you know. So
what?
this is a perfect spot for them possibly practice or test out Yunara in a tournament setting, and that is a good place to do it against S8UL out of all people.
They did have time to practice. They had about like 2 to 3 weeks time to put it into scrims to really realize that Yunara is a very strong mid to late game pick here. These are your players here. From the side of SAUL, you have RTO in the top lane, Infi in the jungle, Catbot as your mid lane, Lotus and Kratos as your bottom lane here. On the side of FRC, however, we see a new addition, which is thus their original top lane back into the roster, and Savasky going back to his original role being the ADC here. Both these two teams will clash once again for the final time today in this best of 2 matchup here. The winner will take the dub, and the loser will take that 0 here in Canada.
Hey, let's get out of the picture here. Does S8UL tie up the scoreline and make it a 1-1 affair, or will it be very short, making it a 2-0? Let's have to wait and see here. It's very sharp. They're looking like the stronger team to beat in this series now as we're headed into the Rift. Game number 2. Yunara, haven't seen a lot of her. It's been a while since I've been into League. There's a lot of champions and also a rework for Xin Zhao. Yunara seems to play like a Vayne, I assume, right? Like I think very fast attack speed, needs to hit the same person. Am I correct here, Sagi?
About similar. A lot of attack speed, a lot of built-in runans on her Q when it's fully stacked on, and when it's on, you can think about the Q like an Ashe Q, right? If you have to stack it, then you can only press it, right? That's how you activate Yunara's Q. I think it's about 8 stacks if I'm not mistaken here. Once she pops her ultimate, it's like a buff that you give to yourself. Enhanced spells, more attack speed, more movement speed. So she's a very traditional auto attack based ADC like Vayne you mentioned. So she needs all these items here to really play around all these team fights here. That's why, Candy, we're looking our eyes onto both these side laners and assassins here coming in from FRC and SAUL here, because they need to dive into the backline and get rid of these ADC nuisance.
Yeah, that is a big concern too, because some of these players not really the most mobile out of all of them. I feel like Yunara only has a dash when they have their ultimate available, and that's gonna be a big concern here later on if he doesn't have any ultimates, does not have ultimate available. That's a free paranoia for the Nocturne to go into. So it's just a measure of how well is the Yunara able to circumnavigate across all of the CCs that will come their way, because on the other side we also have the Smolder, who in turn has a good built-in ability that could go through walls, but they could just chase them over with the Ahri there. So big concern between the two ADCs, and it's a scaling battle. I feel like Yunara does get their items a little bit earlier compared to the Smolder, but maybe that's just me. What do you think, Zach?
It's a 50-50, right? Smolder wants that 2-5 stacks on the Q. Savasky on a Yunara wants about like 2 to 3 crit items here to start get going, right? So we gotta see who farms better and who lanes better here. And onto this early game, however, RTO once again putting dominance into the top lane here, forcing Dust out of the EXP lane, but RTO takes a hefty chunk here and is still trying to force Dust away here. But mid lane, however, though, Candy, big trade here coming in from Catbot.
Yup, Catbot very aggressive, but there is minions to boot. First blood in the top lane as Dust lives. Full on that HP, gets to live for another day. And it looks like Catbot wants to go aggressive. Where's the flash? Gets the bounce, and Stellar gets solo bowled as well.
Mid lane, top lane, once again a repeat of last game here. Both of these two solo lanes coming in from FRC and SAUL. They are relentless and they want to make sure that they win the lane here. And FRC, they get the first blood. Catbot on SAUL, however, he says one thing: I'm gonna get that first blood. I'm gonna punish Stellar for the overly aggression here.
Yeah, very aggressive it seems. But Stellar have to hold things a little bit back. As they did, Dust did take first blood first before SA2L. So they at least have a little bit of gold in their side. And Rumble being fed is not really a fun time, especially if you're against the Volibear. Even though they're both melee champions, it feels like Dust is not letting him play the game at all.
He's indeed not letting him play the game at all. Here's so much damage being dealt here. And we check back the replay here. We see an early exchange here coming in from RTO here, forcing Dust away from the EXP here. Hitting level 3 early, but the thing about Volibear here, the early CD is so strong here, and the overheat onto Dust. So much attack speed and bonking RTO out of existence.
Yeah, that was so simple. Like, they didn't really need to think about what to do about that play. You just need to walk him down. Catbot though getting punished. 3-man gang.
No flash.
That's the Pillar of Filth, and that is another kill for FRC just in the nick of time. Not even getting any trades whatsoever. Good gank wave for the side of K1 as well as Reverie.
And that was so beautifully played, right? The Pillar into the Bard Q, so there's terrain to land the stun. So Stellar can 100% land the charm onto Catbot here. And with that play, look at the CS lead towards the middle lane here. It was a solo bolo by Catbot, yes, but the wave state was so terrible, it made sure that it's a 20 CS lead and a gold lead over to the hands of Stellar right now onto this Ahri.
Yeah, I feel like that gold lead was like gone. That one kill is like enough, like that was like the equivalent of 20 CS. So yeah, here comes the early kill here on Catbot. He did secure it there with the last Q, but the thing is the wave state was so bad, he needed to get the CS back and he got punished because of it. Pillar built just in the middle as he did not have any dash moves. After that, another fight coming through in the bot lane. No Q connecting, no stun as well as Note is very low on HP. Almost gets the bind, but stops them in their tracks. For now though, very silent so far as some of these objectives are already spawning. Here comes the Dragon Scuttle as well. Top lane though, under siege. There's a Nocturne around the area and Rumble should try and get away. No flash available.
Paranoia available here. Paranoia being popped by the Nocturne here. Nearsighted. 1, 2, 3, and still though, damage is not enough. This Rumble with the shield, the scrap shield here, so thick, and this Nocturne burning that 2-minute ultimate here without finding any succession here, and a 2v1 situation here from Dust here. He is trying to mitigate all the losses here, and the bottom lane. Fetal Warfare being secured by Savaski as the bottom lane once again wins out and comes out on top for Faerie Charm.
Yeah, that's the ultimate available for Yunara. On hit to on hit. Doesn't even get the last hit of the turret. Right now onto the dragon as they do secure the Cloud Drake for FRC. Everything is going into place for Faerie Charm and Yunara once they have the ultimate available. If SA2L starts fighting, they're 100% gonna win as the Yunara always wants to keep this ultimate available.
And 7 minutes in, Candy. Top side 1v2 by Dust against SAUL's top jungle. Jungle gets a free dragon and gets out alive. Bottom lane gets a 2-for-0 trade, winning out a 2v2 here, making this Yunara even further into the item power spike here. Everything, like you mentioned, going into perfection for FRC coming into this early game.
Early game for SAUL, not in their favor.
Not in their favor.
Yeah, they're looking for vision around this red area.
Grubs though.
Sure that, not too much of a push here as the Smolder. I know that it deals a lot of damage, but the Smolder cannot finish anyone yet. Very, still a dragon link, you know, still a little dragon, but eventually, he'll turn into a big one later on. But for now though, he just has to keep hitting champions the entire time and making sure that the stacks is available by then.
And this is an okay trade coming in from SAUL. You give up the grubs, you give up a bit of a topside farm from your Volibear here, but you guarantee the farm onto the Smolder that needs it a lot here. Hyo1 looking for an angle for the bar stun here. RTO No follow-up here, but he does get forced away from this tower here. 3 grubs goes into the favor of FRC here. That's gonna be a lot of structural damage here being dealt by them.
Is Paranoia available here for them? I think so, but I don't think they have enough damage to peel for the Yunara. The Yunara just wants to pop this available, but not gonna commit. There's two cupcakes at the back. If Yunara is in a little bit of a pinch, they can just try and run for it. But for now, S8UL in a very passive position. I feel like S8UL needs to try and be aggressive with these skirmishes because they don't really have a gold advantage right now, and most of their objectives are not coming in their favor.
It's difficult because FRC is not giving you a chance at all. Reverie looking for the
here comes
pillar here.
Paranoia!
Paranoia catches onto the rumble.
Here comes Mom, but nothing to land home about as Reverie is still healthy in that scenario. So they'll get one, and that I think is a very good spot for them. Tries to go for the dash. I don't think that dash in was enough. Barely living here for Catbot as that dash almost cost him his life.
Oh, Sabaski here pops it ultimate here. There's no tower here. Perfect Tempered Fate here coming in from the bar to make sure this dive goes extremely clean for the side of FRC Sabaski here. But good play as well coming in from SAUL, getting that kill that they desperately need towards to their hands to at least salvage a bit of gold for this Smolder here.
Yeah, but the first tower gold before 30 minutes, dude, that's so much plating in their side. And FRC, just making sure that the lead is permanently theirs now for the taking. You saw Dust getting about to be level 10 here. A lot of the players from FRC is already hitting their 10 mark. Catbot leveling up as well. RTO still a ways away from reaching level 10, and that's a 2-level gap here. He needs to catch up, Sagi.
That is the punishment coming in from FRC towards SAUL, right? Because FRC won the lane so convincingly, forced out the lane swap here against the Volibear towards the top lane here. He had no way of playing the game because he's so low on gold that he cannot go for the Rod of Ages build. He's forced to go towards the Cosmic Drive sort of build that makes this Volibear even squishier as time passes on because he has no scaling item as of this point.
Yeah, no scaling so far, and not even an item to boot for them. S8UL, they do have an Hex Plate, but that's about it. That's one item. Volibear doesn't have an item yet, and even though the Rumble is just farming, he still deals significantly more damage than the Volibear. So just needs to push a little bit. Here comes the Bard. Where's the stun? Tempered Fate. Uh-oh. There's no turret right in front of you, but it's not too much damage to save. So bit of a stall for FRC. S8UL though, Dragon will be spawning, and FRC, they want this right now. Shutdown in front of the Yunara does not respect the Smolder at all. They'll secure the kill, and maybe this Dragon might be on the side of S8UL.
It's a good approach coming in from SAUL here. Lotus punishing Savaski's greediness for not burning the flash and barrier there, allowing them to curb the Dragon stacking here. If we compare it to the last game, why the FRC was able to force all these fights? Because of the soul pressure. And right now, relieving that soul pressure allows this Smolder to give him more time and more space to hit that 225 stacks. And this is a very important win condition here coming in from SAUL and Lotus.
Yeah, despite Yunara having a 3-kill gap against the Smolder, as long as he's getting the CS lead, the CS farm, this shouldn't be a problem for S8UL too. He just needs to keep ramping up. The Essence Reaver is there, so he is not shy of using any of these abilities at all. Now, we get into a point in time now where S8UL still needs to catch up with the lead, but it's slowly creeping in, Sagi. It was a 3k gold lead a while ago, boiling down to a 2k gold lead.
That 1v1 into the mid lane was exceptionally important, as you mentioned. That gold lead, 1,000 gone, but look at mid lane though.
Oh, here comes another engage. Kratos was not able to play Tempered Fate right in front of the turret. They're gonna secure it. Wabang! Not a contest at all. Paranoia to secure another kill by S8UL. It's still trades over trades between everyone, but the Ari's gonna live another day there as the ultimate. So many dashes. I don't think the Volibear is gonna chase him down anytime soon. So FRC still in the lead, but S8UL, they're still getting necessary trades, enough for their carries to start ramping up. But the Yunara, that's gonna be a big problem later on. The turret, 2 turrets now coming all for the Yunara. That's 2 items potentially for them, and Smolder's still trying to get any of his needed items.
Like you mentioned, 2 turrets going to Yunara. She still has to call with 32 stacks onto it. Stellar stopping Catbot's recall here, but buddy, that's a silence there. A bit more. And Rumble is looking to hunt down this silence here. Gets punished for being overly aggressive here, Candy.
Yep, the Harpoon and the Flame Splitter should do it as well. Not really a problem, but Catbot, man, you can see the glimpses of aggressiveness for Catbot. He knows he can solo the Ahri. He just doesn't have enough damage to secure the kill. Just needs a little bit more AP. Maybe he can secure it, but for now, yeah, it's a little bit of an AP-sided composition for the side of FRC. You know, it's a little bit desperate now as he's buying Merc boots instead of plated steel caps against the Yunara.
Well, you have 3 members here, but hold that thought real quick though as we engage breaks through.
Oh, here comes the Paranoia. Where is it landing? FRC Dust needs to get a little bit more aggressive. Portal in, stun for everyone. And here comes the kill. And FRC still leading up on top. Sebaski, he's not stopping at all. Double kill for the Yunara. Double kill for Sebaski. And FRC leading the pack here with a 6k gold lead. Plus the Rift Herald as well.
Beautiful Tempered Fate here coming in from Kyowan to start off the fight and to end the potential comeback that has been set up by S8UL's team here. If you fall behind further and further as a Smolder, your 2-2-5 stack will not be important here. Kyowan does give a consolation kill back to Catbot here, but the goal lead has been busted to almost a 6,000 healthy for FRC here. And Yunara already finishing 2 items already.
Uh-oh, Flame Splitter, Harpoon, he needs to get away, and the ultimates, no! Doesn't even want to use it, and that is gonna be another kill from Dust solo Bolo. Leandri's hurts, man, and without any magic resist for the Volibear, he is just paper to them. Another ult coming in, here comes Mom, Lotus is not gonna be feeling it after that, as Kratos will be the only one there, but Zeus will not be his father this time as Rampage comes out. Sevaski, nigh on unstoppable at this very time as Infi, he's trying to get chased away, but they're so powerful. Pillar of Filth, he's just poking his way onto the tier 2 turret and he can't even go near that. 2 kills for FRC once again.
FRC is so relentless here. Every potential overstep here coming from S8UL, they grab onto it and they tear it wide open here. And this is a bit of a deja vu here. RTO taking more and more of these Flame Splitters and Harpoons here, getting bullied once again under the tower here. And look at that. The Herald gets spawned behind him. He has no flash. He has no ultimate here. Poor Volibear 0-4 into a potential 0-5 here.
Oh my brother, you just got, at this point you gotta put an 07 for the RTO. You just wanted to get some creeps, but no mercy for the wicked. FRC near towards that tier 2 turret. That's still gonna be destroyed, but a big chunk of that turret is already gone. S8UL, what do they have to stand for? They try to scale up, but they're getting outscaled by the other scalers. FRC still up on top. Sebaski, so much gold. And the Dragon's gonna be secured once again. 2 Dragons for FRC now. S8UL need to catch up as the gold lead is getting significantly farther and farther from them.
And let's check out back to this fight right here, right, Candy? This fight has been started by the Temper Fate here. Lotus, the Smolder gets charmed after the stasis effect here. And after this, no damage dealer, no sight of the Silas, however, here. The bar Q lands onto 2 here. The final red carpet here to seal Infy's fate here. By the time Catbot arrives, the entire clan has been eliminated here. He gets a solo kill onto Q1 here, but that's 4 kills towards to the pocket. That's Herald, that's tower control, all giving up to FRC thanks to the Bard ultimate.
Bard, man. The playmaker that you think that it's not going to be contributing so far, it looks like Bard is supposedly the most important person in this team. Despite the Yunara getting 7 kills, it was just the Bard. He's getting the stuns, getting the Temper Fates, making sure that the disruption is there for the side of FRC and S8UL. They don't have any answer. This bot lane is completely shut down by FRC's bot lane.
And if you're FCUL, right, you gotta revisit your game plan coming into the further days, right? Because if you're playing a Smolder setup and you are trying to fight all these objectives, it is a wrong approach here because Smolder wants to hit that 225 as soon as possible so he can get that execute and burn damage in. But if you keep forcing him to fight in these awkward positions, it's so difficult for the Smolder to scale into fruition.
Oh, Catbot there, trying to solo bolo. It feels like it's gonna be enough. Paranoia just to secure the kill, but he gets traded out. Doesn't matter if you get the trade, as long as the rumble's still gone, they'll take it. But in turn, FRC, they're like, okay, all of you are on top lane. Let's just get this Atakan out of the way. They know that the Nocturne's not there to steal it, and that's a freebie for them. 17-6 now. FRC is looking to lead the pack here in our series for today. I think if this goes on their way, they're gonna be standing right next to Inferno Esports in terms of point standings.
Don't you think this is a bit like reminiscence? Because last game we had the Gragas on the hands of Savasky, solo bolo, getting a few kills. After that, he got killed. The Atakan goes over to FRC, and this game, the same stuff happened. Dust was the top lane, they go for a solo bolo play, and in the end, they get back the Atakan instead. And look at this 1v1 play here. Overheat, locking Dust away from any spells to be used. Equalizer has been traded here, but the Leandries, the final burn onto there, was just enough to kill it. But on the live, a fight breaks out.
Oh, their last hurrah. They're trying to go in. They secure a kill though. Reverie doesn't get the stun, doesn't get the lockdown. But K1, a ways away. They got the TP up. Who is arriving? Here comes Dust. Equalizer separating both sides of the front right now. S8UL has no HPs. No surrender for FRC. They get 2 back after that 1 kill. S8UL 3 men down, and FRC, they're looking to secure this tier 2 mid turret.
And that's without Savasky, their most fed member coming in from FRC. He got exploded by Catbot at the start of the fight here. So, good shutdown here coming in from SAUL. They get the big bounty on this very, very fed Yunara. But that team fight, 8,000 behind. Without Yunara, their biggest carry, FRC still came out on top here.
I mean, the goal difference is something to show for FRC. Just leading the pack all throughout the game. There was no contest there. Even at the start of the game, it was all FRC from here. And so, they're trying their best, but they're clinging on to dear life here for this first series.
Clinging on to dear life. Make sure that this Smolder finally hits its 225 mark here, because this poor Smolder at 22 minutes mark, he has just barely finished his Q maximum stack here. And let's look at this engage that has been brought us by our OB here. Kratos gets caught out. Savasky wants to go in for that all-in here. The Temper Freight does land onto the turret here, but Savasky overextending into the tier 2 and tier 1 in the middle of no man's land here. As of this point, our top lane Dust here still yet to be seen from anywhere here. Pops the TP here. Look at all the health bars here. Catbot already expending all the spells here. Dust comes in with the equalizer, with the flame spitter to seal the deal and bring it back for FRC.
Oh yeah, trap and another dragon this time. Inferno Dragon secure. That is soul point, I assume, for the side of FRC. And it is Inferno Dragon, no less. This is one of the most powerful dragons to secure if you are an ABC like the Yunara, like Stellar, like Dust as well. It's just insurance, just in case they don't go. It doesn't go their way for the side of SAUL. As just keeping on farming, they need to catch up. Whatever it takes, they just need an item, a miracle, a sunlight here. It's still a 7k gold lead though, Sagi, but still a ways away. Catbot's the only one with a gold lead against the Ahri.
If another few of those misplays come in for FRC, we might see this Smolder get more and more out of control here. So there is still a window where SAUL gets to claw themselves back into this game, especially where the Dragon Soul is still so far away. 4 more minutes, there is room still for this Smolder to grow into a bigger dragon, a bigger threat here to actually allow SAUL to carry the game.
Yeah, they need to align here, but there's almost not the case for SAUL. They try to shut down the Bard, but he's a little bit too mobilized, very fast in the move speed, has Dead Man's Plane. He just go around, just slow someone. Not any problem. Here comes the Baron spawning, and now this should be their closer for FRC. This shouldn't be a problem for them. SAUL, they need to flip this if they're gonna go for it, but there's no vision at all. They're gonna have to just peek on through and predict. It's halfway gone now.
There is a cheeky ward right behind Sabaski here that's spotting out all this here, but Kyo1 goes for engage. Fight breaks out.
Oh, here we go, another engage. Both ADCs might be gone here as Lotus still alive, 2 kills. But the Smolder disappears and it's all quiet on the western front now. SAUL, they get the stun lock, but it seems that they have crossed the line so far. No stun, misses the shot, gets the double stun. Kyo1, he's trying to run away, and I feel like that's gonna be the case. Oh, never mind, gets the shutdown now. SAUL, they deny the Baron. They live for another day. It was 4 for 3, but SAUL, they're still trying, clawing their way back in the game.
And it's a big win coming in from SAUL. Once again, like we talk about, they need to eliminate this Yunara from any potential team fight here. And thanks to the paranoia and Catbot onto his perfectly performing Sylas, this Yunara has been shut down fight after fight after fight here. And this Smolder, just like we discussed, is getting bigger as time goes here. And let's break down this fight here. This ward is so beautiful, landing a flanking angle here. And this Yunara does not respect the Smolder, gets immediately punished by the Smolder Q and ultimate here. And as of this point here, Dust does arrive with the Rumble here. But Catbot on this Silent is just wrecking havoc and destroying everyone with the Ahri ultimate resets.
Yeah, they didn't focus on Dust nor Catbot at all. And Catbot has a lot of healing too, so now they're in a bit of a pinch. They need to get some anti-heal perhaps against the Sylas, because he is getting a chunk of his HP back without any problem at all. So I'm looking at the board here. Where is the Ahri looking? He has Oblivion Orb, so yes, there is some anti-heal now. I think there needs to be another source of anti-heal besides the Ahri, because I feel like the Ahri is playing utility here instead of playing the one-shot potential. Because if you look at this current game state right now, Catbot is currently carrying this entire SA roster right now.
Well, time's gotta tell, right? Can this Ahri land that crucial charm to lock Catbot into place? Or like you mentioned, can Catbot make more of these miracle plays? Because our Yunara here just finished a Immortal Shield Bolt here. So that's added shielding effects here coming in from this Yunara pick here. And Baron seems to be started coming in from the SAUL roster here. What is the plan here?
They're risking it here. Here comes the Pillar of Filth. They try to go in. It's split between two sides, so you have to look where Codbot is. Completely exploding in terms of damage. Reverie has secured it. RTO gets the kill over to Savaski, but here comes the trades. Where is S8UL gone? Back to the Shadow Realm they go. FRC. They said, time's up. It's time for you to get back into your place as they secure the ace. They secure the turrets. And maybe, just maybe, Sagi, secure this game for them.
That might be the case here. 30 seconds onto the clock here. No one on the side of SAUL is alive to defend this inhibitor push here. However, the Bard Portal does seem to show that they are choosing to back off and to regroup for this Inferno Soul Taker. So, SAUL still has some breathing room here, but let's check out the replay real quick. Savaski and Reverie catching out Catbot, does not have the flash here, has to expand the Zonias here. This is the strength of the Paranoia and the Smolder here, immediately executing Savaski here, but as of this point, Savaski has already done enough damage here. He falls respectfully and they take the fight 3-5.
3-5, and I think that ace should secure them the game. But S8UL, they want to keep flipping for Baron, and I feel like they're gonna get punished for it. They're stuck between the rock and a hard place, and S8UL, they don't want to be the one securing this, but on the other side, we have Yunara securing the Inferno Soul. So, as they start the fight, they're gonna have to force it for S8UL. Big mom here for the side of S8UL, but FRC, they're gonna try and fight back. Where is Savaski? The poke from behind. Yunara up in front, up in flames. They cannot secure the takedown, and that is an ace. A second ace for FRC to secure, and that should be game. Savaski with a game-winning flank, and they have no hopes to getting this 1-1 for S8UL. Very charming us with their antics, but at the end of the game, they know how to win the series, securing them a 2-0 to start this A out. MYSG on top.
MYSG claims the 2-0 over our INSA champions here. So right now, that beautiful flank coming in from Savaski was so critically crucial here. You saw what happened even though the Silas, even though the Paranoia was not on the Yunara here. He was almost exploded by one smolder pop there. So that is so important for this Yunara to survive in this team fight. And a bit of a highlight here coming into Dust. He played exceptionally well on this Rumble, making sure that he was the secondary damage dealer here. That was so critically needed for the side of FRC to close out this game.
Yeah, they were really prosperous at the middle of the game, right? FRC just needed to get the access to the backline, and it really showed too. Big props though to Catbot and Lotus. They held the game to their side pretty well, and they made sure that the game was still a doable scenario up to that point where they just kept flipping on Barons here, Sagi.
I have to agree with you, but all of this cannot be done without a proper game plan, a proper arrangement of macro and micro here. So let's toss it over to Caster, Contra, and Abigail to further break down on what really happened between FRC and SAUL.
As our fellow casters, Drawa, Kenji, and Sagi, that was beautifully executed and beautifully warped by FRC 2-0. And sadly, SAUL cannot make a point now, but there's still a lot of matches upcoming, so they can still make a way to secure at least the bracket stage of Contra.
But this is a really convincing showing coming from Seoul Esports. I mean, you saw some of these team fights, they were massive. And, you know, Sagi was just saying, like, yeah, there's just so much to actually break down in this span of round, because it was back and forth fights from the early game where it's looking at a lot of solo exchanges. Sure, those back and forth, we actually see, you know, Catbot really showing his prowess on the Silas. One of his best pick overall, even back in the last matchups that they actually relied on this pick. And he's just so lethal on this Silas. But then again, when we take a look at the side lanes, there were definitely some of these pressure points which the rest of FRC has been able to capitalize. But there's just so many of all these big plays, but a lot of it revolves around Kyowan's proactiveness. Him on the bar is just so iconic. You saw how many times that Tempered Fate actually turned the tides around. It also amplifies their call whenever they want to go in for a deep dive under the turret. And that really allowed FRC to really control a little bit more of that tempo. And in some of all these team fights, they've been able to really hold on and turn it all around altogether. Abby, where do we even start, man? Like, there's just insane fights
so
in this
many,
game.
Yeah. I remember, like, there's so many good fights and good skirmishes and good movements from both FRC and also S8UL. I mean, S8UL did a very good job trying to turn the tide so they can have a equal match back again with the FRC. But FRC, on the other hand, they were so clean. They were executed every single ganking, every single invading, every single skirmish pretty well. And also, not to mention about this Bard. Yes, this Bard played very good well. But I would like to give a kudos to for Dust. I mean, not only Bard's presence, Dust's presence is always playing a very important role in here, and I really love the way how Dust position himself during the fight. He doesn't want to jump in first. They just let every single thing flow first before he started to make a move.
Yeah, true enough, and there's just so many pivotal equalizers out there. I think we can highlight a lot on the proactivity coming in from the side of FRC, right? The way that they've always been able to really play a very controlled play style of team fights. But then that battle for Baron is where, there was a flip of a coin that Seoul Esports have been able to execute so perfectly well. I mean, I want to really break down that fight because that was one fight that Catbot absolutely popped off, securing the ace, and then it becomes a 50-50. And then all the other fights towards the late game, it's really boiling down to who really controls that Baron pit. And then when that fight was being called, you still see the kind of composure, the way that they've been able to really create that zone. Having that spatial awareness was key towards FRC's success in that final two team fights.
Yes, but we could not also deny that the main key to success for S8UL is the Catbot as Silas. I mean, how he plays out, how he turned the tide for the S8UL to have a position. They tried, they already equal back again with the FRC. It is very good enough, and not to mention the middle game fight that we would like to show you, but apparently we're still waiting for the highlight to be shown up. And that was a very beautiful fight back from S8UL. Although they were pushed, they were pressured really hard by FRC, but they still find a way how to make it even.
Yeah, and there's just so many of all these instances where, there's plenty of all these answers coming in from the side of Seoul Esports. I think, what really went on was that we saw RTO was significantly struggling going up against this Rumble. I mean, due to the nature of the matchup, and on top of it, there was also that lane swap that further puts a dent onto this Volibear, where he's not having, the kind of item advantages that you want him to be. So significantly, Seoul Esports, they kind of lost maybe a crucial front line to really soak up either the damages or so, but looking from how it actually played out, I think it could have actually been anyone's game, but it's really down to some of all these fine decision makings coming in from the side of Faerie Charm that did manage to really secure it. So looking at the overalls, I think Seoul Esports, they definitely shown that, hey, they're really good in the form of dueling. I think if they can really sharpen up on some of all these core decision making, I think they've been able to, of course, improve on some of all these objective takedowns. They did manage to secure the grubs, and on top of that, one dragon. Overall, FRC just gotten a little bit more of that from control due to the nature of how this composition works, where we saw how many times with all these beautiful setups coming in from Kill1, and then you've also got Stellar to sometimes follow up. Despite Stellar having a little bit of hiccups here and there, I think there was certain points where his charm absolutely landed onto the right target, and I think like that was just, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and to talk deeper about how Faerie play, I also really love the way they try to set the tempo differently with the first game, because on the first game you see how controlled they are, how content they are, but on the second game they went full chaos. I mean, you saw Sevasky play as Gragas, and he is so controlled, he is so calm, he's so chill until the moment he got enough items to fight back their opponents. But during the second game, when Sevasky back to ADC, everything is already chaos. And I think this is going to be very more exciting to see the other upcoming matches. I would like to invite our casters back again with us to talk deeper, or maybe I want to know their opinion about the second game, or maybe for the upcoming games. What do you think, Contra?
All right, let's welcome them back right now. Okay, boys, tell me how you guys are feeling, because, that was just a back and forth slugfest between the two, and I'm pretty sure that you guys appreciated a couple of minutes to catch your breath a little bit.
What a game. I gotta say, FRC, they got an insane lead, but Sevasky probably shifting his mentality from top lane to ADC. He sort of forgot that he was an ADC, and he started trolling a few times, and that kind of gave some leeway for our insert team, which is SAUL, to manage a comeback. There were a few fights where, I think a lot of fights where Sevasky was the first one to get immediately exploded.
Yeah,
that's a great point.
Yeah, I don't know, so it was beautifully executed. And do you have something in mind, Drop of Candy, about the second game?
I mean, yeah, Sevasky really was he was acting like a double-edged sword the entire time. One time being very aggressive, getting everyone, and then the second time always the first one down. But that last fight really at that Baron where SATUL wanted to flip, but was instead returned by a Sevasky returning from that Inferno Soul. He was on a training arc. He was training, getting that soul, and he was like, guys, I've finished farming. Where are you guys? And then that was it. That was the game.
But we still have lots of upcoming matches. We still have 3 more matches for today. And it will be another country against another country. And I think we'll take a break for a while. So for any people in here, don't go anywhere, because we still have lots of interesting matches. But for me, for these 2 finished games, so far the second match between SAUL and also Very Charm is one of the most enjoying one. But I believe there will be another more enjoying matches to watch for. So we're gonna take a short break. Don't go anywhere.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
Going for it, and here comes the steal between World Chan ยังmenjadi pemisah dunia. นี้ที่เวิร์ไฟหน้ามายังคงรอดชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ
Defense as well, and even full commit is sticking.
Problem, but they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away. Not yet, but the damage is gonna be enough. W just pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the back set.
At the below in HP is gonna be taken down by Faerie already.
ตอนนี้เด็กคูณไปเรียบร้อยชิปเปอร์ชันเข้ามาฮอตรอมชาโด
Playoffs 2025 still with me, Abigail, your host, and Contra as your analyst, but we have a new set again for casters. So welcome Manamo and also Kaka.
Hello. Nice to be here finally after watching two matches that really I said match one, yeah, we don't talk about that, especially if you're Indonesian, but the second match I agree with Contra, Candy and Sagi. So far the closest one, and yeah, we'll see. Will be there if there will be more close matches. I mean, there's still 3 matches left today, right?
Exactly, and now we're going to start the third match, which is Full Sense against Young Nepal. I believe Full Sense is one of the most voted by a lot of casters, I believe, to be the representative of Southeast Asia into joining in Taipei. Or any other opinion, maybe, Kaka?
I mean, after watching that first series, I think it, Inferno Esports could be a really good competition for the side of Full Sense, who we are yet to see. So let's find out how they look on match day. But for the side of Inferno Esports, I think they had a fantastic showing in both the games. It wasn't like just a one-sided single game. It was the whole series.
Yeah, it was a very beautiful whole series. But for Young Nepal, this is their second chance to at least score a point, Maramo.
Yeah, I think the first match we saw how like Young Nepal cannot keep up with the tempo of the champions from the other regions. Like we know in LNC, they set up their tempo, especially from their jungle. They play hyper aggressive in the early, but we didn't see that in match 1. So hopefully we will see in this match they found themselves again. They play like usual, and especially from the draft, I hope they cook something in this match.
I agree with that point because it's very unusual and uncharacteristic from Young Nepal to play that passive, to play reactive instead of proactive. And the only thing that I always wait from Young Nepal is how they invade their opponent's jungle starts from the game start. And talking about Full Sense itself, Full Sense from Thailand, we also know that Thailand region is always become the most aggressive in every single game that they play contra.
Yeah, I mean, not only are they aggressive, they are very calm as well as precise on the maneuvers as well. So when we take a look at the roster, who are we actually keeping our eyes on? The jungler of Full Sense, as well as Ite on the mid lane. I feel like they have an incredible champion ocean. It's not just a pool, it's an ocean that they can actually play. And then bot lane, they have the steady hands of Natpawap as well as Yuyusaki to be able to really hold firm. So all in all, I think that this is a very stacked roster in essence, where Excellency's also shown that, hey, if you want him to play a carry type of top lane, or even if you want to default back into, that kind of front line tank, he could also do so. So Full Sense, they're going to be packing a whole lot of surprises up against Young Nepal.
Yeah, and also another thing about Full Sense is, Full Sense divided teams led by experts like G4, Warlock, Rocky, Holo, and Kerr. Like it's showing that they climb wasn't built on weak opponents, but on topping some of the most respected names in Thailand's league scene. They even gained international exposure, going head-to-head against ex-LCK players like Khan and Al in a cross-regional tournament, an experience that sharpened their competitive edge. On the other hand, Young Nepal, after they lose on the very first match of today, they need to work on something. I mean, Young Nepal, to be honest, in my perspective, it is not a biased opinion, but I sense that Young Nepal is already a good team. They are already a strong team, but I don't know why today they just play very uncharacteristic and not their playstyle. I mean, like they just need to come back to their sense. Anamo, what do you think?
Yeah, and like we saw earlier that Zfat actually not playing this match. He's getting substituted with Cruz, and in LNC, Cruz actually never play. Zfat always play in the jungle for Young Nepal, so I think there will be a difference from the playstyle. We know Zfat actually the hyper aggressive jungler from the early phase of the match of the game, but we'll see. I mean, like we saw in the match 1, the tempo of Young Nepal itself, like it's really getting slow pace. They want to scale. Maybe Cruz suits better in this match.
Yeah, and we both agree that Young Nepal isn't a team who can play slow tempo. They need to play aggressive. They need to play fast. But for the band and pick itself, I believe this is going to be very interesting too. What will a Full Sense pick, and what will Young Nepal play? What do you think, Contra?
Well, if you ask me, I mean, earlier you mentioned something that I almost want to make a pun of, like, it doesn't seem like they come to their full senses yet. You see what I did there? So, hopefully now, going up against Full Sense,
nice one.
They'll be able to do more. So, now it definitely looks a lot better on the kind of bands where we're looking at stock standard stuff like Nico, which is definitely a heavy engagement tool for all these supports to really play out all these massive team fights, of which we've seen so much coming from all the rest of the region. And then you got, some of the staples coming into flex picks in the jungle as well. But without the presence of Talia, I guess that kind of eliminates one big threat out of all these, semi-global elements. And they start things off with Wukong. So Full Sense is not really telling too much of their cards just yet.
Yeah, because Wukong basically can be played at jungle, can be played at Baron lane. For Young Nepal, they took Aurora. I mean, this is quite a solid pick from Young Nepal. I remember during the LNC, they also picked Aurora and they played really well, but need a little bit adjustment probably for the dual lane because there's no Yuna Ramanamo.
Yeah, and actually because there is no Z-Fat, there's no need to ban Kindred because it's one of his main champion. But Full Sense giving Mordekaiser, Volibear, and Darius to Boomchan, I think maybe that's their plan. They have counter to those top 3 pick from Boomchan. And for the mid lane, Aurora, actually Raphael is one of the better enchanter mid. So I think it suits him well, but there's still a lot of counter. Sylas, like we saw earlier in the previous match, maybe will be a great counter, especially there's Between Worlds and Stormbringer that can immediately took an effect actually at level 6. I mean, they have Wukong.
Yeah, they have Wukong, but Young Nepal have a Volibear, which for me, since it's not Zvat but Cruz instead who plays, so it leaves in open scenario which Volibear can play at jungle, but also can play at a Baron lane. But I mean, this is going to be a little bit surprise from Young Nepal against a Full Sense. What do you think, Kaka?
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of melee champions coming in from the side of Full Sense, and I'm thinking a Braum would just be such a good pick here. But it looks like the Jax is going to come in. So, a skill matchup in the top lane. In the previous series, it seemed like YDP did not have a plan set up for them while their opponents did. They knew exactly what they wanted to draft. You pick the Lee Sin, you pick a early game comp, or you play the dive comp with the Orianna and Nocturne. So that's what I'm hoping that YDP brings into this one. They have gotten some time off between the series to plan out the drafts better, and it does look like they do have the similar sort of mentality, and we will be diving back in this sort of a composition. So that's actually much better than the drafts that we had in the first 2 games.
Yeah, and Rakan Ben from Young Nepal. Braum Ben, Full Sense already noticed if Braum will bring a big problem for them. But I believe for Young Nepal itself, there's still a lot of options that they can play instead of Braum. Like for example, maybe they can play Jester can also play Zac support. So if they want to go all in fight with Full Sense, they just can pick that the Contra.
Well, I'm thinking of another angle. I mean, Renata looks really good when you do have, all these melee champs being clubbed up all together. So this final ban will be very crucial for a Full Sense. Like, did they really want to double down on the support? If that's the case, if they're thinking about another frontliner, that actually depletes the pool. I mean, you kind of want to consider, do you want to leave open an Alistar as well? Which, when you're facing against melee champions, we've seen back in the early games where there was that triple man pulverized from one of the matches. It was just so nasty, right? So that is definitely one thing that they wanted to not factor out. So Nidhogg as well as Jester, they will get a little bit more of that priority, but then again, Full Sense kind of have the last say to try to counteract that.
Yeah, but sadly for the last ban of Full Sense is Leona. So you say they just want to lessen the options of Young Nepal's power in terms of it to counter-attack the Full Sense. But Young Nepal trying to pull something interesting. They brought in
the Sivir comes in. I don't think that's surprising at all, right? They did need something that can burn these sort of melee champions up. The Varus is going to be poke, I am hoping, and something like the Karma would be really nice for them right now.
Yeah, and I think like overall it definitely gives them a little bit more of that safety net for the bot lane, especially you can just maybe block away a piercing arrow, or even better if that's gonna be the chains of corruption to be dropped right there. And we did mention about the Renata. Here we go, Full Sense. They saw that picture and say, you know what, we actually land first dibs.
Yeah, and they just steal it away, as you said. And it looks like this might be the Zac support angle that we were talking about earlier, as Abby was saying. Again, I don't think it's a blindable champion, but if you can see your matchup first, then it does make sense. So let's see if that gets logged in. Still would be very surprised. It has been I think, forever since I saw Zach being played support. So that is a very interesting pick up coming in from the side of YDP. And if you're asking me, I have no idea who won this draft.
Well, I think Manamo definitely will have maybe a clue or so. So, you know, like looking at both sides, I think it is definitely looking to be a very great matchup where, you know, both sides have really good mobility over on the front line. But then again, both ADCs, they're gonna have to really keep themselves, you know, super safe. I mean, sure, you got those frontline layers, but then somebody's gonna get caught eventually, you know? Well, Manamo, are you also with us?
I think we lost Manamo as well.
Oh no! I don't know, like, YDP needs both of their support, so I guess it's now between the two of us, so... now I'm just really hoping that we get some of these connections back up for our dear host and caster. I mean, it'll absolutely suck for you, Kaka. I mean, to cast one, because we definitely need that back here.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind it at all, but I just wanted to say that it does look like the Jax is going to be jungle. That is not something I was expecting when it was picked up at P3 right there. The Volibear again goes top. We discussed this in game 2 as well of the first series between IE and YDP, that it could have been better if the Volibear had been into the jungle role, and we are seeing a lot of Volibear. I think out of the 5 games that we have played so far, 3 of them has seen Volibear towards the top side, so maybe that seems like one of the, you know, meta picks coming in, at least for this tournament.
Yeah, or should I say it's kind of like a Bombchan special by now, since he's been, you know, one of the 2 Volibears that's been picked up. And I think it definitely gives a little bit more of, you know, a dual-edged sword where, you know, as a Volibear, you want to be that lane bully, and if you can't be, you kind of want to just really ensure that you are kind of like the meat shield, or that you get unpunishable. So the last time we saw out of YDP, there was multiple dives onto him, so full sense, I wonder if they're going to do exactly the same. So Boomchan Lee, he really has to prioritize on his own safety net than to, you know, look for maybe some of all these aggressive plays.
Yeah, and that is, again, a volatile matchup in the top lane. If the Renekton gets ahead, I think we have all seen what he can do, especially paired up against the champions that the enemy team has. It's not a lot of range, so the Renekton can still find the vicinity to get the stuns in, even onto the Sivir in these team fights, and just wreak havoc. So that is something that the side of YDP has to be very careful with. They cannot afford what happened early on. They cannot let Bombchan Lee fall behind in the early laning phase itself, because if that happens, I think it's going to be a long night for them.
And of course, well, another portion of the team fights that we're looking at is really the kind of combo coming in from the Varus as well as Renata. I mean, Chains of Corruption into Hostile Takeover is a lethal combination in some of all these team fights. So, full sense, I think like they're absolutely looking for a lot of all these skirmishes over onto big objectives. So, Yang Dapal, I feel like they kind of need to find a sort of pickoff in order to either burn one ult or 2, and then only you can actually further commit, or else it is rather risky for them to really go in and out. So I'm thinking that Raphael plays a very vital role to really bait out a lot of all these abilities before they can actually go in for this kind of extended trade, because if you got 3 front lines, I mean, they better do the job doing all the tanking, because Nidhogg as well as Raphael will really have to really put out the big chunk to be able to settle scores in those team fights.
Oh yeah, and listen, Raphael does have a good matchup at least into the Sylas, especially with the Q and E Harris coming in right off level 1 as well, right? You can just auto attack once, put your Q down, get that electrocute pop-up coming in. So Sylas, again, we did see last game as well, except for the All-In, does really suffer against these range sort of champions. We did see the CS numbers as well in the mid lane. RE versus Sylas. The Sylas was behind, but he got the solo kills that he needed. So I do expect some, you know, the same sort of thing coming in this matchup as well. So he might need to get ahead, or at least be even against the Aurora, or it might, you know, go south for them very quickly. But it's a good base to go off of. Like Aurora and Sivir can deal a lot of damage in the team fights should they get to.
All right, I just wanted to double check on our dear partners as well. Abby, Manamo, you guys with us? I guess they're still sorting out some internet connections issues. And also just to announce, like, it's not only just our casters from Indo that's currently having some internet connectivity issues. Apparently, even Yang Paul is also losing their connection. So right now, I guess there's a little bit of disruption coming in from, you know, the entire city as a whole in Jakarta. So hopefully they will be able to get that sorted out. Else, you know, Kaka, I'm here with you, man. Like, if need be, I'm ready to step right in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind at all. I mean, this does give us a lot of time to discuss the previous matches as well. And I just wanted to ask what you felt about the previous match. It was close. The first game did seem close, had a good start, but then it just blew out of proportion. Second game as well, I do think could have gone either way. The Smolder did scale. But it went out of hand very quickly, and I think that was a good showing from the side of SATUL, and I think the only way is up from there, right?
Yeah, honestly, I'm becoming a very big fan of SATUL because of, you know, they never back down. They, like, certain teams, like, oh, I lost this one duel, like, now I have to play fully passive, and then, like, you start to bleed out. But no, they answer back. They always look for all these kind of trades back and forth, and then you saw that insane god mode Silas just rampaging through. I kind of wish that I brought I mean, I kind of had a few clips that I wanted to display early on where he stole the Spirit Rush coming from the Ahri, and then he looked for kills after kills. Getting that reset was so huge to ace out what we saw early on up against FRC. So, you know, I'm expecting, you know, this kind of full-blown kind of fight coming from FS as well as YDP. Now that, you know, this time around, if you're having three front lines coming in from YDP, I'm very sure that, you know, there's going to be a lot of scuffle that happens from the early game all the way to the end. Because, you know, last game, oh, if you're going to have it in China, you'd think it was about engaging or so. But this time around, it's the whole spark.
Yeah, 100%. And listen, you do not expect the Zac support, and that guy can, after level 5, he can jump from anywhere towards the mid lane, towards the bot lane as well. So essentially, you know, playing out as a second jungler, if it can be called that. And that seems like the role of the support as well so far in this tournament. You can leave your ADC alone, you can roam, get these leads elsewhere. That's what the Bard did last game anyway, and he was so good at it. As we said earlier, he was everywhere, and that's what we expect from Jester as well. It is his pocket pick. This is the guy who we have been hearing since the start of this morning that can bring out the Zac support. Well, finally it's here. It does look like the situation favored him to pick that champion up, and I am quite excited to see that bot matchup between the supports. Especially, you called out the Renata and it came in, and Abigail called the Zac and it has come in as well. So I think that makes up for a very interesting matchup down in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, when do you actually ever get to witness like a Zac support ever? Like even in solo queues, it's actually quite rare. I think like maybe a couple of patches ago, it started to gain a little bit more traction as well as popularity because it's so hard to really punish that Zac. I mean, the passive itself, you gotta kind of go up against him twice, especially with the blobs where sometimes the TP comes in for a save at the very same time. So this could actually allow certain plays to happen where Jester could just be, you know, that kind of bait for Full Sense to fall into a trap. And maybe this is where, you know, when we take a look at the full grand spectrum of what YTP offers, if they can pull through from that mid to early game, then late game, once again, I think it's a similar story of how game 1 went, right? It's a scaling composition, but this time they double down with, you know, the kind of picks that still allow you to play on a double-edged sword setting where if you want to go on aggressive, you just gotta make sure that that play is gonna be clean. Especially looking at a Jax or even the Aurora that can have that high catch potential.
Yeah, 100%. It can play the role of that disruptive champion as well that the Grag has played in the early series. Against something like the Wukong that wants to get in, you just press your R button, you are dealing a lot of, coming in with a lot of crowd control and not letting the Wukong do his thing that is going to the backline. So I like it. I am excited to see it. I don't know what to expect. I don't think I have seen it too much. I have seen Aatrox support and Darius supports, but Zac support is still something new for me. So that is going to be very interesting in this matchup. And again, I'm just excited to see what full sense can bring, since they have been touted as one of the better teams participating in this tournament so far. And with the draft that they have gotten for themselves, I think they could make a strong case of winning the whole thing.
Yeah, and you talk about all these cheese picks out there. I mean, I can sort of smell a little bit of that funk over here. But then again, we touched so much on YDP. What I really like about the Full Sense roster is that if you notice quickly, every single champion has a crowd control. It's kind of like a lock-on target stun as well, right? I mean, a Wukong is just basically a CC machine with a Cyclone, and you get the gap close on top of that. I just feel like there is definitely a lot of pressure for YDP to kind of hold themselves a little bit to really see how many kind of resources could they actually funnel through. And, just like you guys, we're hoping to actually get the game started, but looks to me that we do have news that we're going to restart the lobby, so you guys got to be a little patient with us. We do apologize for any form of wait, but we assure you that these are quality games that we are getting here, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, so far it has not been a letdown. First series, again, to recap, the whole thing was pretty one-sided, but that was down to Inferno Esports playing out of their mind. And remember, that is the only team that has not won their domestic circuit. Yet they perform like the champions. So I think that is a great showing for them so far in this tournament. Previous series, again, SATUL versus Faerie Charm. Pretty close, but again, first game, Sevaski playing the top lane and then coming down to the bot side of the map. Blaze having a great performance on that. Varus was 10-0, something like that. Performed really well. And in the second game, it was quite close, but it always felt like Faerie Charm had the upper hand, and it was more of an eventuality, rather than it being a very close game, or it could be, that SATUL could win. And so, maybe it could have been different. But yeah, we'll have to see how this one goes.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many storylines brewing so far. I mean, these are just like, their first meeting. Tomorrow, there's another day of playoffs, but that's kind of like a do or die situation, right? Which is why day one is just as important as day two. I mean, these best of twos is a platform for them to really solidify themselves. And then day two is all about all these firm adjustments that they need to make every step of the way that they actually battle up against different teams. And then when we look into, what the current power ranking looks like, it's kind of hard to gauge because we haven't seen this matchup coming in from Full Sense. How do they really go in for the execution? I mean, we rave a lot about them, but I think we definitely need the action to do all the talking.
Yeah.
FRC, however, we talked about a few interesting things about this team where that role swap in particular, Sevaski, top lane, and then he moves back into the bottom lane, welcoming back Dust over the top side, and we're still not getting Nekodesu back into the mid lane, so they're still hiding a trump card with them. So,
yeah.
Going for this moment, it seems like we're going to be hopping into a cast, so, we're going to be waiting for our friends later for them to eventually go in to analyze the game instead. So, without further ado, let's dive right in a short bit.
Yeah, can't wait to see this matchup and how this unfolds, and especially for the side of YDP, I think we expect a bounce back, hopefully a better performance, if not victory. So I think that's what we will be keeping our eyes on. And as you said, for Faerie Charm, did not play with their main mid laner, and it showed as well. Stellar did have an okay laning phase, but I think Catbot was doing much better in that second game. So maybe that is something that they can fix. And listen, if they are playing like that with substitutes and winning 2-0 with their main roster, I mean, this team can only improve further, right? So it is a scary thought for everyone that's been playing in this tournament so far. And I can't wait to watch them as well with the full roster. Hopefully, in the last series of the day, we will get all 5 of them together playing against Full Sense that are going to be taking on the Rift right now.
Yeah, and what's the best part about finishing some of the series thus far is that you get to read your opponents, you get to also look at their drafts and plot something up. I think that's where the tension is brewing, and everybody gets to cook a little something in return. And speaking of something, all these teams are champions in their own rights. Arguably, you may say, some of these guys coming in from the PH side, they're second place, but they got themselves that 2-0 win. It just goes to show that, hey, in the Philippines, there's just ample talent, and arguably, the entirety of this whole circuit itself is just packed to the brim. So that is where we're going to be looking for, who's really the cream of the crop. Right now, the power level is yet to be defined, but at least we're already seeing all these practice moves across the charts.
Yeah, I think at the by the end of this day, we will have an idea of who stands where and where these teams can, get the points from. Always great to start off with a victory, I would say, even if it's a point or two. I think that can be a good, solid base to, a great foundation to have, basically. And that's what Inferno Esports have right now. And that's what something Full Sense would be looking at as well. Especially seeing how YDP performed. They must have done their homework as well, both of these teams. So for YDP to come back into this tournament, of course, having lost the first series 0-2, they need to start stacking up these points and victories. Because by the end of the day, it could already be too late.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very, very crucial matchup in order for them to really gain any tempo. It's too risky to settle for third right now. Nobody wants to be at the bottom of the barrel, but it's the nature of the tournament. So that being said, though, I've got to give a quick check. Is Manomo back? I want to hear your voice. Our dear lad doesn't seem like he's present. So, all in all, I'm ready. I'm down to cast. I've been sitting around analyzing some of the plays and I've been itching to really get involved in the action as well, Kaka. So just like you guys back at home, of course, I do apologize for a little bit of that wait, but you know what they always say: good things come to those who wait. I'm also getting impatient, but I can be certain that all these games today is going to be great.
Yeah, 100%. I think we are just waiting to hop into the game and see what these guys have to offer. And I can understand why you would think you're missing out on the action, because talking about the game after the game is done is not quite as exciting as talking about it while you are in one. So it does make a lot of sense. And I think the only thing left to do now is to get into the game and see how these guys perform.
That's right. And of course, once again, we flash over onto the picks and bans. Overall, I think in the form of execution wise, Full Sense, they definitely brewed a very strong kind of front to back roster of all these champions with all the toolkits to be able to land all these crucial card controls. So we'll have to really see can they actually get up ahead, because if those lanes get punished by YDP, then we might not really see those kind of full 5v5 kind of setup. But eventually, I think Full Sense overall, they've been a very well-versed team when it comes down to, and they're very well respected in the Thai circuit overall. They've bested legendary names. Warlock, G4, you name all these legends who's probably having some of them casting in the Thai board right now. I know Reza is on board, but it seems like we're going to be looking into change, and oh my, it looks like it's going to be a substitution. Instead of having Nidhogg to be on the ADC, it is going to be ZFAT to be on that Sivir. So, I think they kind of took a page from the playbook of FRC's okay, let's throw a curveball. This is not going to be the same playstyle. It looks the same, but it is definitely some surprise in the way.
Yeah, and look, we'll have to see how he performs. Of course, I am a big believer that ADC players cannot jungle, and vice versa. So this is kind of, a curveball that they have thrown in, and we'll have to see how that works out, honestly, for them. But his work should be cut out for him, right? Get to those 2-3 items, scale up, just farm up. You don't need to do anything fancy as long as you can just farm. But having said that, Jester might be the one who suffers because he has picked up his Zac, and I can't really make out how that works out for them.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we're already getting ourselves ready for this best of 2 series between the finest of Thailand, the finest of Indonesia. Let's get this one on the road as we've got the best 5 stack from each respective areas. And now we go right into the rift for our first match between Full Sense versus Yang De Pao. See what they're cooking.
Yep. It will be Full Sense. Yes, it will be Full Sense.
Without further ado, we jump back into game 1 of FS versus YDP, and it's going to be, I can smell it already. As I do see the Conqueror up for himself, and yeah, just going to be interesting to see what these guys have cooked at level 1 right now.
Yeah, and if you guys didn't notice, yes, I'm sorry guys for the inconvenience, because right now we see Young Depal playing ZFAT on the AD carry position. I believe you, Kaka and Contra, already talked about this. And yes, if you guys already noticed, there's slightly technical issues in Indonesian servers. That's why Nidhogger cannot hop in this match. But let's see, hopefully ZFAT can took the role well, because the show must go on, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. And talk to me about ZFAT playing ADC. I don't think we have seen that previously. I don't think, maybe you haven't seen it previously as well, but you might have an idea of how the player actually functions and how well he can play that role, because of course coming into probably the biggest tournament so far, and unfortunately he has to give up his role to Cruz, and now has to come back and play the AD carry role. So how do you think that might affect his confidence?
Yeah, I mean, ZFAT is actually known for his, we can say he is one trick Kindred on the jungle. So I mean, Kindred
right.
is somehow
it is an
ADC
AD
itself,
carry,
right?
Yeah.
So I think in terms of like spacing, in terms of range, I think ZFAT is the best option you can pick to fill the jungle. I mean the AD carry role. So I mean Sivir also, yeah, you know, just auto attacking. So I mean, he should be fine, but the problem is on the Full Sense, because we talked earlier, the Renata is good. I mean, Renekton, Wukong, and Silas that give so much challenge into the backline of Young Depal. So I mean, the other player, not only ZFAT, needs to protect this Sivir.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I think that's going to be the defining factor of the game as well, because Full Sense have so many dive champions coming in, as we do see the fight happening towards the bot side. ZFAT having to burn his flash to get out of that situation. The handshake was pretty great from the side of Yusaki, pulling this Sivir in, and towards the top side of the map, Bongshan Lee has to flash away. Single digit HP for him, well, 37 HP to be precise, and he is going to just TP back into the lane. But that was a close call towards the bot side as well. The Zac jump comes in, the passive is going to get procced, and I think that's going to be first blood for the side of FS.
Yeah, and the Jester
not
is still alive. But still alive. That's why you drink your the potion, guys. Saving Boomchan and Jester, but now there's few try to get the 2 and the first blood, and ZFAT of course cannot do things, but yeah, got one, got few. Unfortunately, the bailout doesn't make it in time, a little bit
Yes.
too late. But if it's just maybe a millisecond quicker from Yu Saki, that's gonna be a disaster for Yongdae.
Yeah, 100% I agree. I think that was very close for comfort for the side of Few and Yu Saki. If the bailout was just a second earlier, as you said, it could have been a disaster for the side of YDP. I would say it still is a disaster for the side of YDP. 9 CS on the Sivir, has the cull for herself. But you look at the Varus, has the recurve bow completed, and towards the top side, actually, Bombchan Lee is going to secure the 1v1. Earlier had to flash away, but this time makes it count, and he is going to secure the first kill for himself towards the mid side of the map, though. The Zac is gonna end up dying. Jester on that champion did not have his passive up, and that's going to be Feats of Warfare secured for the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, Jester actually trying to make a play from the middle, but actually Full Sense already sensing
Oh, no.
it, and Yu Saki now. Oh, nice piercing arrow from Nat Pawop. That Zfat actually doesn't have cleanse or flash, so yeah, it's just a straight line, and this is the problem for Yongdae actually, because the roster shuffling, because
Yeah.
the emergency situation, they didn't prepare for this kind of situation, so mentally it's kinda disadvantage for Yongdae.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you don't play with your main roster, especially the AD carry, it can have an effect, and it's showing right now. 2 kills down already for the Sivir. Well, 2 deaths at this point, and it's not looking good. Dying 1v1 to the Varus. I mean, Varus is just really strong in the early game, but hold that thought. Excellence has the slice, has the dice as well. Flash Q comes in. He's going to secure the answer back towards the top side. He gets his own 1v1 kill. So we are still 1-for-1 towards the top side, but it's elsewhere where YDP is kind of struggling, especially in the bot lane, as we can already see. And even in the mid lane, the Silas having a good time going. Even in CS is pretty good for the champion, because he's supposed to lose that lane.
Yeah, and I think that was the closest, the shortest flash we've seen today. But just to secure the kill, to secure the lead for the Renekton for Excellence, and I think it's really worth the flash. I mean, Boomchan doesn't have his flash either, so yeah, it's worth the lane now favoring Excellence. Now Young Nepal now need to slow down the tempo, but look at Full Sense. They sensing, they saw Cruise passing, doesn't have 6 Counter Strike, just gonna pass with the clone, and nothing happened. And yeah, Young Nepal actually need to tone down a bit, but Full Sense actually getting the grasp of the tempo. So you know, the earlier, like, we see how Boomchan actually got the grasp of the top lane, but because the solo kill earlier, now Few can make a play on top lane too.
Yeah, 100%. And again, top is trading quite heavily, and so is the bot side. I mean, Varus is just such a strong champion when it comes to the laning phase, especially with the Ghost, has the flash available, has the recurve over the longsword as well. So if you can stack up your W while we hold that thought, the Between Worlds stolen from the side of Silas comes in, and Cruz will end up going down mid counter strike. Bombchan Lee uses his ultimate to go in, but that's going to be a 2-for-0. Make that a 3-for-0. Could be a 4-for-0 as well. That's exactly what it is. Full Sense coming in with full domination, it seems like, on the top side, onto the bot side of the map. And this is again looking like a very, very quick game. Unfortunately, on the wrong side for the side of YDP, because they are quite visibly struggling to get back into this game.
Just like we talked earlier, Kaka, like the Excellence already got secure his lane, so Few can make a play on the top. And you said that Faros and Renata, how annoying they are in 2v2 situation, and yeah, they got 4-for-0 just because of that. I think just because of that Renekton solo kill earlier.
Yeah, 100%. And the Silas was there as well, first to move as the boots completed. So that is kind of expected. They are now going to spot Few taking on these Void Grubs. And the answer back is quite strong. They are going to get their dragon for themselves, which might get stopped. Maybe it does not happen. The lane swap has come in. from Natpo. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. If I'm murdering that, I'm really sorry. But having said that, they do swap it towards the top side of the map. So clearly giving out the priority towards the bot side of the map. And Few is going to get that red buff for himself and all the camps on the enemy red side as we look at this 2 versus 2. And tell us what happened here.
Yeah, just like you said, the Silas actually already got his boots, so can help into 3v2 on the top, and in the bottom, I think it's just the difference on the spells. Look, Zac doesn't have the flash, Sivir doesn't have the flash and plants, and it will be easy for 2-range champion like Faerie and Renata. So it's just like in level 6, in the earlier stage, Faerie obviously with his passive gonna be much lot dealing more damage against Sivir, and that's what Full Sense do, and I mean it's gonna be snowballing actually.
Yeah, and while we were catching up, there was a kill in the mid lane, but we hold on to that thought. Dominus gets procced right here. The stun is going to come onto Cruz. He's gonna die. The Q is dead. Not before getting a return kill here. Jester does have the passive available, but it looks like it's not going to be needed. Excellence cannot find his range right there. And early on, Ite did fall to a gang coming in from the side of Jester. So he is doing what he can on the Zac so far. Has 3 kill participation out of the 4 that his team has. But towards the top side, the volley now goes in. Could not... Well, that could be a problem. Bailout is still there, so I don't think they have... I mean, he has the damage to finish off the Varus, and that's exactly what happens. Another death for the side of Bomchan Lee. In the mid side of the map, though, Ite goes in.
Wow.
1v1, plays that beautifully and secures a kill. But Jester is here with his hop, and so is Cruz, and that is going to be a return kill for the side of YDP. But if you are Ite, you're not complaining. You get the kill. You get the 1 plating as well. So that's a lot of gold that just went to the Silas. And so far, FS just looking like the more proactive team, have the 3000 gold advantage as we look at the replay right here.
Yeah, and actually like this clean 1v2 from IT, like Jester, we know that he actually, if he plays Zac, he knew he want to be tanky, but it's still earlier stage. He still doesn't have that tankiness. And in other side, like Full Sense, maybe only 4000 gold leads, but look where the golds is. Necton with 1.5k, and in the Silas and the Fire, so Full Sense knew the gold is on the right place. That's why the damage that been dealt from Full Sense is actually much higher. And Young Depal, by playing Jax, by playing Sivir, you want to kite, you want to poke, but they didn't have the chance. And right now, teleport gonna be casted from Raphael just to push this 4-player back. And
yeah,
the push again, Kaka.
Yeah, the dive was going to come in from the side of Few. It might still happen as he finds the Cyclone onto the Zac, who goes down. The passive is not going to save him this time around. Ite picks that one up. Another TP comes in, this time from Bomchan Lee. But the turret is long for this world. Between Worlds comes out, double bounces onto Raphael as he's trying to navigate his way onto this team fight. But unfortunately, the rest of the team has fallen. Cruz goes in, but the bailout is there. Triple kill for Ite. And a double kill actually for Cruz, who might still get something back. Gets the triple. If he has the counter strike, no he doesn't. If he had that up, I think he could have gotten the quadra, but unfortunately for him, it is still going to be a 4 for 3 in a 5 versus 4. So I think again Full Sense is quite happy with the outcome of that fight, as Excellence should be able to pick up this bot tier 1 turret for himself.
Yes, actually the biggest prize is 5 plates for the Renekton. Like you said earlier, it's 4v5. Actually, this crocodile gets his item. It would be a menace, actually, especially in the back line. And Boomchan now, 1 level difference. Look, half HP. Just
and
simple combo.
That's just the power of the Black Cleaver that has been completed for Excellence, and he is yet to go back and pick up his item. So that crocodile is only getting stronger. Ite looks for a trade in the mid lane. takes half of Raphael's HP bar just before the dragon is spawning. You can see the TP coming in as well. The Tunneler and Ruby Crystal picked up for the side of Excellence. So he's looking quite strong for the coming team fight. Has the Dominus available as well. So I really don't see a way how YDB can actually enter the river and try to contest for this dragon. And that's exactly what's going to happen. They really can't do much about it. So they have to give this one up. And that's going to be the second objective, it looks like, picked up for the side of Full Sense. And they are looking to invade right now. Cruz might be in trouble, never mind. Places the ward, hops away, but again has to give up the blue buff for his troubles.
Yes, and still 14 minutes, and I think mid, because we see chain corruption into the mid lane, into the Zfat actually, but no minion wave, unfortunately, because if this outer mid turret is open, I think it's done for Young Depal, because we see how their draft works. It's really need item, it's really need to farm, and the space is already taken by Full Sense.
Yeah, 100%. As we look at the top team fight right now that had happened earlier, the TP did come in from Umshanli. Jester, of course, went down very early on, and the Silas gets a triple kill, and it was looking quite shady for the side of YDP. But then Cruz comes in. He is able to secure 2 kills for himself as well. First one on to Few, who ends up dying even despite the bailout right there. And then the Silas dies, and then the Renata dies as well. Fortunately, the Varus had a lot of HP left still, and the counter strike was not up for Cruz, but he did secure a triple kill for himself. He's still ahead in the jungle, has completed the Triforce. Looks like he's going to make the Frozen Heart second and go towards that tanky route, because honestly, the other champions or the players on his team are struggling to make a few items in this one.
Yeah, for sure. And I love like how Full Sense immediately pull out the referral, because they knew they need tempo. They knew that they need the jungle control, so Young Devil cannot farm much quicker, because you see there's no reliable engage from Young Devil except the Zac, and we know like if Zac slingshot into the Silas, into the Wukong Necton, they can just immediately disengage, or rather just counter the team fight.
Yeah, 100%. And now this is, sort of slowing down the game. There are not a lot of objectives up, so we have gone back to farming, sort of a lull state right now. And I think that still favors the side of Full Sense. Again, they have the Varus, who has 1 item completed. He is looking to make the Gwinsu's Rage Blade as well. And once he gets that, and as we speak about it, he actually gets that completed as well. So the next team fight, however it goes, if the Varus does not die, could spell a lot of trouble. Again, has the Ghost, has the Flash, has the Bailout as well coming in from the side of Yusaki. So that could be really, really troublesome for the side of YDP.
Yeah, and especially because the redemption that Renata's built, different from Zac, like you said earlier, that the Thornmail, because Zac want to tank in the front. There's a lot of resistance from Full Sense, the sustainability in the team fight that Young Devil doesn't have, and because the lack of items, I think in the prolonged team fight, Young Devil cannot do much, except they can find like sneaky kill, like they catch like someone who out of position, but knowing Full Sense, they will play really disciplined.
Yeah, 100%. And they don't really need to overextend or bite more than they can chew anyway, right? As YDP will pick up their first turret of the game, the T1 towards the top side. Zfat still farming up as much as he can, still 140 CS at 17 minutes. It's not too bad. Again, Sivir does need 2 to 3 items to be more effective in these sort of team fights, so that's what we are going to be looking at. But for the side of Full Sense, I mean, Excellence is looking quite excellent, if I may say so myself, on that Renekton. As we hold that thought, Few looks for a trade in the mid lane. Z-Fat just blows his ult and is able to get away. But talking about the Renekton, Black Cleaver, Sterix Gauge now completed. So he is going to be unkillable as well in the team fight that's about to come. And you look at the Sylas as well, very close to completing his Rift Maker. The Varus already has, as we spoke about earlier, 2 items completed. The Redemption as well for the Renata, who has been playing so well. And 15 seconds to the next dragon. It looks like Excellence might be in trouble here. Jester, Cruz and Boomchanli are looking towards him to see if they can get something. The jump is going to come in. The Dominus still to get rocked by Excellence. Now he's going to use that. Oh my god.
Wait.
The Renekton is essentially 2 versus 1 right now. Make that a 3 versus 1. But now the cavalry is here. Ite comes in. And gets the kill onto Boomchanli. Raphael is going to TP in, but it's not going to matter. Yuyusaki spots out Cruz. Raphael now going in. Let's see if the handshake can come in. No, it's not going to. So that's a lot of resources burned from the side of YDP, and they are not even able to secure any kills for themselves, and also losing out on the dragon. So that's a huge misstep and a disaster for the side of YDP.
Yeah, I think Excellence just want to be a bait because their friends want to take the dragon and he will be happy like 3 people goes around him, but the Dominus, the Sterix Gate keeping him alive, and because the virus is there on the Drake speed, actually they finish the Drake quicker, so why we not help them? Help Excellence, and the beautiful turnaround. Young Depol doesn't have the damage because look at the item build. There's no one can burst, especially Renekton.
Yeah.
They need time. So yeah, when the Sylas came, it's already over.
Yeah, 100%. They don't have the damage. I mean, they started the fight 2 versus 1 as well. It was only the support. But we do see Boomchanli now flashing in onto Excellence, dealing a lot of damage. Excellence uses the W and is able to get away from that situation. Lucky for him. And let's really hope it does not greed for the wave right here. He is going to actually, the Sterix Gauge is going to get popped. Jester is looking and he's just hoping that Boomchanli can somehow spot the Renekton, and that's not actually, that might still happen. The Zac is turning towards the top side of the map. As you can see, the Atakan has spawned. Few Yuyusaki and Ite just fishing for any sort of kills that they can find. The Atakan is just burning because of how much damage this virus deals. I'm really surprised at that.
Yeah, look at the Atakan melting. Even Young Depal tried to fight that, and the Cyclones come up. Redemption in the front, so the few can have the sustain, and finally the hostile takeover, taking 2 from Young Depal and double kill immediately from Ite. And there's the response from Young Depal because no one can back up. They knew they don't have damage, so the best option is to fall back and look at their teammates being the food for full sense.
Yeah, 100%. It's looking like a slow death for the side of Young Depal. The tier 2 turret is going to go down. The Atakan went down. Double kill was secured as well for the side of Ite, as you said earlier. And it looks like the beginning of the end for the side of YDP, especially in this game 1, where they have visibly struggled. Some silver lining was Cruz getting that triple kill, but after that and before that, actually, it has been a pretty one-sided affair here. We can see Excellence trying to 2 versus 1. Again, YDP not having enough damage to burn out the Renekton, who had the Sterix complete. The slice and dice was really good as well, and Cruz almost ended up going down. Ite comes in and clutch, and he is able to secure the kill onto Boomchanli. The passive saves the Zac. Raphael uses his TP as well, but this team fight right here, Wukong goes and gets the 2-man knock-up. The hostile takeover is there. The Varus is free hitting, and the Sylas is able to secure those 2 kills. Hold that thought. The Volibear comes in, but this time it's Sylas disabling the turret, and that's going to be another 2 kills picked up for the side of Full Sense, and they are looking really strong in this game 1.
Yeah, right now Full Sense already have control in all the maps, so they have an option like they can push maybe 1 inhibitor, or they can just wait for the Ocean Soul point or 2 minutes against Baron, they have all the option because Young Devil cannot respond. And maybe Jester, now the elastic slingshot miss, redemption to Ita to survive Cyclones, connect into two between worlds just to escape for Raphael to save his own life but not his support. And right now 2 inhibitor turrets being taken down, and maybe they can move to set up for this Ocean Soul point.
Yeah, and it's just so one-sided at this point, right? I mean, they are trying their best on the side of YDP, but they just lack so much damage right now that any sort of comeback avenue is just not there for them. And for the side of Full Sense, I mean, you can already see 2 items completed for most of, well, all of the champions. Mikhail's and Redemption as well for the side of Yuyusaki on the Renata. The Blade of the Rune King has been completed. The Guinsoo's Rage Blade has come in. The Riftmaker Proto Belt, Seeker's Arm Guard, even the Magi has been picked up for the side of Ite. So they are just looking really strong. They do have 12,000 gold lead. Might just end up waiting for the Baron, and once they have that objective secured, we could be looking at the end of the game. But it does look for the side of YDP that it is going to be a game to come back for them, because this game 1 does not look favorable at all at this point.
Yeah, it's been a long ride, but yeah, just Full Sense playing better, playing more disciplined. They knew when to initiate, knew when to back up, but Young Devil at this point is just the wallet talking, the gold talking, the item difference, because
100%.
like, there's no damage into Full Sense, and Full Sense have all the sustainability, especially they have the Redemption, the Renata, and close. Soon they will have the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, I think we might just see the end of the game before that even comes in. As Few is looking at the backline, the Cyclone is there. Bombchan Lee is going to dodge on the Abscond right there, but burns his ultimate, still ends up dying as Nut Pop goes godlike 7-0 and 4 on that champion. Is just looking so strong, and they turn their eyes onto this Baron now, and surely that is going to be it, right? I mean, you get this Baron, you get this objective, not a lot of wave clear coming in from the side of YDP, especially because of the lack of items onto the Sivir. But it looks like YDP want to contest, and look at the backline right here. Ite finds himself right there. Varus is actually going to go down, but the bailout is there, so maybe not. The hostile takeover is great. Ite onto the backline, kills the Sivir, almost kills Raphael as well, and that is going to be the objective secured for the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, even one lone Varus they cannot take down. That's the difference. That's the gap of the gold of the item. That's the state of this first game on the match 3. Full Sense securing themselves the Baron. Young Devil, they knew it's their last ditch effort to stop the Baron or maybe stall the Baron. But Full Sense, knowing they have this massive lead, they said, let's fight. And yeah, they rolled that fight really well from Full Sense.
Yeah, and Nat power-up as well on that Varus just refuses to go down. Still deathless so far. Again, the Renata doing a great job providing the Mikhail's redemption, the bailout as well to save the AD carry. I mean, the bot lane has done a fantastic job so far from the side of Full Sense. It is unfortunate that it was against Fat, who does not really play AD carry except for the Kindred that we mentioned earlier. As the redemption now is going to come in. Cruz uses the counter strike, but the slice and dice is there, and that's going to be another kill picked up for the side of Excellence. And Bombchan Lee falls for the 8th time, well, the 9th time in this game. And this should be game 1 secured for the side of Full Sense, who have looked quite dominating since minute 1. I don't think it was ever in doubt who was going to take this game. And the Nexus, the first Nexus of this series is going to explode, and Full Sense now is there on the leaderboard with the point picked up for themselves.
Yeah, just one single team fight maybe that became a hope for Young Devil when Cruz got the triple kill.
Yeah.
But other than that, Full Sense just knew they have a better state, better condition, better understanding what the game state is. what the game state was, and they just steamrolling, snowballing it hard, making Young Depal cannot react.
Yeah, 100%. I think just a very one-sided affair. As we look at some damage numbers right here, 32.6k for the Silas. Excellent, doing an excellent job as well on to the Renekton right there. So this was again just a whitewash. You can see the goal lead as well, and all the objectives except for one dragon picked up from the side of Full Sense. And yeah, that's all she wrote for the side of YDP in this game one.
Yeah, because Full Sense already playing really disciplined, and I wonder what our analysts said. So let's invite Abigail and Contra to talk about this first game on the match 3.
Thank you so much for Kaka and Manamo. I mean, it's still pretty much the same with what we saw on the first match for Young Depal, and it really showed us how strong Full Sense it is. But for Young Depal, I feel like their synergy kind of off, because I mean, like, look at the timing they've tried to follow up. If their follow up is already too slow, I don't feel any synergy between every single players, and from my perspective, that could be a problem with their comms. Contra.
Yeah, I think like there's definitely a clear sign of struggle, or I don't know if it's a communication breakdown or so, because there were clearly some of all these team fights where, you know, they have that 3 versus 1 scenario that can happen over the top side, and it's so disjointed to the point that it allowed Excellence to clutch in a 1 versus 3 situation and still walk away with a kill. That's absolutely out of this world. So I think like credit where credit is due. I think Full Sense is such a strong team in such a sense where, you know, there's always that kind of backup whenever that's necessary. And then when it comes down to even handling the lanes by its own, they've been able to really show that they are absolutely capable. And despite all these changes coming in from the side of YDP, I felt like it was a drastic change that ZFAT really had to readjust again. And I think Cruz definitely has shown signs of life. I mean, he's doing very well on his Jax, but he's been able to, you know, match up to the tempo. It's just that there's just too many punctures around the side lanes as well when he's trying to at least fix some hole somewhere, wherever the leakage was. But it was just slowly a drowning puddle by the end of it all. So that being said, though, of course, we want to deep dive into what really transpired in the early game where, you know, in the early scuffle, we actually saw some proactive moves coming from Faerie where they've been able to find a beautiful catch onto this Cyclone, and that's where they get that collateral. Even ZFAT comes in to chime in, but it's too little too late. They cannot really salvage that point. And this is where I really want to put a little bit of pause where, you know, they come in for a dive, and then the TP came rather late. So it allowed the rest of these members to really eventually collapse, because you can already see that they've already got one member being caught out right here, and then you've already had like how many members to be able to also go in for the full collapse, right? Where at 1, 2, 3, 4, once they're done with that dive, you could easily just, you know, funnel towards this direction and you close out the fight. So this fight was rather difficult for the rest of YDP to take, and you can see a little bit more of the disjoint figures coming in from majority of all these players. So by the time that they form a response, it's too little too late. I mean, even Cruz wants to find a little bit of exchange. Yes, he managed to get a little bit of double return just to try to get a little bit more shut down, but that's all that they could actually form up. And then it comes to this point where I want to highlight once again, okay, if you take a look at the minimap real closely, now take a look at this, right? Bombchan was here over the minimap. Where's the follow-up? I mean, he could have actually just walked up and he would be able to really contribute in towards this play in order to, you know, confirm the number. They don't have enough damage to deal with the Renekton, and then Excellence. He continued on, and then with the arrival of the Redemption, it allowed him to really clutch a 1 versus 3, and the rest of the Cavalry have arrived to save the Renekton just in the nick of time. How crazy is that, Abby?
Wow, that was pretty much crazy, because it feels like Full Sense is always one step ahead Young Depal, but for me, it was Young Depal who always late for everything. I mean, like the way they try to follow up each other is already a missed tempo, and not to mention they still have Jax to be honest to match up the tempo, and they know it well that Jax still can play around the other players, but sadly, it feels like Young Depal has lots of priorities, but they just don't know which one to prioritize first. Contra.
Yeah, I think like this is definitely one good example where they were split into two. And you saw Ite, he 1v2 right here. The rest of Full Sense, they just went on to that full collapse. They already took out Bombchan. So it's not a hassle at all when, you know, like they have already got an item deficit. And by this point in time already, when you're actually going up against a fight, I mean, you take a look at the goal graph as well. I mean, I can't fully highlight it. Sorry, I'm trying to get used to these functions. But then again, like it's a little too much to handle, right? So eventually, you kind of want to give a couple of all these objectives away, and then when come time that they actually secure the Baron, Full Sense basically just ran it all the way to the Nexus, and even was cheeky enough to go in for the dive to secure themselves a little bit more style points to take game one home. So all in all, I think like there is definitely some improvements coming in from the side of YDP. I don't think that all these changes drastically could have actually been efficient to be done within a day. So what they really have to do when they go back to revisit these VODs on the remainder of the rounds, that's where they really got to formulate, okay, there's a couple of things that they need to fix. They also have to identify that, hey, we need a little bit more proactivity coming in, maybe from Raphael, or as Jester was actually playing onto Zac. I think like ideally you kind of want Zac to also have certain impact, like making a surprise gank over the mid lane, or even do some maneuvers over the top side. Because they were pressured from the get-go with those dives being set in place, especially that level 1 dive, it really hurt the bottom lane a lot, and therefore those kind of pressure really cracked down onto those members of Depal. So Full Sense, that was absolutely brilliant of them to be able to identify, hey, we can actually see if we could just put enough pressure to really form those cracks, and it seems like that absolutely worked out for the Titans of Thailand.
Yes, and to be honest, I feel like if for the first match between the first game between Full Sense and Young Depal, if Full Sense is actually not setting the tempo, they just play more like giving a lot of pressure to Young Depal, and after they get the pressure, they just, you know, kind of following what kind of tempo that Young Depal want to play. So I don't think Full Sense is already playing aggressively like we expected to, and I think for the second game, probably Full Sense will try the other aggressiveness.
Yeah, I think like there's a lot of individual prowess from every respective laner out there. I think there was moments where Bombchan was also looking for solo kill by himself. I don't really get to highlight those because we got plenty of it. But in all those exchanges, you always see that there's always fluid comms coming in from Full Sense. It's like, okay, I'm coming to back you up. Even if you go down, I can secure something in return. Whereas I think like overall, YDP still looks a little bit disjointed. They just really gotta mend it all together in order for us to really see maybe a little bit more of the team fights that can actually put them ahead. So that being said, I think that kind of wraps up game one. I mean, there's still a chance for YDP to really find something in return. I don't know if it's currently, you know, the kind of drafts that they run, because it's getting a little bit predictable when you're having, you know, 2 rounds in a row where you're showing the Volleybag, you're showing the Sivir, but yield no results. So I think maybe it's about time we actually see a little bit more changes to the draft.
Yeah, I agree with that point, because not too much with this draft. You can predict what kind of game plan that Young Depals want to play. Not to mention how they play today is kind of revolves around the jungle and the Baron lane. So I think they should put a lot of more surprise movement, or maybe surprise game plan to their opponent. Otherwise, they will keep doing this kind of series, like very fast 2-0 from their opponent.
Yeah, true enough. And, you know, like, there's so many heroic plays coming in from, you know, so many different players of each respective roster. But Ite, they've looked absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I want to see what more can Ite bring because Silas on him looks so darn good. So I want to see what happens in game 2.
Yes, because the Banner section for the second game of the third match is already up. Illusion is Nono, Alice is Nono. This kind of ban is pretty much the same with the other games. Why? And welcome back to our casters, Madamo and Kaka. So, what's your predictions? Maybe let's start with what will Young Depot pick for Boomchan? What about it?
I mean, they already pivoting Zfat back to the jungle, so they let Cruz playing AD carry in the second game, and Kindred is open. This Kindred is one of the champion that people respect from Zfat, so maybe he can pick that. But Azir, we know Raphael actually in match number 1, I believe. The Azir is a little bit more passive, using the Shurima Shuffle and Emperor's Divide a bit more defensive, so I want to see they play more aggressive, and the Kindred that we're talking about, and the Nidalee that you guys talking in the game 1.
Wow. Super aggressive picks that we're looking at here. I mean, Kaka, I want to hear your thoughts right now because you're giving me a wide smile on your face. Like, these are picks that I'm looking forward to.
I mean, I'm not sure about the Nidalee pickup, right? Especially after having picked the Renekton in game 1. That's sort of the combo that you look out for, the Renekton Nidalee. That's not there anymore for the side of FS. So I'm not too convinced as of now. But of course, they can change my mind by picking some champion that can go well with it. And for the side of YDP, it does look like a lot of comfort. And that is something I like when teams do that. Just pick your favorite champions, have fun while playing the game, and that should be the priority as well, because that is what opens you up to winning more games.
Yeah. But I feel like there will be a problem for Full Sense, because the first 3 champions that they pick is squishy.
Yeah.
Like, for example, like Yone, you cannot expect Yone to be a solid tank. Nidalee indeed is very squishy, and not to mention the Gwen. So I'm kind of confused to which one we will go where. Contra.
Well, that's where I'm really thinking about what do you really want to secure as a top lane right now for YDP, right? I'm looking at more of a defensive option because you already got a Kindred in the jungle, which means that this is going to be mainly your tertiary or secondary carry in the sense. So I'm not too sure if Ornn actually fits well, because either way, if you take a tank, you're also going to get melted with the Gwen. So you want to go toe-to-toe, you want to match fire with fire. Perhaps the answer could actually be something like a Fiora, something that, you know, right-clicks her to Oblivion if you really just want to win that solo win. But that does not guarantee you anything, right? Because right now, you have a Yone up mid lane, interchangeable as well. It really depends. Like, if you want to answer back with a Galio, I mean, I don't know. Perhaps that could also be some form of the answer, but it is still a little rather risky.
Oh my god, that's gonna be tough for Young Depot. And no Darius, no more Kaiser, no set. So I think it leaves Boomchan to a very limited options for a champion that he can pick. But you also cannot use a Volibear, but Aatrox still open, Manamo.
Yeah, I also agree. Aatrox that first come into my mind, especially we're talking about Boomchan here. He doesn't like playing that in the far back like Ornn Sion. He wants to be in the front. Aatrox fits him well, and actually, like, maybe this is like they already lost game 1, so maybe they just want to open the path open. They have Azir, they have Alistar to set it up, and because there's a Gwen, Yone, Nidalee, and right now Jhin, I think the chance is getting bigger. But Yasuo,
Whoa.
Yay!
Okay.
I think it's for Cruz.
Wow.
I think it's for Cruz.
Yasuo!
So maybe they want
You're
the
absolutely
Aatrox.
right.
Aatrox is right, but I didn't expect the Yasuo.
Yeah, the only thing this Indonesian didn't expect is just the Yasuo, aka Yanto. So I'm gonna wait if it's gonna be the power spike Yanto. Wait, what? Ambessa.
Oh, okay. It's still looking rather good, right? Because like you got the Ambessa to really go in with the setups, and then you could just come in quickly with the follow-up, and you have so many different tools to provide that knockup in order for him to really get everybody airborne for a little bit longer. But to also add to back, I mean, take a look at that. You have that staple Jin Leona dual bot lane setup that is looking rather scary, because if you ever were to overextend, sure, then you could actually come in with multiple stuns as well as snares. So the timing for the wind wall needs to be perfect for Cruz to pull this one off.
Yeah, but for me, Young Nepal's work will be very heavy on Jester, because he's the only one who can set up and also disengage the full sense. Well, yeah, full sense has Leona, and of course Leona will play aggressive once she reaches level 2. But this is going to be a hard work for Lister. Lister should prioritize which ones he want to do, if it whether he is want to engage or disengage. But let's talk about the predictions. Will Young Nepal can secure first point with this draft, Kaka?
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Young Nepal, at least in this game too. They do seem like they have a plan. Even if it's as simple as Alistair, go and try to knock as many people as you can. I think that sounds great to me, especially with the Yasuo. They do have the AD carry in the Kindred as well. Of course, it's in the jungle, so it's not the weirdest comp you'll ever see. It can work, and I do think it will work pretty well for them, especially looking at how many squishy champions that FS have drafted for themselves. So if YDP can just survive till they get a couple of items onto their carry, especially the Yasuo, I think this is a very doable game. And again, they do not lack the options of these knockups coming. The Azir Shurima Shuffle can knock people up. The Alistair is there. The Ambessa ult as well can knock up the priority target. So I think it's set up quite well for Cruz to follow into, and I am just excited to see what they can do. And dare I say, it could be 1-1.
Yeah, it could be 1-1, and could be the very first point for Young Nepal, which is what they need the most. Because one thing for sure, any single team today could not live with only 0 point. But so far, Young Nepal, this kind of composition, yes, they have 4 of champions who are squishy, but if you play aggressive, if you can make Gwen get her items faster than it should, probably the game will secure to 0 for full sense. But let's see what will happen on this second game of the mastery. So I'm gonna toss it to the casters. So for the casters, take it away.
Wow, what a draft, Kaka. What a draft.
Yeah. I mean, it is set up quite beautifully. I think if we were complaining about the lack of action towards the middle of the game in Game 1, I don't think that's going to happen this time around, especially with the pickups from the side of YDP. I really like it. I did think they were lacking these sort of true engage champions and follow-ups as well, and Bombshan Lee was playing the Volibear for quite a long time, which could not find his place in these sort of games. But now it does look like they have a good draft, and more importantly, the Kindred is on the rift for Z-Fat, and as I have been hearing since this morning, it seems like it's one of his favorite champions.
Yes, and also like one thing that concerning in full sense draft is their lack of CC, because maybe they got Pet Shield, Solar Flare, Leona's Kid, and Deadly Flourish, and that's it. In prolonged team fight, I think Young Nepal have a bigger chance to mock full sense and just get rid of them overall.
Yeah, 100% I agree. I do think the side of full sense do lack the crowd control, as you mentioned. The Yone ultimate won't cut it. The Gwen does not have CC. The Nidalee doesn't have CC as well. So it's just the Leona and the Deadly Flourish and the passive resets coming in from the side of Jin. So I don't think that counts too much. So they might again struggle in these sort of team fights, but again they do have great side laning. The Gwen will outscale the Ambessa in the side lane. The Yone will outscale the Azir in the side lane as well. So maybe that is something that they can play for. And again, no level 1 shenanigans coming in. The Jin and Leona just getting the alcove for themselves. The Nidalee's there as well, but few might get into trouble here.
Ooh, Young
This could be very risky.
Yeah, and they saw and they didn't check the brush, that sneaky brush, and Zfat already known, and maybe he can play dumb into this because they saw 3 players invading Young Nepal jungle, but no movement yet. Maybe they try to bait Zfat, or maybe they waiting. Where's the bot lane? But the bot lane is already on their back, Kaka.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they have full idea as to where Full Sense is standing right now. The Wolf has spotted these guys getting into the brush, so I don't think Zfat should be in trouble here, but we'll have to wait and watch as the 3-man invade is still going strong. Zfat going to start off this red buff, and it could be very, very costly for him. But the cavalry has arrived now. Jester is here, maybe looks for the flash. Triple knock up right there. The exhaust comes in onto Netpo right there. Cruz has the Q for himself, has good distance coming in, but it looks like we're not going to see the first blood come in for either of these sides right now. But the most important thing about this is Nidalee now is going to lack so much in tempo because Zfat will be able to pick his golem up.
Yes, and this Jin actually used 2 of his spells, so and no pots. And Jin is low HP, so maybe he will clear this one wave and need to return. So Young Nepal got early tempo, as you said, from the jungle and the bottom lane also.
Yeah, in the bottom lane as well, especially now. Cruz has the flash away. I think he did burn it. I'm not too sure. We'll have to check that. Okay, has the flash, doesn't have the exhaust for himself. So 2 versus 2 should not be a problem for the Jin. Can farm up in peace, but as you said, does not have the summoner spells. The Leona doesn't have the heal as well, which was used early on as the headbutt now comes in to knock Yuyusaki away. Towards the top side, we can see the struggles again from Bombchan Lee. 6 CS to 14. Had to take a really bad base as well. Burnt his TP to get back into the lane. The Gwen is going to do the same right now and pick up the Dark Seal for her troubles. So yeah, quite an even start. You can see the gold as well, quite even. The CS numbers replicating the enemies as well. Raphael, though, is having a pretty good time in this 1 versus 1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, of course. Zir, with his range against Yone, should be fine. And in the bottom, actually, not power up. Managed to stay in lane for quite a while, and Deadly Flourish connect to Cruz. And yeah, I mean Yasuo and Alistar 2 melee against Jin. Not much that they can do. And not Pao and Yuyusaki actually playing this lane, just holding the wave really well. But again, Zenith Blade connect. But Cruz already shifting, not much damage. It can be, the 4th shot into the Cruz. And Jester said, yeah, we need to go back because not power up, ready for another 4th shot. Still waiting, and yeah, decide to shoot the Alistar because he cannot find Cruz. And Boomchan Lee actually tried to get snapped by Excellence. Secure the kill, and maybe the 3rd one, solo kill into Raphael, securing the feat of warfare for Full Sense.
Yeah, just in a matter of seconds, 3 kills secured for the side of Full Sense. 2 solo kills. Bombchan Lee ends up dying to Excellence once again in the 1 versus 1. And in the mid lane, Raphael goes down to Ite in the 1 versus 1. The Yone burns his flash. The E was there to finish it up. Zenith Blade actually is going to miss as we are fighting for this bot Scuttle Crab. The 2-man knockup comes in, make that 2 kills for the side of IDP as they show some sort of comeback right here. 3-3 in kills, and the Kindred will not get the Scuttle Crab. Crucially, that was the marker as well for her, I feel. But again, a good fight back from the side of YDP as they secure 2 kills. And more importantly, the kill goes over to Zfat on the Kindred.
Yeah, collecting marks and marks to Kindred and Zfat. Like, looking more comfortable playing in the jungle in his own area. And it's really the contrast into game 1 that we see how Young Nepal play really passive. In the game 1, Full Sense took control, but right now, like, Young Nepal see a chance and they said, like, let's do it, and they tried. Maybe the trade wasn't perfect, but at least they did something, Kaka.
Yeah, Bombchan Lee with a very weird pathing actually gets the wards in as we hold on to that thought. We are fighting towards the bot side. Natpo might be in trouble here. Goes down in the 2 versus 2. The knock-up is going to come one after the other, and I think that's going to be a double kill for the side of Cruz, who goes 3-0 on the Yasuo. Having a dream start, never mind. The Leona flashes, the double flash is there from the side of YDP to secure that kill, as ZFAT is running for his life, but I don't think he should be in too much trouble. And finally YDP is coming in with some bite of their own. The makeshift AD carry Cruz is having the time of his life on this Yasuo.
Yeah, and that was a really smart play from the duo on the bot lane from Youngdepal, because like we said earlier, the Jhin obviously have this range advantage against Yasuo and Alistar, so they decide to hide in the bush, forcing the Jhin to come into the close range, which Yasuo and Alistar will always prevail, and got another double kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, Raphael now having to go back, was getting ganked here. ZFAT is there onto Few, who has the flash available, so shouldn't be in trouble. The Q is going to miss from the Yone. Still has, doesn't have the ultimate. The Shurima shuffle is nice. Yusaki does not have the flash available. I think that's going to be one more kill for the side of YDP, as they are the one now showing us that they can be proactive as well, and they are securing the kills for themselves. And this is looking like a very different team that we saw well in game 1.
Yes, and same goes but to Full Sense. Like Ite in Leona seems doesn't have the comms, and a flash from Few still managed to save his life, but not for long, because he need to recall. And the jungle control for this Kindred is immersive, and maybe the first Mountain Drake also can be collected for Youngdepal.
Yeah, 100%, and ZFAT just keeps on picking these marks up as well, and the longer this game goes, it's going to be pretty good for him as well. 3 marks already, the 4th one will give the Kindred an extra 25 range, so that is what he is looking forward to. Excellence now could be in trouble. There's a huge wave coming in. Never mind, they're not going to dive the Gwen right now. The swap has come in, clearly indicating the priority towards the top side of the map, and Grubs, you can see 4-man strong coming in from the side of Full Sense. And this game, again, at this point, it is really close. We might see the dive come in onto the Gwen actually, but I think it's going to be quite hard unless the Alistar goes in first and the Yasuo is able to follow that up. ZFAT is still taking the Grom, so that might be not the play. I think he could have just waited a bit there, and that's why this dive has gone how it is. I think that was a huge mistake from ZFAT, clearing out the Grom first instead of diving the Gwen, and that misplay is going to save Excellence from getting killed.
Yeah, I agree. Like, there's a chance that 3-man gangs, but ZFAT wasn't there. He have ult, and ult really late, actually saving Excellence. So one missed chance from Youngdepal, but nevertheless, the pressure of the Full Sense still managed to be held by Excellence. And let's see the replay, because I think this is the replay from the top lane. We saw earlier how ZFAT taking Few, Boomchan came and actually got Few first, and since Excellence still hasn't got 6 yet, obviously Boomchan can manage to do the wild trade. And now Jester looking for Few. ZFAT is also there, but got hit by Spear, so they decide to hold back a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's the only saving grace as of now for the side of Full Sense. The Gwen, who is so far ahead, 1,300 gold for her in this matchup, is going to get the Rift Maker completed, as well as Jester is here. Headbutts and pulverizes Ite right there. Let's see if they have the damage. The Soul Unbound is going to come in. The Yone with the Q3 right there might end up going down. Actually, Jester is the one who's gonna fall down, unfortunately. And now the Azir does not have the dash, does not have the flash as well. The Zenith Blade will find him, and the Nidalee Few on that champion secures the double kill for himself.
I think that was a little bit too confident by Raphael, knowing that IT using the soul unbound, he put the soldier into the body itself. So the idea is like when the soul is come back, he just need to free hit it, but he didn't expect that the cavalry already coming, and now Boomchan already alone on top side. The flash didn't save him because of missed flash, and now Full Sense actually got a gold lead against Young Depa.
Yeah, and it's on the back of this Nitley, who was 0-1 a few minutes ago, well, a couple of minutes ago, and now 3-1 and 1, gets the proto belt completed, goes towards the mid lane, gets the double kill for her, and goes towards the top side of the map, plays with the Fed Gwen, secures another kill, and I think this is where YDP is playing it wrong. I think they should be focusing more on the Yasuo lane. As he is the one with the lead, he is the one who has the 3-0 and 1 score line, so you can just leave Raphael alone in his lonesome. Just let him farm up as much as he can and just play for the Yasuo, kill the Jhin, kill the Leona as much as you can, and I think that could be the way to victory for the side of YDP. But they are focusing a lot of their efforts towards this mid side. The spear is going to find ZFAT right there, and he's gonna just melt. Could not even use his ultimate to survive that, and that is looking like the story of the game. Just YDP not playing to the strong side of the map.
Yeah, and like there's a like unnecessary mistake, I could say, like the positioning. The ZFAT have no urgencies to be there, but it's giving Full Sense a kill, and Boomchan right now can't even 1v1 against this Gwen. 2-level difference, and he needs to be back. Excellence just waiting for the time to snap this Ambessa. Just lacking a little bit, 30 HP. But this first turret, Full Sense got it from the hand of Boomchan. So right now, we saw the pressure is on into Young Depal.
Yeah, 100%. Excellence picks up the first turret, is 40 CS ahead already at 12 minutes. Has picked up a lot of platings for himself, has the 2 kills for himself, has the Rift Maker completed, now the plated steel caps as well. 2.4 thousand gold ahead on a champion that scales really well into the late game. Is going to spell a lot of trouble for the side of YDP. And now we can see Few as well, just invading as much as he can. Raphael not going to find his ultimate, gets placed right there with the ultimate coming in from the Yone, the Fate Sealed. And now the engagement continues. Ambessa onto the backline. Aite is going to get onto that killing spree, slaying the Azir. Well, not before ZFAT is there to answer a kill back onto Yuyusaki, but look who's here. It's the Gwen. She's quite fed. She's going to pick up the kill onto Boomchan Lee. That was the first one. Make that the second as well, as Jester is going to go down. Excellence. Still quite healthy on this Gwen. The snip might not be enough. Actually, Cruz picks up the kill. That's a huge shutdown picked up for him. But meanwhile, Few was picking up the dragon for himself. So a pretty even skirmish. But again, Full Sense getting that dragon for themselves and just getting that objective and making it a better fight than it was for them, because the Yasuo again just keeps on getting ahead.
Yeah, and I think that was a wrong decision from Full Sense. Like they giving the shutdown into the ZFAT, into Cruz. Like we see this, it's the replay from earlier that look, Raphael waiting for the soul, but didn't expect Yuyusaki and Few already been there and can finish Yone earlier. So it's gonna be a double kill. It's double kill for Full Sense, and more lots of 1v1, like Boomchan Lee interrupting Gwen actually, and he needs to pay that with his on kill on that. And yeah, this is really gonna be a long replay. ZFAT off position, and we haven't even arrived to the main phase yet, but there's some things because ZFAT too far away and gonna be kill. Fate Seal combo out being casted from Zfat trying to survive, but there's no follow-up. Actually, Zfat still alive, but Fuel gonna finish it. Raphael try to escape, but it's just a buying time because his friend is nowhere to be seen. The Jester actually tried to stop IT, but yeah, the Herald already been crashed, so Full Sense gonna be satisfied with the outcome.
Yeah, and just YDP just gets caught at the wrong timers. It seems like they were trying to make a pick onto Natpo, and they did get the kill, but it's not worth losing the team members right there, as the Azir goes down, the Kindred as well follows up. The cavalry did arrive in time for the side of Full Sense, and come on, this is still anyone's game so far, only a 2000 goal lead. The Ambessa ult unfortunately is going to miss onto Natpo right there, but again the Nidalee is there, right place, right time most of the times. 5-1-1 has the huge shutdown bounty as well. As we look at this earlier replay, Natpo ends up going down, but Zfat just takes too much damage, and now you can see the Rift Herald was picked up. Yuyusaki is there with the Leona, with the Solar Flare, gets the Zenith Blade, the Fate Seal comes in. The ultimate is great from Kindred as she is able to survive all of this, but Raphael is the one who pays the price, ends up going down alongside his jungler. And that was what she wrote for the side of YDP, and that was a 2-for-1 essentially. Picked up for the side of FS.
Yeah, and 1.5 turret we could say, because the Herald actually crashes twice. So again, the map control, but like you said, Kaka, it's still anyone's game. The gold tip is not that big, but Boomchan again got caught. And yeah, 0-for-0 cannot do nothing. And Excellence. Look at the gold diff at the top lane. 3.2k and plus this another turret for Excellence.
Yeah, this has gone really, really badly for the side of Boomchan. In all of the games, honestly, it's not just this one, and it is looking quite unfortunate for him. Excellence is now almost 4,000 gold ahead, 3,500. That's essentially a death cap. Jester might end up going down, burns his ultimate to get out of that situation. But it is not enough. The Nidalee is too fed. The Gwen is so fed right now. Is going to pick up the Nashor's Tooth as well once she decides to reset, and that is the story of the game. The objectives do get started from the side of Full Sense, and there's nothing that YDP can do about it because of how fed the Nidalee and Gwen are. Even the Yone 3-1-4 now. Blade of the Ruined King completed. Did just go back, picked up the Noon Quiver alongside the pickaxe, so he's going to be very strong as well once he hits his 2-item power spike. And at that point, it just looks like it's at a point of no return for the side of YDP.
Yeah, and because there's no pure tank for Young Depal except the Alistar, maybe they just gonna melt with the snip and public execution into IT, but Fuel is already there. Flash just try to buying time from Boomchan because the cavalry already arrived, but is it the correct answer? Because now the Full Sense try to melt them down, and Young Depal didn't have the damage. Curtain Call tried to shut down the show. That's Young Depal has been put on quadra kill from Excellence, and just as we said, Excellence will be, and he is, a big problem for Young Depal.
Yeah, 100%, and that is going to break the game wide open as well. The second dragon of the game for the side of FS will be picked up as well. Excellence doing an excellent job in these team fights. Gwen just so fed. Look at the damage dealt so far. 14,000, has 2 items completed. Did pick up the quadra kill along with the tier 2 turret in the bot side of the map. So that is almost 3,000 gold that he has to spend, and he does go back, and I just can't wait to see what items does the Gwen pick up, because she is one really strong champion onto the Rift. And as you can see, the boots upgraded, the Nashers completed, the needlessly large rod as well. As we look at the team fight that went down, as you said, the public execution connects onto IT, but it's not enough. As Excellence was there first with the TP, the Ambessa goes down, a huge knockup and the follow-up as well from the side of Cruz, but it's not enough damage to kill off the Gwen, who does have the Rift Maker, so she heals back up and then gets a quadra kill for herself.
Yeah, and close to Ramadan, to the death cap actually for excellence. Wow, 5.5k gold lead, and I don't think this Yasuo is enough for Young Depal because right now Atakan and Young Depal, if they want a last ditch effort, they can contest this, but realistically speaking, they still didn't have the damage for this Atakan, and yes, it's gonna be full sense Atakan, and Young Depal need to buy more time, trying to get farm, get more items, so at least they can deal some damage, especially to this Gwen, Kaka.
Yeah, but how do you do that, right? You look at the gold that he's ahead, 5.5 thousand gold. That is essentially the gold lead that the side of Full Sense have over YDP. So, and it all sits on the Gwen, and even if you kill the Gwen, the Nidalee is quite strong as well. So is the Yone. So it just becomes a very hard game for the side of Full Sense. The Jhin is a non-factor so far, but it does not really matter when you have so much damage drafted already, and especially when they are so far ahead. It just becomes a mess of a team fight for the side of YDP, who do have 3 melee champions for themselves. The W is going to miss from the Jhin. Another spear comes in, and that just 2 spears, ladies and gentlemen. That's the sort of damage the Nidalee is doing as well right now. I mean, how do you come back from this? YDP had such a great start but failed to build on it. Excellence found his lead. Again, 0-5 and 0 bomb Shanli. The ultimate from Gwen is going to come in. The curtains do come down as well, and that's going to be one more kill picked up for the side of Few onto Jester right now as they turn their sights on towards these jungle camps that are coming in. The Baron is not yet up, and I think that could be the final nail in the coffin for the side of YDP.
Yes, like we can see like how Young Depal really cannot enter the territory that has been set up by Full Sense. You know, like you need to pass the spears, you need to pass the trap that has been set by Nat Pawop. And if you went too far, there's a Gwen with her big scissors, and Gwen is immune also, and try to escape 1v4 actually maybe too much or not maybe for excellence, because right now Full Sense knew they have the lead, they knew who their carry is. I'm the carry now, says the Gwen, and yeah, Young Depal maybe need to find an opportunities, but the spears from Pew is really hurting, Kaka.
Yeah, the jungle top from the side of Full Sense, right? They're 8-1 and 4 respectively on their roll, so that's a pretty good stat as well for the both of them. But doing so well, 700 gold shutdown bounty as the Solar Flare is going to come in. A huge knock-up again, but is it enough? Another Shurima shuffle. The Jhin goes down, but it's all on the Gwen, who is still alive, and she's gonna go down as well. The triple kill comes in for the side of Z. Fad may look for more as Cruz goes in, slays the Yone, and that was such a big team fight from the side of YDP, and that is what we were talking about. They do not lack knockups when it comes to these sort of team fights. The Alistair engage, followed up with the Yasuo, followed up with the Shurima shuffle as well, and just like that, the whole squad of Full Sense end up going down to a beautifully executed team fight from the side of Young Depal.
Just as we said, Young Depal, can they create a chance that's maybe I should say it's really need to be perfect, and 4-man knockout from the Pulverize, follow up by the last breath into 4 people, Emperor's Divide into the 4, and the timing of the Gwen cannot deal a damage. Yes, maybe it's still not enough, but look at the gold diff right now, it's only 2k. Yes, still the Gwen is still fat, but the other members of Young Depal, at least right now, they can do something from now on, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. Slowly but surely, they are finding their ways back into this game. As you said, the death cap now picked up for the side of Azir as we see another team fight coming in. Bomb Chanli. Cruz actually is the one who gets caught right there. And as the Fed Yasuo, who is 4,000 ahead of his counterpart, you cannot afford to do that, and unfortunately that's exactly what happens. But Yu Saki missteps his boundaries as well, and ZFAT is there to secure that kill. While on to the bot side of the map, Excellence just having his way around this Ambessa, and unfortunately I don't think Ambessa can do anything about that, as the first inhib of the game is going to go down.
Yes, this is the second plan that Full Sense have. If they cannot win the team fight, they still have the push power because they have Gwen, they have Nidalee, and that's when Young Devil need to decide, like, they need to respond this Gwen, because look how quick this Gwen took one set on the bottom, one set of inhibitor at the bottom side. And yeah, maybe Baron will be set up right now, but no, it's 2v3. ZFAT trying to deal damage. Still, the stasis out from Few, and still the ultimate is ready. Public execution shutdown to the Nidalee, but they need to find the Gwen. IT still managed to escape, but Excellence full HP. Still not touched, and Boom Chanli tried to deal damage, but he's alone. Try to 1v3 to the wave, that's it. 5 men down, there's a wave in the mid, and Excellence actually no, there's a wave on the top, and he can push that. And yeah, maybe Uraikaka, and maybe that's it for Young Devil today, as Full Sense push their base.
Yeah, and what a team fight yet again. Started a bit abruptly right there. It was Young Nepal trying to make the play onto the side of FS, but if you play without your fed carry, it's not going to end well, and that's exactly what happens. Cruz was not there to start off the team fight, and there you go, FS wins again. That's going to be a 2-0 for them. They pick up 2 points as well for themselves, and now we have 3 teams actually running into 0 at this point of the tournament. But having said that, Young Nepal just fell short in this game. I feel like they had the chance to win this one, but it was just such a big top gap coming in. Excellence doing a great job on the Gwen, stacking up these kills. Look at the damage dealt as well, almost 30,000 for the Gwen.
Yeah, and also like there is no response. The top lane Boom Chan maybe knew that he need to play the weak side, but yeah, the Gwen just snowballing really hard, and when Young Devil knows it, it's already too late. There's a few minor mistakes from Young Devil, giving a free kill to Full Sense. That's really enabling to not power up can support, and let's see what our analysts would say. Abigail and Contra, please take it away.
Thank you so much for our caster Kaka and Manabo. Welcome back, Contra. I mean, that was the most impressive game from YDP so far for today. Sadly, they still couldn't make it to 1-1.
Yeah, it's been a series of grueling ride coming from YDP, but you know what? They saw that the members of Full Sense say, hey, we want to play fast tempo. You know what? YDP says, it's all in or nothing. They also doubled down as well. I mean, the pickup of the Yasuo definitely bear a whole lot of fruit when it comes down to how they've been able to win those duels. I think like it was down to those early skirmishes where they kind of disrespected the output of what the Yasuo brings to the table. Because if you realistically take a look at it, I mean, this bot lane is absolutely a direct counter where if the Leona wants to jump in, you get to shove them back. And then, of course, back to what Manamo did mention as well, like Boomchan were forced to play on the weak side, and they've managed to consistently put down that Ambessa, all thanks to, you know, all these proactive moves coming in from the side of Fury. And from there onwards, you not only see Excellence snowball, there were a few visits that also allowed this Nidalee to continuously stack onto that Magi Soul Stealer that she also brought into this matchup. So that being said, there was still instances where they kind of ace each other out. So why not? We go ahead and break down all the action. I mean, just a few snippets because there were so many explosive fights. And this is also the very first time we're looking at a couple of all these members actually coming up pretty huge ahead, because by the time the game ends, you can start to see, oh, they've accumulated a lot of shutdown goal, but still, they could not really find the rhythm to find that rhythm to really break open, you know, to even get their hands on that Baron, which was so crucial in that team fight because of how well Full Sense had great vision control all across the map.
Yeah, so that's also the point that I want to point it out because if you take a look on the YDPs of jungle farm, there always been at least two or three word from full sense, and it makes full sense exactly know where young Nepal's player move from a side of jungle to any other side of the jungle. Not to mention, even young Nepal put their feet on the jungle, they already know, and I think it is also put young Nepal in a very tough position. But one thing that young Nepal did very good during the game is they successfully turned the table with a big fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many instances, right, where I think like one of the most successful ones were the ones that they initiated over on the course of their own jungle, and there was a lot of back and forth. There were certain instances where Blumchen was really trying his best to also stall out so that he can call for his teammates to come in for a backup. I think the major improvement coming from the side of YDP is that you start to see a lot more team effort to be displayed, and this whole idea of playing around Cruz on this Yasuo has been brilliant, but it's just always have the members of Full Sense to be able to always come up with some backup plans. They've also been able to really control some of all these team fights, well, not only due to the vision that we mentioned before that, but it's really down to, you know, all the kind of small nuances. Where you take a look at this kind of setup where they've been pushing and prodding, and then eventually they've gotten, you know, the opening first two pickups over the bot lane, but eventually, you know, they've been able to trade right back, burning all the summoners, and you also see that further commitment to eventually see Cruz thrive in this lane, not even falling once, and then once again, also look at this dive. I mean, this was just absolutely beautiful coming in from the Gwen, where she also had, you know, this instance where she was not only saved by her own Hallowed Miss, you also had the time being bought because of Zfat's very own ult as well. So that being said, this Lamb's Respite actually allowed them to really play for a longer duel. So we continue on with what went over onto the course. So over the span of these kind of gangs, this is what I really wanted to see coming from YDP. You want a little bit more back roam coming in from the Alistair. They managed to try to do that, but you take a look at the backup arriving coming from the side of Full Sense, where they definitely expected this kind of retaliation. So in the sense, they've been able to turn that one around, and then the game went dead equal. It's a lot of back and forth, and this was probably like one of the most pivotal fights coming in from the many. So I'm going to slow it down just to really break it down how it really went down. So they got the solo flare connecting, and then look at the Alistair absolutely zoning out majority of all these members, and eventually Cruz was allowed to join in the party. And later on, even when Nidalee comes in, this is where they found that perfect opportunity, opened up that curtain call, and found themselves the perfect lineup to really choke them in their own jungle, which is where they still managed to do decent trades, but it still favored the FS in return, because this allowed them to also secure more of the objectives, where they've been able to end up with majority of the dragons, and they start to get the better of the tempo. And from that point onwards, I felt like they just have another side quest, you know? You want to put that Ambessa as behind as possible. And yeah, we talked about vision control. Take a look at the mid lane. There's already plenty of wards being set up, so they could just instantly go for those kind of punishments up against all the members of YDP.
Yep, and also I would like to mention that in pointing out about how young Nepal often to fall off because Frozen's basically trying to very a simple-minded game. They just want to separate each of players from young Nepal, okay? Because they know if a young Nepal goes with one full vision, one full strike, that will be a problem for Full Sense, since they have 4 champions that are squishy. And a Full Sense, in terms of that, they just open a curtain call, and this curtain call often become a very major part for the winning fight of Full Sense.
True enough. And then you take a look at this position, which was rather interesting, right? Bonchan, he knows that he's going to go down, and then that's where, you know, they just try to double it down, try to look for a fight. But then again, you got to also take a look at how well this could actually backfire when you have Yu Saki, who's in this area, which can absolutely come in for that interception as well, and we'll just actually let it play out. Like it's just going to be increasingly more difficult as they've already burned out a lot of all these spells. Sure, you have the connection of the last breath, and then comes the follow-up. Look at the back. Like, that was just perfect angle coming in. And yeah, this was the moment where all of them just got funneled into this direction where it's just so difficult for YDP to get out of. So this was the first ace that really put FS all the way forward, and it was just a very tough fight. And then what was the big shock factor was this very moment where they kind of push too far forward. The winning waves have already depleted, and you got the Shurima shuffle instantly connecting. And look at Itae's position; he was a little too far out, so it is rather hard for him to really jump into the fight when everyone was really soaking the full crowd control coming in from the rest of the party. So Itae, he was just a couple seconds too late and will have to succumb to the A's. But all in all, this was a massive improvement coming in from YDP, and at the very same time, Full Sense, they also show that they have that composure. It went down to this very final Baron call, and it was just super rough. Once again, how many times Nut Power Up has been able to find the perfect curtain calls to always turn the tides around.
Yeah, and that current call gives a headache, of course, to players in Young Depot, because the default bullet from Gen indeed has the biggest damage, and you actually don't want to cover that damage. For Young Depot itself, at least, they actually give a lot of improvements, to be honest, based on what we saw on the previous games, even though they still could not secure 1 point. But they still have lots of matches upcoming, so I think considering they can improve that fast within a day, I believe for tomorrow they will at least secure maybe 2 or 3 points.
Yeah, hopefully they can actually keep up with the pace, because, there's not too many games left for the side of YTP, but hey, it's a clean 2-0 finish, despite, game 2 being a little too close for comfort. So I believe even from the side of Full Sense, they gotta also improve on some of all these kind of coordination in those kind of fights where, if two sides are actually playing for the kind of tempo. But all in all, that kind of worked out because they've been able to, have some of the priorities right. You shut down the Bessa, you just basically deplete the top laner from being able to fully participate in the game, and it just allowed more and more of these opportunities to come when it comes down to a full 5v5.
Yeah, and I think controlling the vision on jungle will be another homework that Young Depot should do for tomorrow. And I think I'll really ask the casters to join our discussion. So, Manamo and Kaka, please rejoin us again. But first, before we call them back, I would like to give a kudos for Cruz, even though he doesn't play from the very start, but he still tried his best to give a good performance, at least for the last game of today for Young Depot. Manamo and Kaka, welcome back.
Yep.
Yeah,
all right, guys. Yeah.
That was wild, man. I don't know what to describe that game, but I say that was a brilliant draft. That call for the Yasuo actually worked out in a lot of these team fights. It's really down to those big decision making when it comes down to the Baron, and then it was a little rough.
Yeah, I think it was just unfortunate for YDP that the Gwen got so ahead, because if that wasn't the case, I think that was a very winnable game for the side of YDP. And I think that's what we discussed as well previously going into the game, especially from the draft. And I'm just glad we got to see it in full effect, at least in one team fight, where they just clean aced the side of Full Sense towards the bot side of the map. The perfect combo, we can call it, I guess. Pretty unfortunate the timing was not right and the Baron had not spawned.
Yeah, but that's the end of the third match of today, and we still have another 2 matches, so we're gonna take a short break. And for you all guys, don't go anywhere until we back.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
Going for it, and here comes the steal between World yang menjadi pemisah dunia. Ini di nomorไฟหน้ามายังคงรอดชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ
Defense as well, and even full commit is sticking.
Combo, but they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away. Yes, but the damage is gonna be enough. W just pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the magnet.
At the below in HP, it's gonna be taken down by Faerie already.
มันคือตัวเดียวเด็กคูณไปเรียบร้อยชิปเปอร์ดันเข้ามาออฟรอมชาโด
Welcome back, Salvadors, to LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025 with us. And of course, Abigail, your host, with Contra, your analyst. And I have the newest set of caster for the fourth match, which is Manamo Enrico. Hello.
Hello. Happy to be here.
You just came in the very right time, because I believe the last two matches will be very exciting. I mean, we will gather every single, like the strongest within 5 regions on the 4th and the 5th matches, which is the Inferno Esports versus HAUL. That's gonna be very exciting, and since this is your country representative, Riku.
Yes.
Have you watched their play on
Oh,
the
yes.
first game?
I was watching their matches today, and their performance has been incredibly impressive. I think they are extremely aggressive right off the bat, selecting a lot of focus on making sure that all lanes are incredibly gankable, big level 3 and level 6 early game spikes. Basically, if you decide to play the scaling game, they're definitely not gonna allow you to make it there.
Yeah, and I really love how the way he moves play as a support for Inferno Esports. He wasn't only just set up the games, he also engaged everyone, and he also plays the tempo for Inferno Esports itself. And for their opponent, Ace8UL Esports, they also showed us how well South Asia can play in League of Legends, and especially they are also the youngest region in Southeast Asia, at least, Contra.
Yeah, and overall, I mean, they're definitely hot prospects right now where they've merged two superpowered teams in the INSA region, and we've seen how much damage that Catbot can do when he secures picks like the Silas or any form of assassin, and he's been well respected for being that one-trick Katarina that's been banned all games round. So I really do wonder if we finally get to see it in some of these matches.
Yeah, and talking about the Inferno Esports and Ace8UL Esports, which consists of pretty much the same playstyle, Manomo, who do you think will secure the very first point of this fourth match?
Yeah, I think Inferno Esports as a whole team is already close to complete, I could say, because their teamwork is perfect. Their drafting, I think, is the best so far. Which, like Contrast said, the S8UL is heavy on Catbot to carry the game, but other than that, like if he got the Enchanter Mage, actually it's kind of lacking a little bit for SAUL. So I think for them, they still need a bit more time to, I think, change their strats, so not solely focus on Catbot. So I think Inferno Esports still will take this game, I think.
Well, I agree at some point with Inferno Esports because I don't see any, weakness or maybe any flaws in the middle of Inferno Esports plays. But well, yeah, we see that Ace8UL could be shaky during the mid game to late game. But let's take a look at the ban and pick. This is very interesting one. Aurora, Wukong, and also, oh my god, Kalista. This is very long time for me to see Kalista back on the draft construct.
Yeah, it's definitely been a while, and I really do like, when it comes down to the bans, it just went by so swiftly where you took out a lot of all these powerhouses for top lane, and of course, in due respect to what Born This Way has been able to excel at that, at least a bit, they got it axed away. But take a look at this, they're still looking for a lot more of those kind of avenues of teamfight for IE, so they're definitely looking to secure those big knockups, big AoE kind of team fights, and then you have Soul to also counter response with the Crescent Sweep that can be brought forward with the presence of the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and I actually love this Xin Zhao pick from S8UL because it's already a natural counter for Kalista, but for Hui and Corki, I think it is also applies a more decent damage for AP and also the AD because Corki has a very strong lane clear, and I believe this is going to be very interesting to see the matchup between Kalista and Corki Manamo.
Yes, and I think the Hui and Corki we saw earlier against FRC been played by Catbot and Lotus, so I think it's also comfort for SAUL itself. But like, to be fair, I prefer when they play Silas, they play a little bit aggressive. So I think there's a still chance because right now they have Infi on the Xin Zhao and they counter pick the Nikos, so the Kalista won't get that Nico Kalista combo. I think it's quite a little bit good drafting thinking from SAUL.
And what do you think will be the perfect counter for Nico or maybe the rest pick for SAUL, Rico?
I really like this draft, what's happening here. I mean, we saw the Nami Lucian being picked up by IE today, but also if they pick a a catcher champion, if you will. They're picking through Nautilus, Thresh, Pike, and a Blitzcrank. I think it would be really perfect to catch the Nico, as they've already pretty much shown their cards on how the lane is going to look like. Exposing the Hui, that means the Nico is definitely going towards the bottom side of things, but the Zed being picked up for Krim here is going to be absolutely spicy, because we know for the rest of the team, they're most likely saving the last pick for topside, and I'm really interested to see how this is going to work out, because I feel like S8 I think that's where they struggled in their 0-2 match earlier, is that their topside feels like something that IE could possibly take advantage of.
Well, tapi in Inferno Esports draft, I feel like it is like a deja vu, like the very first game of today, because they actually have no solid tank within their lineups. But one thing for sure, you want to play aggressive with this kind of draft from Inferno Esports. But for S8UL and Bessa pick, I think this is going to be very interesting matchup with Wukong, I believe, or maybe Aurora top lane contra.
Yeah. If we take a look at this interesting graph, right, over on the side of IE, you know, they kind of throw us off a little bit, and they thought that, Aurora's going to be over mid lane, right? And then, like, wait a second, now you got a favorable matchup, because that Zed generally could easily dodge a lot of all these spells coming in from the Hui. So that is definitely going to be a big consideration, whether if they're going to look for those early lane swaps. And then you take a look, there's just ample of assassins to be eyeing out on that Corki. So I wonder if Team Seoul or Team S8UL will be able to really find a certain safety net in that sense, because you got to have Infi as well as Kratos to work in tandem in some of all these crucial team fights to get those crucial picks.
Yeah, but one thing for sure for S8UL, since Inferno Esports has a very strong burst DMS from Pike and also Zed, that will be a problem for their squishy champions, for example, like the Corki and also Hui. And it's very easy for Inferno Esports to set up an ambush playstyle, ganking playstyle for the mid lane and also the dual lane. So S8UL, one of the best chance if they want to survive, they need to drag it to late game. But I would like to see what would happen between these two on our fourth match. So I'm gonna toss it to the caster, Manamo and Riku. Please take it away.
Wow. That draft was interesting, Manamo. There were a bunch of mind games. Inferno Esports picked up the Wukong, and then they banned the Lee Sin still, just in case the Wukong goes up top. But at the same time, guess what? It is the Aurora that's going to be matching up against the Umbessa, which, again, the kiting capability, the Hui being going up against the Zed, which is, it does feel like individual lane prowess has been the key to victory here for Inferno Esports.
Yes, and I think this draft really fits IE well. Like we said earlier, that hyper aggressiveness that they show in the first match. And now they have Zed, they have Wukong, Kalista with the Pike. So I expect that they gonna pressure the SAUL from early on, and like we saw Sinjao, we saw Nico, Ambessa, they kind of quite reliant on their ultimates. So yeah, it's gonna be a hellish 5 minutes from the early game for SAUL.
It will be, and I feel like that's going to be the name of this story. How do you transition? How do you survive the laning phase? Because I do feel like Inferno Esports has all the tools to be basically have such an aggressive laning phase for themselves, and I feel like that will definitely propel them to win, you know, that game number one. But that is only if they're able to get the cards in their favor correctly.
Yeah, and since right now League of Legends has been implemented WASD control, I finally could say IE draft is W gaming.
That's true. You could actually say W gaming once that arrives, but I love it. I'm excited for that, especially for the AD carry mains out there.
Yeah, like we saw the clip, like AD carry has been smiling all around because the WASD, but we'll see how IE still managed to play aggressively from the early on, because Seoul, SAUL to be precise, they still have the advantage of the range. The IE, yeah, they still have some range on Aurora, but we know Kalista known for her low range, so short range, so SAUL still have an advantage if they can pull it off.
I agree 100%. If Austerity is caught out of position, considering the fact that there is no disengaged champions on the board, that will definitely be an opening for SAUL to sort of take advantage later on when it comes to the team fights or the possible skirmishes. What I'm expecting for this laning phase, however, is that for IE to be hyper-aggressive, sort of punish Kratos whenever the root is off balance, is off of cooldown. Krim, on the other hand, just making sure that the lane is poked out, because in general, Hui definitely has a much more aggressive wave clear, I suppose. But when level 6 comes, you gotta make sure that you marinate the lane. Chunk Catbot down into really dangerous numbers. Level 6, pop your ult, win the lane. And that is the expectations for Krim here on the mid lane.
Yeah, and since SAUL have a Xinjiao also, that we knew that maybe level 2, level 3, he can pick a lane to gang and maybe to the bot lane, since Nico and Porky should have an easy early game since they have the range advantage. So Xinjiao maybe can look to gang in the bot lane to make a delay to the growth of Austerity and moves. But look at the top side, LGW with the range advantage. It's gonna be a hell for RTO, like we said earlier, Riku.
Yeah, that is rough, Manamo. I think we did mention this in the draft. Hold that thought though, Kratos. I thought that was gonna be it. I thought that someone's gonna die. I thought it was gonna be the death of Kratos and Austerity, but looks like the trade was a little bit in favor because the AD carry was the one that was taking a lot of the hits, but forced to come home back is going to be a little bit interesting. At least the junglers are hovering a little bit on towards the bottom side of things, and therefore we might see some action if Austerity and Moops don't go home.
Yeah, because right now LGW can just freeze this lane.
Oh
if
my
RTO
word, this is so
move
sad.
Forward, electrocute proc and repeat. Yeah, this is gonna be hellish. And yeah, maybe like RTO, Infi help me, Infi help me. That's the only way to out of the situation, because like now Born This Way can just, yeah, I'll just pivot into the bottom side in case Infi gonna invade into my bottom, and like looks like it's the correct choice for Born This Way to pivot into the bottom side.
This is really good for the side. Oh, a kill!
Oof.
A solo kill!
The first blood. Wow, like just we said earlier, since there's no backup, and now in the mid lane, Crimson actually low in HP Infi. Now flash forward with a 3-point strike, but Born This Way still have his own flash to the safety, and cannot manage to do the trade. And Catbot, look at that range. Crimson is somehow a range champion too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The fact that there is no mana available for Catbot meant that Crimson can be a bit on the aggressive side of things after that. Teleport's gonna come up on top side, and I think that is a moment of solace for RTO. I can't imagine this sort of scenario if Crimson is able to win his lane, gain priority. RTO is going to be very susceptible to tower dives, and I'm sure Infi on the Xin Zhao is the best champion to punish aggressive maneuvers such as that. So I think, of course, it is very understandable the jungle is going to be carrying a lot of weight during the laning phase, and these individual matchups not being favored for SAUL, but even more so, especially when he gets level 6. Oh dear me.
Yeah, Kratos actually just gonna blown up close range against Kalista, and Pike is not a trade that you want between worlds from LGW just to bully RTO. Oh no, this is gonna be a disaster from the top lane of the SAUL, since 2 double kill, 2 solo kill from LGW alone.
Yeah, this the timing as well. This is definitely not the start, and we talked about this already before the draft. Is that IE really favors a lot of these individual prowess or the lane dominance, and I think that's what we're looking at right now. Infi thinking about it actually.
Yeah, Infi trying to steal, but she's still level 5, and his friends actually left him. Catbot trying to battle 1v1 against Crimson. Of course, that's not a wise decision. Lotus try to escape, but Kratos in the other side, still level 3. Of course, cannot do anything, and Crimson still looking for some kills close to the Lotus, but they get what they want, which is the Gemtech Drake, the first Drake on the board.
IE, they're playing this by the book. They have a set plan in mind. They know what to do. I think this is one of those things where the draft was just genius coming from Inferno Esports. Really impressive stuff. And bot lane has been really laying on the pain to Kratos, who's just level 3. And we talked about how level 6 is going to be incredibly important for, well, the Infi, but most especially Kratos for the big punish with the... Oh, hold that thought. Is there going to be a gag?
Yeah.
Nope, no hook.
Ooh. Still with the fancy fit from Catbot, but he's still lingering around. Fortunately, moves said that, yeah, you can live and give a chance to Catbot. And the bot side actually, Austerity with 1 kill, and moves now try to get Lotus. Nice side step, and yep, that's it. Like, you don't get to farm Lotus.
Yeah, and then the fact that because Austerity is ahead in lane, which means Moops is able to do pike things and, you know, 50-50 roam, 50-50 be present in lane. Look at Moops go though.
Yeah, because of another hook that right now is connect and got stunned. Austerity, look at the spear, but actually Moops flash to the back. It's quite questionable, but yeah, maybe 100 point for the style, but there is Catbot there, moves, regaining some HP. Austerity need to move back, and yeah, then shutdown to the top. That's what RTO wants, and Born This Way still can manage to do something. Finally, RTO escaped from the hell named LGW, but Void drops 2v2, will be contested by Infi. And now that Mark came out and close range into the Z. Not a wise choice. Cyclone close, and Lotus try to spray with Gatling gun, but 2v1. I think it's not wise for Lotus to lingering into the Void drop pit because moves came now, and Lotus. Oh no, this Corki is no longer belong in this world. One by one, SAUL giving their body into IE.
Yeah, to the graveyard. For Lotus for 5 seconds, and that is quite unfortunate. It did feel like the shutdown goal going to... I think we talked about this earlier on how Xin Zhao and Kratos, Infi and Kratos are going to be the 2 perfect players that is able to conduct punishes on aggression that IE is going to basically lay down onto the Rift. But after that, they didn't have any of the tools anymore to fight back on that big 2v2 and contest the objective, and therefore they had a very, very hard time. Also, they ate all the Cyclone as well, so the damage from a Wukong, especially early game, can be just painful. Just painful, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Cyclone, the Wukong is spinning, the Shadow Slash from the Z, and in his clone spinning also. And in that close range, they got the maximum damage, of course.
Oh,
like
yeah.
SAUL. It's kinda hard for them to do something because the damage output is already that big. I mean, Crimson, look, he's already finished his Eclipse, so yeah. I think backline for SAUL is not safe for anytime soon.
Let's see though, big 2v2. Let's see if a Pop Blossom.
Yep.
Actually, no Pop Blossom. Level 5 still for Kratos. And again, SAUL definitely needs to slow down the pace. Again, their big power spikes are going to be coming from Lotus once they finish that Manamune. Or get that 2-item power spike for this Corki, and then the pokes are gonna come through. And if you're confident that they're low enough, that's when you go all in, or a Pop Blossom engage if you want that big team fight. Unfortunately, however, Infi's gonna get poked out by LJW here.
Yeah, and the flash from the front, Crimson Guard guarding Infi's life, but RTO seems a little bit lost, but IE didn't really realize that Ambessa is there. So yeah, Infi, just one single ultimate. Of course, he will take it. I mean, LGW committing his flash. It's a really big spike. I mean, Cloud Break on the 20 seconds from now on.
Let's take a look at that replay. Oh, this was the fight from earlier. Okay.
Yeah.
Audacious charge into the big knock-up, and it's a big 2v1. But then Born This Way was able to follow everything up alongside Crim, I believe. So they basically ate all the shurikens in one whole plate of damage, and it was delicious for sure for Inferno Esports. I think Lotus here pretty much overstayed, a little bit greedy to maybe get a kill onto Born This Way, because the rest have practically joined the fray. As we take a look at the real-time, battle, did they dive bot lane? I think they did.
Yeah, I mean, Catbot is dead,
Yeah.
and they got a plate and Cloud Breaks, so yeah, IE doing everything right since the beginning, and there is no response from SAUL except that the top dive. I mean, that's a must if you must say it. But anything else, there's no proactiveness from SAUL. They knew they need to farm, they need to play safe, but IE, they gonna blow up, they gonna snowball with the lead they have, and yeah, I mean, in the early mid game, that's their spike 2 items. And they're gonna roll SAUL if they keep it like this, but a root perfect to Born This Way stay too long to the 3 people, still shut down to the Catbot, finally got the revenge that he wants, and a little bit breather for this mid lane from SAUL.
Yeah, I agree. Shutdown gold, very important. Especially the lane of Catbot earlier wasn't, a fun time, especially Born This Way, and Crimson has been incredibly active alongside Moops because he had space to roam towards mid lane. So I think that's definitely going to be helpful. One thing I want to point out, though, is again, we're waiting for the 2-item power spike for Lotus. I think that's going to be really extra, especially with the Triforce. Crimson known to Catbot.
Catbot again, 1v1 against the Zed, but the Zed thinks it doesn't matter because the top side, actually Envy, Crimson Guard still protecting his life, but not for too long. Flash into the front, Lotus is there for backup, but the run damage is enough. Lotus, miss spear from the moves, so IE decided to back down after that failed spear, but they got Envy.
Oh, this is so suffocating! Inferno Esports just knows what to do with the pieces that they have. I think the scary part about this PH representative is that once they're in the lead, they know how to play the lead that they have. They know how to fully take advantage. They know how to take a lot of space in the map. Once they get, prio, they know that they're like this, aggressive. There it is.
Yes, and the Pop Blossom saving moves actually. And that from below, actually, that second one, Lotus got the shutdown, but Austerity with all the kill, jump up from the wall, but there's the follow-up from Born This Way. Double kill, of course, shutdown to the Lotus, but 1, 2, 3, another shutdown actually from Catbot in the bottom lane. So I guess it's not too bad because 2 shutdown goes to SAUL, but yeah, IE, I think could play that better.
And it's crazy to me that Austerity was not even pressured the press flash at all. All defensive summoner spells are still intact, which means that it wasn't exactly necessary despite the Pop Blossom hitting, despite Austerity taking tower hits underneath that skirmish. Again, a lot of trust and movement, and to belief on the lead that they have, that they don't really need to do stuff like that. So the fact that they have surplus after means that they're really far ahead. But good thing Lotus is able to dodge that.
Yeah, and Lotus actually got the shutdown kill, I believe. So that's a goal too, but look at the difference on the AD carry still. 2.8k the difference, still a long way to go for Lotus, but IE, at least, they knew they overextend once. I believe they won't do it again because Catbot right now under the turret. There's no wave minion, but look who's staying. Moves and wrap around from Born This Way. LGW saw Catbot moving, and the between worlds locking down Catbot. Moves from the other side, trying to channeling the spear, trying to channeling the hook, but miss. But Cyclone commits from that, from below, from moves. A little bit unnecessary, but yeah, we'll take it, says IE, and this turret on the top lane will be theirs.
And it's one of those things where you get to see 3 up top, and they weren't able to punish Austerity being solo. But here we go, Pop Blossom.
Yes, Pop Blossom and Flash finally from Austerity because there's no one to back up, so it's a wise choice. But Austerity, look, running become a menace, but he don't see Infi. After the spear, a wise decision to back out. And SAUL, at least they got the flash from Infi. I think it's good enough, but Crimson now came, so SAUL decide they need to back off.
This is going to be very Austerity's mechanics and microing on the. I thought there was going to be another fight, but they are really poised to have another fight. No Pop Blossom, no key ultimates that can punish them. Infi's now forced to back away and respect on top of the dragon timing, so they don't have a lot of space to sort of challenge this, which is, again, they're sort of grasping for straws here. They're going to be dropping the Herald as mid might be broken. They gotta respect this, by the way.
Yes, and Fate's Call, Austerity trying to save moves once again, but LGW into the backside. Look at the Herald into the back line. Trying to cyclone into the 2, and the front line gotta be a mass death march into the catbot RTO front, soloing. And right now, yeah, Born This Way, I think that's not the way, bro. But shout out for the effort because still 1, 2, 3 trade, they will take it.
Yeah, there's no way Born This Way used the Herald as like an Uber, dropped off behind the 2nd tier tower into a cyclone. We could see another fight, by the way.
Yeah, because moves can found Infi, pushing, baiting the Crimson Guard. LGW is still looking for the chance. That from below, dodged by Infi, and sacrificing RTO. Okay, if that's what you want, because still, RTO 041 not the best gem he had this day, and this Ocean Drake should be free for IE.
100%. I think all the lanes pretty much have been kept shackled by Inferno Esports. They know their timings, you know, objectives about the spawn. We're going to try to find a pick, use moves to land these deadly hooks. Especially that the timing of Kratos of the Pop Blossom, they wanted to punish Austerity being alone in lane when they saw 3 people up top. The problem was, I think it was a little bit too late on the timing, and therefore it timed perfectly during these skirmishes that was about to be forced by Inferno Esports. So they really do know when to reel it in and when to be extra aggressive.
Yeah, because IE right now has an option like force the Pop Blossom from Kratos or just separate the team fights, so there's no big wombo combo from SAUL, and they will be happy with that. And right now, SAUL trying to set up another trap. Oh, nice ward there, nice Crier to found the Kratos and RTO. I think it's really a nice beat, but Catbot actually got some damage. That mark into the front. Catbot, still there is some damage, but still not enough because Crimson already finished the 2nd item, 2 items Z against 1 lonely magician. Of course, Catbot need to respect it.
Yeah, I feel like Crimson will always put a target on Catbot's head. I think before the match even started, it's like, okay, I'm gonna be playing Zed. Okay, I will put the I will make sure to focus on Catbot every single time. Keep him in check. Keep him where he needs to be, so he doesn't deal these massive AoE damage onto these skirmishes where he's important. Because I do feel like the key to be able to punish is not only the Sin Zhao ultimate, but also, of course, Wei alongside the Pop Blossom. And if you separate these, you know, moving parts, then it doesn't really equate to success. And I think this sort of separation that Inferno is doing, which is divide and conquer, is what's really resulting this lead. Ooh!
Yep, this Pop Blossom shot down finally, and IE actually got some damage, but it's not enough because Austerity right now got the triple kill. The 2nd item, finally, the Kalista showing the damage that he has been built. And SAUL, it looks like a good team fight for them. The Pop Blossom connects into 3. But actually, there's the problem, the damage itself. Like IE, They have Aurora with the Malignance. They have the Kalista that free hitting with her spear. And there's not much that SAUL can do, Riku.
I know! This is definitely a... I think this game is 80% draft, not gonna lie. Maybe even 90%.
Yes.
They definitely won, again, winning all these lanes and winning all these matchups was the key to sort of really enhance the playstyle that IE likes to do. They were able to 2-0 their matchups today, and it was... When you look at it from those games, it's basically a very similar story. You have a lot of big level 3, level 6 champions, able to gank level 3, able to survive level 2. We saw the Nami Lucian lane for Austerity moves, but let's take a look at the replay first about what happened. And I do think they were a bit worried about Atakan being taken for sure, so they wanted to take advantage of that objective being contested. But at the same time, again, these damage, these numbers, the gold, the dragons being in their back pocket, what the? Yeah,
Actually,
that happened.
Wow. That happened, yes. That happened, guys. And because I want to took us back into the team fight earlier, like we said, we talked about this the beginning of the game, like IE had a problem, the short range comp that they built, but they fight on the short choke point, and Kratos committing Pop Blossom into 1 and Cyclone into 2. Actually gonna be a good counter into SAUL trying to catch LJW, but look at Austerity with the moves that has been saved by Fate's Call. The public execution actually execute himself. RTO again, triple kill for this Kalista. And Lotus, oh Lotus, you poor soul.
Oh my word.
Look at Austerity on your base just as you respawn. And this one set of inhibitor threat on the bottom should be IE's.
The Rend stacks, it's just too painful. Austerity, what a monster of a player, what a monster of a Kalista this guy is. 12-0-5, just what, 1 item ahead, 2 items ahead practically. This is just so much damage to manage. Crimson, look at him go even. Just, I don't mind. I'm just going to destroy this tower or chip it down and add pressure to the mid lane while the rest gets a lot of space. I think what impresses me coming from IE is that despite the lead that they have, they're still very disciplined. We're going to get our dragons. We're going to stack it all up. We're going to still side lane and make sure that they don't have enough space to come here. And I think that's a sign of a really disciplined team.
Yeah, that's what I actually noticed. But hold on a second, Lotus gonna be dead mark and moves. Try to find that from below again. Lotus gonna be the sacrificial lamb, sacrificial corgi, I should say, because the Sky Cyclone into Infi, Pop Blossom into 1, gonna be cancelled. No Infi cannot survive, and look at LJW into RTO again. We meet again, long lost rival, and RTO just said, yeah, I could dash now, but not my base, because my base is in shambles. And maybe IE gonna push to the victory, and that's it. 24 minutes, IE gonna secure this game 1 against SAUL.
I am so shocked. Oh, it's not a finish.
Yeah. I think RTO gonna just watch and still 1 public execution won't hurt.
True.
Yeah,
look at that.
Wait, no, IE, no. Why you like this, IE? Why you do
Come
so
on,
much
IE.
disrespect? Come on, IE. 25 minutes exact. Oh, that's what they aim.
Oh, they wanted it right on the clock, right on the dot.
Yes.
You know, that was the technique. But Inferno Esports from the Philippines, what a crazy display of draft, most importantly, into executing these lane matchups. They really showed how dominant that they could be and how much they're not allowing any punish whatsoever to happen in the Rift.
Yeah, I think I agree with your statement earlier that it's 90% draft. I mean, we saw SAUL, they play Corky Hui and Nico. I know Nico is like more like counter picks, so the IE doesn't get the Kalista and Nico. But if they want to play the scale carrier like Hui and Corky, they should have some tanks on the top lane maybe to ensure into the backside, but I don't know. Let's ask Abigail and Contra to break down this for us.
Honorable and Riku. I mean, that was a very amazing play from Inferno Esports. They really unbelievably strong. Oh my god, look at the Kalista. Well, to be honest, I was kind of annoyed to see that Kalista break the death. It was so sad. She could live with 1305.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost clean. I mean, they're having fun by the tail end of it, but man, we talked about breakdowns. This is just them breaking ankles and maybe keyboards at the same time because of this insane draft that they concocted. Yeah, like what the casters mentioned, like when you have like, what, quadruple assassins, who do you really focus on? When it comes down to these team fights, they can easily shift in and out of fights and also cause them to be pit up against very unfavorable situations, which is why it was just so tough. Even from the laning phase itself, they've already won it outrightiously because we talked about maybe a possibility of that lane swap that might have actually allowed Ambessa to have a favorable time going up against the Zed, but even despite so, they didn't really have that kind of switcheroo. So that made it a lot more tougher, not only for the Ambessa. You also saw multiple times those insane ganks were being made over mid lane that it can come from multiple angles, whether if it's going to be, you know, a visit coming from the pike or Gordon's way coming in with just a massive cyclone. So it was just so difficult to answer when you're going for a draft that, you know, you can realistically just maybe counteract maybe with a crescent sweep out of Infi or having Kratos do even hold for the Pop Blossom. But that's about it. Once you've expended all these kind of utilities, you're going to be so dried up to the point that it is hard for Seoul to actually have a certain plan B to actually maneuver around. Even if they really want to fully commit into a team fight, they could just sidestep. I mean, we just got to really go through scene after scene. I mean, there's just so many instances where I don't really fault S8UL because the way that this draft was played out, it was just absolutely unfavorable. And we also got to see austerity on how well he plays that Kalista. So as we go in for the deep dive, I think like we first got to witness a little bit more of that scuffle over onto the river control, and they've already got themselves poised into the position, funneling them into those choke points where it was just hard for Team Seoul to navigate around. And from that kind of iffy situation, they just made matters worse where you could just slowly dissect them and just look at the amount of burst damage they can actually churn out from each respective individuals of the side of IE. It's just too much of a surmounting pressure for them to hold. Despite having certain instances where they were contesting over top side, they managed to get the first kill onto the Aurora, but they kind of overstayed because they wanted the grab-ups, and that kind of becomes a quick backfire over on the side of Team Seoul when, you know, the rest of IE, they have been able to, you know, send more of these members to be able to eventually get the better of the trade.
Yeah, but one thing that I want to point out is Kalista can be this fat is actually a part of a Pike's and aka Mob's playstyle too. Because, you know, if you look through it, Pike always open and creating a space for Kalista so she can eat well. So and by the time Kalista secured the very first 2 kills, everything is on IE's favor, especially on their dual line, and it's giving a big pressure to S8UL dual lane too, because Corki doesn't have any good situation to secure the lane, and also Nico is being harassed too hard with by Pike. I think that's what makes Kalista can be this fit, and not to mention how Inferno Esports play with their team fight is also very well, and Kalista is always free hit. That's why she can finish every single life from S8UL in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, I really want to break down this fight, right? Which is why I brought this graphics up, where you can actually see they've been able to really full send with the Herald charging all the way towards the back, and look at this position. This was the perfect Cyclone setup where you could just easily send everyone up in the air, and then the rest of these other players of IE could just follow suit. So watch as this plays out. I mean, it was just stuff of beauty where you just have all of them really going one after another, even trying to tank a couple of all these shots coming in from third range. And then this was another great example where if I were to slow it down, you can easily see that you can have a member to be over the course of the wall and they could just instantly collapse, funnel them back into this unfavorable position where they just have no other options but to tap out. Like, at those kind of instances, even popping a flash wouldn't really help you get out of the situation. So it was just too overwhelming. I mean, this iteration of IE is just pure aggression at its finest. And you have Austerity to be able to really dance all around. I mean, it's been multiple triple kills and an unofficial quarter. Just take a look at the way that he's been able to really utilize the passive, sidestepping, and just really getting the best out of every situation.
Yes, and not to mention how big the whole within this H8UL composition too. Because I mean, basically, if your opponents having two assassins like a Zed and also Pike, you need to hold it as long as possible. You need to drag it to the late game, so by the time you have item, you know how to counterattack them. But sadly, the way Inferno Esports plays, they not just over aggressive, they just not aggressive play towards the players of A8UL, but they also did not let A8UL to play as a team. So they just play gang here and gang there, and it worked really well because A8UL really frustrated about how to play as a team if they were always separated by IE.
And even when they do clump up, you could see it was just going to be a big setup for Born This Way coming in with a Wukong sweep of the Cyclone, right? So they really don't have much of these avenues because any form of members out of the members of IE, I mean, I'm already lost for words because, man, this game was just so beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
So going back into how many tools that they get engaged with, I mean, you can start with the Pike, you can start with the Wukong, you can also have Aurora to be opening her ultimate. So the options are endless. So, and on top of that, they are also so elusive. Almost half of the squad could actually go invisible for a split second. And you even saw that Pike gets to dive in so freely because, of course, he's soul binded. So any given moment, if he overcommits, you could definitely tell that Austerity is always prepared to bail him out by having the Fates call. So this was a very well thought out composition that they do have. So I guess that Team Soul now witness it firsthand. They are definitely glad that, you know, this is a fearless draft. I mean, if they run it back, oh, they definitely do have a whole lot of problems, right? So for Assassins, I dare say, if you do count the Aura as one, is absolutely the stuff of nightmare. So now that that's out of the way, going back to something more standard would also benefit the rest of IE, which we've seen in the previous series that they played out, where if you want to play a long game, they are not going to allow you to do that. So far, IE is starting to become my favorite team on how well they just really crept into the minds of their opponents.
Me too, because I mean that's not only the aggressive stuff. It's like how they can pull out every single utilities to lay a burst damage. And anyway, welcome back, and Manamo and Riku. I mean, I believe you guys had a very enjoyable match on the first match of IE versus A8UL. But back to the second game of the fourth match between A8UL and IE. I mean, A8UL needs to find a way out how to counterattack this aggressive playstyle from IE, not to mention how well their synergy, Riku.
I think for me, they need to definitely focus on what lane they want to propel. If they want to focus on bot lane, then they want to make sure that they have a very aggressive level 2, good level 3, good level 6 sort of matchup. Or you can be, if you want to play a bit safer, then have a poke champion like, okay, Corki has been used. Varus is also another option. Then have a good roaming support, good wave clear, so that you have enough space to help assist the mid lane and the rest of the lanes and some of these early game objectives perspectives as well. What I want to look at, however, is the Yunara being picked up by S8UL as a priority. So the reply by IE to just have a big single target stun immediately for backline access with this Pantheon, for me, is just evil.
Yeah, that was Cyrus. I'm like the moment I saw you pick Yunara, I'll go straight to her immediately, Manamo. And then IE just took Aphelios, and I believe Aphelios is gonna become a very good matchup with Yunara in terms of late game damage. But SATUL needs a very strong support to protect Yunara if they want to funnel their damage to Yunara. But I believe that Yunara is not the sole damage dealer from SATUL. Probably they will shift it to Catbot. What do you think, Contra?
Very likely the case. I mean, overall, Yunara really does very well towards the mid to late game when she gets that 2 to 3 item power spike. So you kind of really want to double it down, right? So you want to create that space, and what better way to do it by having, you know, that 1-2 punch kind of combo. So you got that shockwave cataclysm coming out of the Orianna as well as Jarvan, something a little bit more straightforward in execution. This is what I like being shown from the side of S8UL as of the moment.
Yeah, but I said you will already have 2 late game champions, which is Yunara and Orianna, and I really love the combination of Orianna and also Jarvan, so they can just pull out the Cataclysm and also the Shockwave from Orianna to lock their opponents. And Trash pick finally, since LNC I haven't been able to see Trash in the draft, and now it's time for Trash to shine. Thank you so much for IE, Manabo.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious because, like Contra said, there's a combo like Cataclysm and the Shockwave, and one way to escape from the Cataclysm, especially if you're Aphelios, like the Lantern, like a way out. I also think about Tahm Kench, but I mean, Trash, looking at Moob's playstyle, liking to hook here and there, yeah, Trash fits him better. So I guess it's a good trade draft, and like what I want to see from SAUL is like, I don't want to. Their draft is driven by what IE pick, because like we saw that in game 1, they counterpicked the Nico, and Nico didn't contribute that much. So I just want to see SAUL playing like their own playstyle, and I think that's good enough for them.
Yeah, but I really love how IE trying to predict that SAUL indeed need a good support, a solid support for Yunara. It can be a tank, it can be an enchanter that can open a space for Yunara to doing a very good laning phase, because we all know that laning phase is Yunara's biggest weakness. But LeBlanc, the mommy,
Yunara's biggest weakness.
Oh my word.
Oh my
god. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Please have mercy on Lotus. Have mercy on Lotus. Oh my word. I just want to say that S8UL, so far, their first 3 picks, they want to play front to back. Most of the disengaged champions, like the Lulu, being taken off the table to make sure that Yunara is safe. And then you have this backline access. Okay, that's also the next best thing, right? You have the Braum.
Yep.
But of course, you have all these champions that can go from many different directions, like the LeBlanc, like the Pantheon. So again, I do feel like Kratos has such a huge responsibility to just make sure that Lotus is well protected.
Exactly, because Lotus will be the sole problem for Kratos, because Kratos currently has 2 objectives. So he needs to protect Yunara, and also he needs to look after Orianna, and for RTO, he needs to play a champion that is independent, not really rely on the others people utilities. And Renekton is one of the best, but if you have Renekton, the pure counter is Viora, the duelist.
Wow, this is absolutely lovely. I mean, you take a look at the entire composition coming from IE. Everyone provides some sort of crowd control, so it will definitely be a deterrent for Seoul Esports if they really want to full commit in some of all these team fights. So doubling it down, wow! Even considering the fact that K'Sante has been opened up, man, they're just really looking to once again cause havoc with. Wait a second. Is that Trash mid lane that I'm seeing?
There's no way.
No way.
They're not that crazy. They're not that crazy.
I was holding my breath to see that. I don't think the trash can be played in the mid. Oh my god. but I mean, IE's draft is indeed wants to create a not only havoc, not only chaos, but an annihilation towards SAUL. So the work of the SAUL in with this kind of draft is going to be very hard because they need to utilize Jarvan. And not to mention, they need to make Renekton full with meals, so in terms of to make sure Renekton can stay on the front line with the Jarvan, so they can create a space for Orianna and Yunara, Rico.
I'm really excited about this. I do feel like SAUL has, I do believe the top jungle sort of matchup, I feel like it's a bit more doable because level 3 is really strong for both RTO and Infi. I think they do need to watch out for that. Orianna for Catbot in the meantime, I think should be extra careful because again, Orianna is going to hurt later on. You're kind of just there for the shields, the movement speed, just a little bit of damage early game for those important skirmishes before, these key objectives spawn early. So again, I think what we have to look at is early game for top jungle. I think that's where the action could possibly start. And Lotus for the objective fights for later on. Make sure that Starfall doesn't hit the backline. Moops able to dodge these death sentences from Moops, and also Crimson, who's able to just angle himself in many other different directions to just start or just deal big damage onto the backline.
And I'm very excited to see if AZUL can pass this last game with 1 point against IE. So I'm going to toss it with casters. So Manabu and Riku, just take it away.
I see what SAUL trying to cook, like the vision is there, like the Cataclysm, the Shockwave, and Renekton dives in with Dominus, and then Yunara free hitting on the back line, but this is IE we're talking about. Like, they usually the one who initiate first, breaking up the formation. So SAUL, they need to step up really big because the wombo combo is there. The draft, I can say, is good for them, but the execution, the tempo, are they gonna be driven by IE again, or finally SAUL gonna break the curse?
Yeah, I'm really excited because it is undefeated so far for the side of our PH representatives, Inferno Esports. So just as you said, maybe this is the time they're able to assemble. But I think quite similar to their previous drafts, it does rely heavily on making sure that they fight 5v5. Meanwhile, for the side of Inferno Esports, their composition, amazing with roaming, amazing with these skirmishes, a possible pick comp as well in their back pocket with the Thresh and the Pantheon, with just making sure that everybody's just stun locked in place and all the damage will be funneling into one target. So again, they have to watch out for these timings and make sure that they're able to dodge these opportunities as well.
Yeah, because we saw from game number 1, Inferno Esports know well how to snowball early leads, and they did it well with a full discipline, not overcommitting much, and just steamrolling the game like a really good textbook. And let's see in the game 2, can they execute this well? Because right now SAUL also have a good draft on their hand, Riku.
We'll see. I do think that this is a much better draft compared to earlier. I think this is a much better fighting chance. I do think, especially top jungle, I think my biggest worry is that, again, this composition, it's a lot of moving parts. They definitely need to be together to be extra effective, and a lot of pressure for Lotus as they're trying to maybe find a pick onto Crim? ?
Oh, the timing couldn't be worse. Like, it's also Crimson who disconnected also, like SAUL, and they should already see the Braum. Yeah.
Hello.
Let's see.
We're back.
Yeah. because there's a post like, yeah, you see like SAUL. Yeah, SAUL wants to do like, they want to get the tempo early. That's why they set this kind of trap. And just like you said, they have the big combo. They can execute well with the draft. So yeah, SAUL won't go without a fight in this game too.
I'm really excited about how this is gonna pan out because again, as long as they survive the laning phase, I think they have a very good fighting chance at winning some of these team fights. I can imagine how it's going to go very classic front to back with, just as you said, Manamo. It is the Renekton with the Dominus just being the annoying crocodile alligator. I know the difference, just not right now, but we are going to head back to the game real soon as we are getting that prepped up for you. But I'm sure a lot of the, especially the PH fans, they've witnessed 2-0s today in their matches, and it's going to be incredibly, well, amazing if they're able to 2-0 this series against SAUL as well.
Yep, and looks like there won't be a problem against Crimson like the earlier gang. SAUL decided to back off a little bit, but Austerity, with the range advantage of Aphelios, especially early Aphelios, Yunara could not trade that well. Looks like early pot needs to be consumed, but in the mid lane actually Orianna. Yeah, the two champion of the Unkillable Demon King facing each other.
That's true.
Yeah, and in the early stage, I prefer Orianna.
Oh, may I ask why? Is it because of the trading capabilities? Much stronger.
The trading capability and the shielding also from Orianna gonna make it a lot harder for LeBlanc, but we know Crimson, he knew not to overextend, but look at the board. Kratos actually need to flash a little bit early, and yeah, this bot lane's gonna be toasted and need to wait for Infi.
Oof.
We haven't speak about Infi a lot in this game because Jarvan is one of the jungle that can do early ganks to any lane, and hopefully SAUL notice this and punish this Aphelios.
Yeah, I agree. I think, mid lane?
Yep, cat bot. Look, Crimson low HP. Born this way need to cover him up, and this is the prowess of the Orianna. And yeah, Crimson needs to back up. Cat bot needs to notice that yeah, mid lane's gonna be toasted, and Born this way will sometimes came along to disturb this Orianna.
Yeah, because so far it has been. Oh no! Catbot took a turret damage. Oh no! That's so unfortunate because Catbot was winning the lane, but hold that thought. Bottom lane, however, is going to be a 3v3 situation.
Yeah, and now 3v3 Austerity with the Gravitum can stun, and Lotus still hasn't got that damage yet. Kratos will be the first to fall down. Infi in the other side try to get one back, and it's Born this way. Austerity still trying to find Lotus in the alcoves. Doesn't already lost his flash. Oh yeah, Lotus
the cat
already
emoji.
on the vision. Look at moves. Battling against Infi. Infi know that he can do nothing, and against Trash, the soul has been slain from Infi, and already 4-1 Austerity eating a turret shot, but it should be no problem. After this wave, they need to go back, and wow, 2 minutes and already a lot of things happen, and it still continue. Crimson still managed to do some trades against Catbot again.
This is pretty crazy because we witnessed a big 3v3 in the bottom lane, both junglers being involved, and it is going to be Inferno Esports that's winning. Austerity and Moops basically marinated the lane already. Lotus and Kratos were pretty much low. They were shoved inside, shoved into underneath their tower already, and therefore have been taking a lot of pokes and trades that is not in their favor. Basically, lane was prepped up, played it pretty well. The fact that there was they're different 1v1s, the fact that Moops was able to finish off Infi, I think he got the double buff. Therefore, when he comes back to lane, the flays are going to hurt extra. And then that 2v2 is going to be extra oppressive in favor of Austerity and Moops.
Yeah, it should be, and let's see the replay because Yeah, I want to. Yeah, this is the one that like I just praised the Oriana and he took a turret shot. He took a turret shot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
know.
and this bot actually like Infi did the right things, but it's kind of quite late follow up from Kratos and Lotus, and they didn't realize Born This Way already came into their line, and they split up. Infi decide to take Born This Way and left Lotus in the alcove. Yeah, look. It's not much that it can do then. And Infi actually stay a little bit too long, giving the kill to Moves. Actually also a quite questionable move from Infi.
Yeah, that's true. This is gonna make things extra difficult. Austerity and Moves, this is definitely their win condition, if you will. Now that they've started to ramp up, that means they have space to take the dragon. They have space to contest later on. I feel like Moves is gonna make sure to rotate, help out mid to make sure that Krim is gonna get prio into the lane. Again, these are sort of expected things when we look at the skirmish side of things for IE. When it comes to the big 5v5s, we do expect a lot more friction happening between the two teams where S8UL can make it extra competitive. But it all started here. Austerity basically was able to have those concussive stacks sort of expire. Therefore, the stun didn't hit. Therefore, the trades and the fighting prowess basically pendulumed back to Austerity and Moves.
Yeah, and Austerity actually got one more kill into Lotus, into the Yunara. So yeah, this definitely is gonna be hurt. And already switching lane from IE, trying to peel the top lane turret plating. But yeah, Infi, Kratos actually should be visible from the ward. And yeah, it's gonna be a little bit low state earlier, but Crimson, because the lead that he's got earlier, having the confidence to do a trade with Catbot, and yeah, we don't watch this until a mid game because yeah, Santa and Renekton, not much to watch, not much to do unless the jungle, like yeah, I want to gang this top laner. But yeah, LGW actually got a lead 20, actually 30 CS lead. What? LGW? So
yeah.
RTO can farm?
It is going to be rough. It is going to be quite the rough lane without the involvement of junglers. Meanwhile, 3v2.
Infi already came Cataclysm into the trash itself, but Grand Star falls stun into the Lotus again. This Yunara has been shut it down. And Infi and Kratos, no tools left for them, no Glacial Fissure yet, so this way just Flash and Moonlight Vigil, giving the kill to Austerity, and Infi need to stay because Crimson already coming moves. Just try to buy time. Crimson got the kill to Infi, and it's getting worse for SAUL, Riku.
This is pretty crazy. Again, the Austerity Moops bot lane just continues to deliver a lot of dominating moves into these lanes, and it's just so. And you can see the proactiveness that Infi just wants to do. The biggest problem is that Born This Way can join at any point because of Starfall, and now they're rewarded with the grubs. And let's see how they're able to contest this one.
Yeah. I think it's a wise decision giving the oh no.
Oh.
I just want to say they can give one grabs to SAUL. No, they want to be perfect. Okay, I got you, Born This Way. And yeah, no visible advantage for SAUL because like in the top lane, Renekton got outfarmed by Xante, and let's watch this again. Infi actually got the Cataclysm to moves the perfect target, but look at Lotus. Still doesn't have the damage, the attack speed. Born This Way immediately stunned, and since the wave is favoring IE, they just need to dive this flash to the Kratos and give the kill to Austerity, and they got the gold where they won IE.
Yeah.
Funneling LeBlanc and Aphelios so they can online early, and yeah, it's spell disaster for SAUL.
100%. I think, again, being Yunara, being a kiting champion, it requires a lot of space in these skirmishes and team fights.
Yeah.
And on paper, Cataclysm works fantastic to just create space for your AD carry. I think the problem is that IE acknowledges this, and they just pretty much can ignore the Cataclysm at times. I think especially if it's used in a way that is not a reactive ultimate, but rather an initiating ultimate. That's when the rest of IE can basically react. Oh, okay, it's just a root. It's just a root from austerity. But that could have been deadly if it was followed by a death sentence into a stun coming from Born This Way.
Yeah, I believe Catbot a little bit sweating, like, oh no, where's the death sentence? And it's still on cooldown, unfortunately. And now Crimson, look at Lotus. There's no freedom for this Yunara because every lane she's just got bullied. And against LeBlanc, lore accurate. LeBlanc, Yunara, Spirit Blossom, and right now it's 1v2. Crimson just need to hold this wave because the other lane, it's 3-lane winning for IE.
It is. A top lane, unfortunately, I think the focus just definitely wanted to relieve pressure on the Yunara lane, which is very understandable because that is your #1 source of damage. You want to make sure that Yunara even survives the lane, and that's why RTO is able to, be alone and left to his own devices. And I think I would say this is a much, much better lane compared to the Ambessa Aurora lane from earlier, but still not being able to gain priority, which is unfortunate because that's the reason why you sort of want to get Renekton, either to sort of match or to be able to win your lane and be able to contribute in these skirmishes and team fights alongside your jungler. Meanwhile, there's a lot of space for IE to take this dragon, and they're just doing the Inferno Esports formula. Lane dominance equals to map dominance equals to objectives and possible tower dives as well.
Yeah, because right now Grand Starfall into the box to the safety just for the style from IE. Like, you see, I can dive you in the turret and still come home safely, said IE. And yeah, because the Infernal Drake from earlier, they got the feats of strength for IE, and the top lane LGW looks not unbothered. And Catbot, a weird positioning actually from the arena. Why she's there? And right now Crimson got one plate for that kill. Catbot, a little bit questionable actually.
Yeah, maybe seeing Crim having half HP could be a possible solo kill into Shockwave and Dissonance. Maybe that's why. But at the same time, gotta keep worrying about the Thresh. It is very scary once Moops has enough space. That means you have to think about that the Thresh is most likely going to be, well, everywhere and roaming. Meanwhile, mid lane could see some action.
Yeah, and Kratos, oh, that sentence got missed. So Kratos now can escape with his life, but second that sentence won't miss right now, Kratos. I give you a chance and you waste it, and now Crimson Moonlight Vigils into Invi. And look at IE, they did not overcome it again, just like you said, Riku. They know how to extend, they know how to stop, and just play safely, play disciplined.
Yeah, again, they know how to use their composition to its maximum and most optimal use. It's basically, again, the LeBlanc. We talked about during draft how a LeBlanc can basically ignore positioning. You can be a bit more creative on your point of attack. You can come from chickens, from raptors. Once, as we've seen there, Austerity can basically put Lotus in dangerous, health numbers, and then you've got LeBlanc to finish the job. Same thing once Born This Way dives right in. There's many ways for them to eliminate the possible problem, and I think the laning phase being uncomfortable for Lotus makes this whole IE death ball, or rather assassination squad, if you will, sort of much easier to pull off.
Yes, and we Shockwave into the Crimson. Yeah, wow. like you said, this LeBlanc have that flexibility in terms of positioning, found Infi, Balin, Cataclysm, Clone, return again. And yeah, just playing with these two people from SAUL, buying time, buying space, and she's escaped. And there's a blast gone to the safety.
Oh my lord.
Oh my lord. Teleport.
Bye.
Goodbye. Have a good time.
Have a good time. Bought some time for Rift Herald to be acquired, as she definitely, Krim is able to keep bottom lane very busy. Again, it's just being a bit of like the puppet master on these lanes and just applying pressure elsewhere to just lead them off of important objectives such as this. And mission accomplished. No one had to die, and they were able to get an objective. And I see no trades on the side of SAUL whatsoever, because again, pressure is applied.
Yeah, and I love this play from IE that I've been watching for a while, that after they get repaired out, if the mid turret is still standing, they immediately drop it, and the mid outer turret is the important thing for them to open up the map. So it's really something that need to be respected, because we see how teams played, like using Rift Herald as a bait for another objective, like 50 seconds into the Hex Drake. But no, they just want to open the map, they just want to push SAUL into the edge, playing aggressively, didn't give them a chance. And now Lantern out, and Infi trying to play with Crimson, but Crimson looking for Lotus Cataclysm. The damage has been done, but Crimson still can escape. No follow-up yet from the other IE members, but SAUL, slowly but sure, they already ran out of their utilities, and now Grand Starfall come. Catbot cannot do anything more this way. Trapped, but Moonlight Vigil got into the 2 RTO with the dominance, but still no tankiness at all. LJW take the Lotus for no damage. For SAUL, double kill for this Aphelios. Lotus need to run out Infi with the shortest flash I could see, I could saw, and born this way, defeating his counter jungle. And Lotus run away. Yunara, you cannot run, Yunara, and ace for IE. And I think this game is more dominant actually.
I agree. It's 17 minutes with a 10k gold lead, and basically this is Inferno Esports once again having full control for the rest of the lanes and the rest of the map. And one thing that I do need to point out in that fight is that the way that they're doing team fight juggling, Inferno Esports, it's basically having to know when to go in and space out of the fight and then come back into the timing of that Starfall. They were able to assassinate Catbot immediately, then came in the Glacial Fissure. But as we talked about, this team fight composition that Inferno has sort of can't ignore terrain. Nice sidestep coming from LJW. He's gonna get stunned, but here comes the rest of the squad.
Yeah, remember, this is Xante, and now this boys is coming. Kratos will be the target with the Catbot. Kratos just put the door, but look who's knocking from the back of his door, because Kratos won't be long for this. For double kill again from Crimson, actually in the mid lane. Austerity, yeah, I guess the shutdown needs to be given, but I think at this point Austerity would be happy, because two people need to be sacrificed from SAUL, and LGW still alive. This is Xante, and Crimson got another turret for her skill to juggle, to help. Like you see, like how LGW need to buying time, and yeah, Crimson just this is my kill. And look, Magi's already buffed for this LeBlanc.
Yeah, we're seeing 10 stacks now on the side of Crim, able to really stack that all up. And I think even getting the second tier tower on bot side, where Atakan is going to be spawning, is going to really hurt the map control that SAUL is going to be really yearning for here with their map control. Because look at this, Crim, move down from bot. I'm going to apply pressure here on top side. I've got teleport with me in case we're going to be fighting for Atakan. But again, RTO is going to get poked out here unless somebody is able to relieve pressure. But again, jungler really needs to remain at bot side.
Yeah, and look at the shockwave connects into the two, but look who's come born this way with the Grand Starfall. And it's always a bad idea to commit into the Xante, and the Evely is still alive until now. Cannot be touched. And double kill to the Phantom. 4 people needs to be sacrificed because they tried to pick off this Xante, a champion with 4700 HP. Nah, I won't go there. But yeah.
True. That is so relatable. I think, yeah, Inferno Esports macro is fantastic. Their micro capabilities is very impressive to watch. And I think this is a very similar story in the previous game where once they know that they have the lead, they're going to keep pressing on. They're going to make sure that they not only have the lead intact, but how do you multiply that lead? You have all these movements in the early game invested. How do you just make sure that that investment is basically stacked up to make sure that you win that to get this victory? And now it's a 13k gold lead. That means map space. That means objectives. Now they get Atakan. As we take a look at the replay from earlier, again, it is another fight start. Because it's a lot of space, second tier tower now being down meant that they don't have a lot of control on their bot side jungle. So it's them trying to pick up the pieces. It's going to be a danger zone. Glacial Fissure being utilized to make sure that they're able to punish Austerity. But the rest of the squad basically joined him already, and they're like a thick wall to make sure that their AD carry is safe as well.
Yeah, and looking at this point, like SAUL, every team fight that they try to commit is like not fully committed, you know, like, yeah, we found the space. Do you want to go? Yeah, I can. Like,
the
burn.
burn.
Lotus, the burn.
Oh,
nah,
it's okay.
Not enough.
I thought it was gonna be a Scorch kill.
Yeah, but yeah, SAUL at this point they cannot look for the chance anymore. They just, yeah, what chance that available, we will try to took it, even though we know the result is bad. Because at this point, look at the 14,000 gold lead IE has.
Yep.
And yeah, it should be a nail in the coffin. Like, look at SAUL, who has a damage. Maybe Jarvan with 2 items. Blade of Wind King Yunara, of course not. And Rod of Ages Oriana, probably not. So yeah, that's hopeless. Then look,
no way.
Move like a balloon from Yunara. So a little bit spoiler for the next chapter of Lore of Runeterra for the next act. Because LeBlanc looks like popping Yunara, and yeah, we even haven't talked about LJW yet in the team fight. Who's gonna pop this guy off, Riku?
I mean, I think the solution was supposed to be maybe Lotus, but if Prim is able to reach Lotus first, then I guess there is no solution. Kazante's just gonna go wild in these skirmishes and team fights, but I feel like everybody will be... Oh, Austerity is just gonna skedaddle there and get out of there. It is going to be the Soul coming right up for IE. Really scary stuff. I mean, they're already strong. They're gonna get even stronger.
I mean, LeBlanc with Hextech Soul, Evelios with Hextech Soul. Be that coming.
Ouch.
But yeah, it's an ouch. Like, you literally cannot escape, especially Yunara getting slowed, getting jumped out by LeBlanc, by Crimson. Yeah, there's no way out, especially Shadow Flame already finished for the LeBlanc. And it's just waiting game now. Like 1 minute, and look at Lotus, half HP. And yeah, that's just Crimson saying hello to Yunara. And Grand Starfall came out. 3v4 actually, no, Shockwave connects into the 2 Glacial Fissure, actually giving a slow. But Infi taking down, and LJW finally showing what Xante has been made of. Catbot cannot survive. Looking at RTO as a lone survivor. And yeah, not much that he can do because his base is untethered. His teammate is already dead. And maybe this will be the last round for SAUL. Ignite, oh no, like IE, why did you do that? You can just finish the game, but it doesn't matter because IE, with another dominant game against SAUL, claim the perfect day for them. 4 wins, 0 losses.
crazy stuff from Inferno Esports coming from the Philippines. They really have shown their prowess when it comes to drafting individual, mechanics, their laning phase, the macro when it comes to the mid to late game. This team is such a scary team to fight against, and I'm pretty sure the rest of the squad over here in LCP better watch out for them.
Yeah, like we just said, like game one is a more aggressive draft from IE, but I feel that this game 2 is way more dominant from IE. Like SAUL literally cannot do anything around the map, so I think Abigail and Contra can break it down for us. So Abigail and Contra, take it away.
So as for Manamo and Riku, well, I agree at one thing from Riku, but I disagree one thing with the Manamo. So the thing that I agree with Riku is, yes, everyone should watch out for Inferno Esports. I mean, they played so well. Look at that, Mommy LeBlanc comes from everywhere, and also, create a situation where everyone should be overthinking about where is the spot that this LeBlanc will just punch you. And the thing that I disagree with Manamo is, this is not just a more dominating match from Inferno Esports, but more like this is a massacre. I'm totally sorry for saying it, but it is. It is a total massacre from IE Sports towards Ace 8 UL Contra. Oh my god.
Yeah, as harsh as it sounds, it really goes to show that Seoul, as it UL, definitely seem to struggle with the kind of early game tempo kind of matchups that they're dealing with, especially when you take a look at what really broke the camel's back was very early on in those kind of scuffles. Yes, those kind of early setups did happen over the top side, but it really seemed like it was instantly responded with the Starfall coming in from the side of Barn this way in order to really strike back, and then they got them pretty much choked up underneath their turret, because who's over onto the corner of the map, if we were to actually pause it for a slight bit, you can already see from the minimap that the LeBlanc has already moved right through. So it was a straightforward dive setup coming right in order to really propel the rest of the members of Infinity ahead. So just pretty straightforward stuff. Once you got all these assassins, as well as, a Pantheon who's been able to secure a couple of these kills, it just instantly snowballs. And I love this form of play where they do a lot of bait and switch, especially when you are having a LeBlanc to always be able to reposition with W. So they wait for the right moment, wait for a couple of spells to be burned out, and then they look to recommit again. So watch closely to this one, because the timing on Born This Way is once again so impeccable, where they could just really call for the collapse, and there's really not much that you could do but to really burn those flashes. And when you get out, there's LJW connecting with those all-out in order to ensure that he will be able to tie up loose ends. So therefore, it just ballooned out of control. I mean, by the time that we're hitting about 15-16 minute mark, you can already see that the gap of the goal has already added close to 10k already. So there's not much out of this game that Seoul Esports could actually fall back to overall. So it definitely was a little too much of a challenge overall. So just like how they did back in game 1, they just have so many different kind of threats that makes it very difficult for their opponents to really navigate up against, and therefore it was just a full-on collapse that they could actually execute onto these members of S8OUL.
Yeah, and sadly for S8UL, I know that they tried their best to find a way how to counterattack the LeBlanc and how to, at least play together, clump together, and holding hands together just to secure a big fight to turn out the favorite table. But sadly, the economy gap itself is already too big to handle, not to mention the damage, and also they have to, thinking not the 360 direction where LeBlanc and also Pantheon could come, but more like a 540 degrees direction about where these two champions could come to them. And then that's it. That's the end of the 4 matches of today, IE secured 2-0 against Ace 8 UL, and we're gonna calling back the casters Manamo and Riku. I believe you guys enjoyed the fourth match. That was a very solid statement from Inferno Esports that they are very ready for breakout stage, and every single region should watch for them, Rico.
Yeah, I think so too. And for me, again, this team has had a lot of experience as individuals, have a lot of tournament and veteranship, both local, maybe some international scene as well, and as well as new blood coming from the PH scene. So again, if one of the biggest reasons why that we see how dominating this team is, it's due to the fact that, again, some of them have been around for quite a while now. So yeah, amazing stuff. Very, very clean performance from Inferno Esports.
Yes, and last but not least, we still have the very last amazing match at the end of today. But please allow us to take a short break, and for you all, don't go anywhere until we back after the break.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia.
Behold my power!
And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
Going for it, and here comes the steal between Worlds hanya menjadi pemisah dunia. Ini di nomor fight nama yang kong rอชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ
As well, and even full commit is sticking.
But they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away.
Kung tidak nakira bakal mga nabuhay na kami dapat mag-prepare.
Not yet, but the damage is gonna be enough. W just pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the magnet.
At the below in the Infinity is going to be taken down by Faerie already.
มันเรื่องเดียวเด็กคุณไปเรียบร้อยชิมเบอร์ชันเข้ามาฮอตรอมชาโด
Good evening, Sovereigns, and welcome back to the LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. Back with me, your host Abigail, and your analyst Contra. But now we have the new set of caster again. So welcome Rerachu and also Kaka, and both of you actually come to the very right time. I mean, this is the most exciting match of today, which will be FRC, aka Very Charm versus Full Sense. I mean, a lot of people will expect these two teams will proceed to the bracket stage, and we're still not sure between Inferno Esports, Very Charm, or Full Sense who's gonna be secure the grand final first, because the way how they play today is solid, so solid, Predator.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that coming into the last match for today, it's so exciting because earlier in the day, Faerie Charm, I think they had that 2-0 over SAUL, but Full Sense also had that 2-0 over Yangdae. So I feel like today's last series is just going to be which of these teams can continue their streak and then hopefully join Inferno Esports as the next 4-0 team going into tomorrow.
Yes, but Faerie Charm has one player who had one player who didn't play during their first game, this is Nekodesu, and we expect Nekodesu maybe can play in this game. If Nekodesu can play for Faerie Charm during this last match, this will be banger because we can see the full potential of Faerie Charm. What do you think, Kaka?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, it was sad enough to watch them smash SATUL early on in the day, but now Desu is back in the mid lane. And honestly, I do have high expectations from the team coming out from the Titans Cup right here. They have some really solid players, and especially the support player was just fantastic to watch in the games that he played, the Alistair and Bard in. I think he was the difference maker. Yeah, exactly. So he is the one to look out for, and I do expect them to win this one out. Well, at least one of the two games, if not both the games.
Yeah, but to be honest, for me, for Faerie Charm and Full Sense, they also kind of team who can set up the tempo. I mean, they can play very aggressive and also can play very slow at the same time. And
Yeah.
I to be honest, I don't know what kind of upsets that will happen during the first game of FRC versus Full Sense Contra.
Yeah, I mean, when we take a look at these two really stacked rosters, I mean, we're definitely keeping our eyes fixated onto the mid lane as well as the duo bot on both sides. I mean, they are just showing really immaculate display on team fights and when it comes down to control in certain areas, when it comes down to objectives, they always nail it down, pinpoint. So right now, it's somebody breaking the streak of, you know, their wins, and it is definitely sad for whoever takes the L of the series. So who knows, it might still end up in the draw. So when it all comes down to these factors, this is where both of the junglers need to really activate each side of the lanes.
Yup, and Wukong first pick for Faerie Charm, and no Alice again, but it's kind of sus to see Full Sense ban Annie towards FRC, because I don't remember FRC played Annie. But Kiana could be a pick that kind of hot, because last time I saw Kiana played is very long time ago, right, Raju?
Yeah, I think that the Annie, lately, like we've been seeing in the meta, Wukong Annie is a very strong duo. We've seen it a lot, like lately in the LCK as well in the last couple of weeks. I think the recent meta has been a lot of like very CC heavy champions. So there are a lot of good picks for Rumble. Yeah, I'm surprised that made it through. There are a couple of champions still open that could deal with the Rumble. There's like Aurora, which I'm surprised made it through this ban. There's also Ambessa. So yeah, we'll have to see. But there's a lot of things left open. I kind of feel like this happens when we see like a regional competition such as this. We see a bit more of maybe more targeted picks, I think, than like just meta good picks.
Yeah, but Unara pick for the third pick of FRC, so they just open every single type of skill that they can open for from the FRC. Same goes with the FS, but if you have Rice, if you have Kiana, now down to one problem: you need someone who can stand in front of you, Contra.
Yeah, when we take a look at this matchup where you're having big question marks, is it going to be like a Rise that's going to be over the top side? Are you going to get that Kiana in the jungle? So definitely this kind of mixed situation might throw a little bit of a wrench over on the side of FRC. But then again, if you realistically look at it, it could be a decent favorable matchup if you actually have the Rise being sent over the top side where you have that range control then to be spit with all the flamethrowers in front of your face. So look at the rest of field. I'm really liking that they're starting off very steady from the side of FS, where, you know, the Kaisa can still be able to complement with whatever support they do pick up later on.
Yeah, and then Oriana's win from Full Senses very makes sense for FRC because they want to deny the combination of Shockwave and also Cyclone from Wukong, not to mention the Equalizer from Rumble, but there's still a lot of options if you want to make a combo for Wukong, Kaka.
Yeah, I mean, the Galio's still up, right? So that could be something that FRC can look to ban as well. Again, a good matchup into the Rumble. And as you said, you need a frontline. What better than Galio playing against two AP champions? So that is something that can be looked at for the side of Faerie Charm. And if I am Faerie Charm, I'm also looking at Rakan right now, because that is something that can get picked for the side of SFS, since the Kaisa has come in as well.
Yeah, Rakan will be a good match too for Wukong, because every single skill that Rakan has is a crowd control, so it will be open a lot of options for FRC how they want to initiate the fight with Full Sense. And Full Sense, I'm still waiting what kind of champion they will pick. Aatrox,
Wow.
solid, and in more of like a double late game insurance for Full Sense, because they already have Price and now they have a strong factor, which is Aatrox. So they just need some champion, or maybe one champion who can give lots of buffs towards these two champions contra.
Okay, I think like this is the angle where Full Sense is actually sending the Kiana into the jungle, or I mean, in the form of clear speed, as well as the kind of angles that she can really look for. It is definitely going to allow her to really create certain spacing and just come in with those huge AoE ultimates in order to overwhelm the rest of FRC. And if anything at all, if that Rise happens to be nearby, they could actually level up to bail out the situation. I was thinking about a Nautilus support or something that could really fully lock onto the target, but instead they went ahead with the Leona just to ensure that they could really try to close the gap.
Yeah, and I personally love this Leona pick for FRC. Not only she also has one of the shortest cooldown for every single utilities that she has, and also not to mention how strong she is in terms of doing an engage. And Nautilus, because it's open, Full Sense just directly pick it because they want something that can match up Leona's aggressivity. Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's just a great combo down in the bot lane. Kaisa, Nautilus, you press R, you can use the Killer Instinct, get to the backline, right? But I really like what Faerie Charm have drafted for themselves. It's a lot of team fighting. It's a lot of late game damage as well coming out from both Yunara and Aurora, and the disruption that the Wukong can provide with the CC with Leona. I mean, that's just a perfect draft for them. So in my opinion, I do favor them just based off this draft. They got what they wanted, and they limited the options as well from the enemy side.
For me, I think Full Sense. I think Full Sense will shoot good.
I mean, I agree with Kaka, because and this is not just my bias, that I'm all for Faerie Charm over here. MYSG to Inska, it's not just the national bias that's coming in, but I think that Faerie Charm have a simpler composition to play, very, as you said, like team fight oriented. There's the Leona that can go in, there's the Wukong as well, very good engage. Also a lot of disengage tools. If you miss your skill shots as well, right, you can still kind of back out from that team fight. Whereas I feel like Full Sense has that a much more tricky composition to play. I think we saw it even with just the first 3 picks, right? When they went Ryze, Kiana, as well as Kaisa. We're like, how are they going to play this? There are kind of a lot of opportunities where it could go wrong, where they could maybe fall behind late, they could get ganked, that sort of thing. It feels a bit more of a solo queue composition as opposed to a 5v5 sort of composition. But I mean, if they can pull it off, it could still be good.
Okay, so I think I'll just leave Rachu and Kaka to have deeper discussion and also lead the first game of the last match of today. So I'm gonna toss it to you. So Rachu and Kaka, please take it away.
Well, thank you for that, Abby, and welcome to the desk, Ray. Again, I think we are in agreement that the draft has been sort of won by Faerie Charm. I would have liked to see the Y actually come in, and that would have made it better for the side of FS. But it seems like you have something to say, so I'm not going to stop you there.
No, I just feel like we're kind of falling into like that traditional like the caster trap where on paper we love seeing this type of competition. We love seeing like Nar, we love seeing like 5v5, you know, like Galio, Leona, and that's like as analysts, we're like, oh, this is such an easy like, you know, front to back team fight composition. But I mean, if Full Sense want to bring out the flashy plays, I am all here to watch that happen too.
Yeah, 100%. I think no one, I don't think there's anyone who doesn't like watching flashy plays, and that's exactly what the Kiana and the Kaisa bring, right?
Oh yeah.
But I am of an opinion that if you just pick the better R-pressing champions, I think you have a great chance of winning the game. And that is something that I see from the side of Faerie Charm, especially in the Wukong and the Leonites. It's not rocket science. It's just a lot of CC. You lock the champion down and then you kill them, especially the Ryze, who can be quite immobile as well. As we look at the beautiful faces of all these players right now. Again, both the sides are undefeated. I'm not sure if you got the chance to watch both the teams, but Faerie Charm especially looked pretty clean when it came to their series against SLUN.
Yeah, I did catch a bit here and there in the afternoon, especially both of the series from these two teams. I think that Faerie Charm had a very clean game number 1. Game 2, I feel like they could have closed it out sooner, but I mean, a win is a win. A 2-0 is a 2-0. We're not gonna, you know, nitpick on the little things, especially when they are 2-0 ahead. But with that, guys, we are on the Rift for our very last best of 2 series of the day. Thank you for sticking with us. It's local time 10:32 on the dot p.m. here in Singapore and Malaysia, as well as a couple of the other countries. I think there's like a 1 hour-ish time difference, but thank you guys, everyone, for being here, for watching the whole day with us, and I can't wait for the series to start. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, they're gonna back out. I held my breath there for a second.
Yeah, and it looks like we saved the best one for the last anyway. Speaking about how the game has... Yeah, that's based, not biased. Anyway, the referee gets that ward onto the Raptor camp, so they will have information of where the Kiana is starting. I do want to point out, though, there has been like 2 sweepers picked up for the side of FS, so they want to deny as much information as they can at this point. And my eyes are on this bot lane. It can be pretty volatile. Anytime you have to engage supports fighting it out in the bot lane, I think it just spells a lot of bloodbath, so I am quite excited for that, honestly.
Yeah, I think that vision for Kiana is important. I think both for Faerie Charm to have vision of the Kiana, because you're not really sure like where and if she's gonna pop out at like that level 3, level 4 into your lane, and then for Full Sense as well, because they want to make sure they get Kiana rolling a bit early. Otherwise, it's gonna be hard for her in the late game, because she goes in, she gets blown up. You know the drill. Early on, I think for the bot lane, Kaisa doesn't have the best laning phase. So we'll see how that one plays out.
Yeah, and just talking about the players as well now, this is the first game that Neko Desu is playing. As we look at an engagement down in the bottom lane, Kyowon is going to get very low. He hit level 2 first, but I don't think it was enough. Now the Nautilus Yusaki on that champion does burn his heals, so heals being traded right there. It does look like the squad from Thailand did win that engagement down in the bottom lane. Thanks to the turret and the hook that came in under the turret.
Yeah, so Savasky does still have a barrier. It was a bit, I think, funny for our eyes, because we saw that Leona being the one in the back running away because she was already chunked so low. But I think just in terms of summoner spells, they're gonna want to... Oh, what?
Oh yeah, because the jungler is coming in, right?
Yeah, they don't even need...
is going to flash, secures that kill. The W slow from Savasky is enough to stop Blondie in his tracks as well. And that is going to be a 2-0 start for the side of FRC, and they are off to a great marker right here. Great passing by Reverie as well. He picks up his Raptor camps. He gets the information that bot lane could be a bit explosive, and if he comes around, maybe he can get a kill, and that's exactly what happens. 2 very quick kills, and if Dust can manage to survive here, I think it's a great return for the side of FRC.
But good timing for Full Sense as well. They recognize that, stuff's happening down in the bottom side. So they did path the Kiana up towards top. But I think they're deciding to not do anything sus on the Rumble, instead opting to maybe see if they can get anything on Aurora. But the mid wave is kind of just going to meet in the middle here. So it's not really going to be easy for a gank. And yep, she's just going to walk on back down towards Scuttle. Nautilus came up to help, but yeah, absolutely cracking start from the side of a Faerie Charm. Honestly, didn't even need the Wukong to get the first kill. Of course, with the help of the jungler, they managed to win the 3v2. And let's see, Kaisa does still have cleanse. The heal is maybe about halfway or so up. So, yeah, looking good for the side of Faerie Charm.
Yeah, for both the supports, the heal is about to come up, and in the 2 versus 2, of course, the barrier is going to come out on top. That Sevasky has picked for himself. Good adaptation by the jungler of FS. Few gets both the Scuttle Crabs, knowing his bot lane has the priority. Gets the top Scuttle Crab first, moves down towards the bot side of the map. So that is sort of a saving grace for him at least, but looking at the bot lane right now, the CS advantage is negligible for either side right now, but the kill sits on Sevasky and has the cull as well, so he is just going to farm up a storm and hope to get those 2-3 items, and that's when the Yunara truly comes alive.
Yeah, I think when you cash that in is really when we're going to see that more of a difference, and a bit more chip damage onto this Nautilus. He's going to have to walk that one off. Oh, flash!
Oh, wow.
Incoming from Wukong.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so clean. Yeah. No! Wait! Okay, except for, we'll just pretend we did not see the little mistake in the juggling of the tower aggro at the end there. But yeah, I think that Faerie Charm are really trying hard to focus down the Kaisa and the Nautilus. I think they've made an interesting decision. They've looked at the picks and bans from the side of Full Sense. They've opted to not send jungle pressure over top, where, Aatrox maybe could be a danger in the late game, but they've instead decided to focus on Kaisa over in the bottom side. Very good choice, but now over in top side.
Yeah, and Dust could be able to trade 1-for-1 here. Let's see if he can. One more auto attack should do it. Yeah, there you go. So he does secure the 1-for-1 right there. So that is, making the best out of a very bad situation for him. But down in the bot lane, again, Nekodesu showing his prowess, comes in towards the bot side of the map, punishes both the bot laners because they didn't have their flashes available. The Between Worlds is there and nowhere to get out for the side of Blondie and Yuyusaki. So 2 more kills picked up for the side of Faerie Charm, and they are looking very strong in this early game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that for any top laner, competitive or amateur, just as I say that though, I was just about to say, any top laner, if you are prepared to play Rumble in a League of Legends game, you're prepared for this to happen to you all game long, which is you're gonna get focused probably by the enemy jungler, you're gonna get dove, you're gonna get caught out in the jungle. I think that this is just one of the trade-offs that Faerie Charm are pretty happy to go with this time, since it means that Yunara has so much less pressure, she has so much less of Full Sense attention on her, and yeah, I think this is just how they're gonna play it.
Yeah, and now the swaps have started to come in as well. As you can see, the timer 20 seconds to grub spawn. So both the teams are going to acknowledge that. Never mind, actually, Blondie is going to go back towards the bot side of the map. So they might have to give this up, but never mind. The Wukong is here. Stops the engage from the Kiana. Gets the kill. Nautilus has to flash away from the trouble. And that is going to be free grubs picked up for the side of FRC as well. So that is going to be the second objective for them. One more and they will secure the feats of strength. But this Aurora, man, he's just everywhere. He's getting so strong right now. 3-0 and 0 has the Haunting Guys. Probably looking towards that Liandry's first item. And right now Dust just has to be a bit careful. Just needs to survive as we look at the gank that happened earlier. Take us through this one, Ray.
Yeah, it looks like Oh, this is the one from a bunch of minutes ago. Oh no, this is the one with the tower misjuggling of the aggro. But yeah, I think that Faerie Charm, they started out playing that one very well because this is the second or the third time that we've seen bot go for the 2v2. So this time around, Faerie Charm look like they're just going to do a bit of chip damage in lane 2 versus 2, but surprise, they've got their jungler over in the back. I think that Full Sense thought this was just going to be like a standard little poke competition, but then they push the bot duo of Full Sense back towards their tower, their jungler shows up, and then it's just a very easy clean-cut dive for them. So bit of the mind games going on in the bot side, which I really like.
Yeah, 100%. And just looking at the goal difference so far, it's not a big difference, but the game has looked quite one-sided, but again, Full Sense have been farming up their numbers. They are not falling behind when it comes to laning, at least keeping up with those CS numbers. And the lead does come in for them. Few has been farming up a storm on the Kian as well. Did end up dying early on, but still 300 gold or so ahead in this jungle matchup. And now we are looking towards the bot side again. Reverie is here, has the Cyclone available. The Zenith Blade connects onto Yayusaki. Does not have the flash again, so he is going to die. The TP comes in from the Rise, but it's too slow. I-Take is going to end up here, but the Cyclone charge number 2 is there, and he's gonna end up going down as well. That's going to be a double kill. Sevaski picks up the third kill of this skirmish, and now there's a big difference between the two teams.
I think that Full Sense are kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place right now because they recognize that the Kai'Sa's falling behind. So at that point, you have one of two options, right? Oh, hang on. Oh, hook not gonna land. I think it was just kind of going to use the hook to gap close onto the tower, but not necessarily look for anything more. But as I was saying, I think when you recognize that someone on your team is falling behind, you have one of two options, right? Either you send more pressure to their lane to get them even, or you decide, okay, we're going to send our pressure to a different lane, perhaps top, perhaps mid, to try and get them a hit instead. But I think Full Sense at this point, you know, they've realized, well, it's Kai'Sa. We can't completely just sacrifice the Kai'Sa, so they tried to help her get this lane even again. But Faerie Charm, they've got a very good handle on this timing as well, because if you notice, the Nautilus is actually at that point only level 5. I think if Nautilus were level 6, they actually potentially make it out of that completely unscathed. So Faerie Charm, like, we have to make sure we dive this right before Nautilus gets ultimate, which is what they did. So just good decision making, I think, by them. I'm not sure what options Full Sense still have left.
Yeah, 100%. Now we look towards the top side of the map. All three Qs connect for excellence, right? That Dust does have his ultimate available, but is looking like a sitting duck under this turret right now. So he might end up dying. Yeah, he's as good as dead. Maybe he can trade one.
Bro, if he makes it out of this alive, he's actually Houdini. I don't know what to tell you. If he made it out of that alive, dude is faker. Dude's like faker, second coming of faker or something. But yeah, good response from Full Sense.
Look, that is the trade-off, right? You get one kill, but you lose your bottom side turret, and that's going to be the feats of strength picked up as well for the side of Faerie Charm. So I don't think they will be too upset about how that events unfolded. Basically, the Rumble dying towards the top side, but them securing the dragon and getting the first turret along with the plates. And it seems like all eggs are on the Sevaski basket. And if you have an AD carry of such talent, I don't think it's a wrong strategy to play at all.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Also, we did just see the Mountain Dragon being taken by the side of Faerie Charm as well. So very good cross-map objectives right there. They know that 4 people are over in the top side, and they know that it's a very easy dragon pickup over in bot. Gold difference right now at about 13 minutes is 3,000. So earlier it was what, like 300 to 500 gold a couple minutes ago, but already it's 3,000, which is not great, especially since we've been saying all along in picks and bans that Faerie Charm do have that team fighting composition. So if this game gets later and later and that lead grows bigger, it only gets worse for Full Sense. So we'll have to see. I mean, the game is far from over at this point. Kiana looks like she maybe want to do something top.
Yeah, she is fishing for something, but I don't think she's going to find much there. As Faerie Sham, again, they are quite disciplined when it comes to these side lanes. If the jungler is not around, they choose not to play too aggressive, and that's exactly how it should be. Shout out to Nekodesu as well so far. I think he has been phenomenal. Does not really need to TP to the side lanes. He can just walk up, is always there when there's a fight happening. So he has been on top of his game so far, and that is what we expect from him. Of course, was not present for the first series, but again, when he's there, the squad just improves massively as well, and we can clearly see that with the impact that he's having so far in this game.
Oh, of course. I think that for Aurora especially, there's a very big difference between good Auroras and then the great Auroras that you see in the international competition, right? And the mark of, oh, hang on a second, 2v2. I think they're just gonna walk this one out. 3v2.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to end well for the side of Full Sense, since Faerie Charm do have all the vision here, and there you go, they are going to pull the trigger now. The beautiful Rumble ultimate. The Kiana ultimate is there to knock the Wukong back, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. That's going to be the first kill of this engagement. Sevaski is here as well, has the Q stacked up, picks up a double kill for his troubles, and that is going to be another 3 kills picked up for the side of Faerie Charm. That's going to be the Rift Herald and the top turret potentially picked up as well. And this is a very, very one-sided affair coming out from the squad of Malaysia and Singapore.
Yeah, disaster actually for Full Sense. They lost a lot of tempo, momentum, objectives over the top side. Herald going over to Faerie Charm as well. Very good location. Oh, we're gonna get the replay? Yep, so firstly, this is a great location for the Rumble Ultimate. You know how in the last few years they changed the top side of the map and you have that little U-shaped bend which gives you a lot more options. The thing with Faerie Charm is they're like, we are going to just completely block off your escape, even though, you know, the top side of the map has changed. We're just going to box you out and make sure that we maximize the damage of this Rumble ult and then bring in a couple more members as well. I think that at this point, because Yunara has gotten so strong, that Faerie Charm recognized, oh, we can send the Leona as the roaming support to the other lanes. I think both of these two teams we saw earlier was the Yunara versus Kaisa lane swap over in the mid lane, but just solo one-on-one. But because of that, both Leona and Nautilus have more room to go impact other sides of the map.
Yeah, and we are going to see another engagement coming in right here. And this is the story of the game so far. FS do look for these proactive plays, but again and again, Faerie Charm are reading the plays that are coming in from the side of Full Sense, and they just keep getting punished. Nekodesu again uses his flash to get out of a very sticky situation. Kewon, Sevaski again, right place, right time, along with the jungler. So they are punishing all the aggression that is coming out from the side of Full Sense right now, and that reflects in the goal lead as well now. Around 7,000 already at 16 minutes, and this is a complete domination so far.
Yeah, they're... Oh, he's gonna Hexer flash over the wall. It's just a very simple 3v3. And I think it goes back to in picks and bans when we were talking about how Faerie Charm have the easier, like you don't need to overthink type of team composition where they have very easy like point and click engage tools right there. So I think that Faerie Charm, they have such a big advantage right now. Full Sense, they're like what they want to do with their composition is they want their Ryze to farm, they want their Kaisa to farm, but as you've been seeing for the last like 4 minutes or so is that whenever someone on the side of Full Sense push up too much, it's way too dangerous and it's just so easy for Faerie Charm to get the jump on them in the side lanes. So it's been really difficult for Full Sense to try and drag this game back towards even. Also, they've got the Aatrox sitting in the top side and just, you know, just champions where if you are behind, the more the game goes on, it's just not going to be great for you, right? I mean, it's not like it's an Ornn or another champion where you're always going to be useful for the utility later on. I think that Full Sense, if they try and jump in, they're probably gonna get blown up, as we've been seeing.
Yeah, but I do think the only way they can come back is to fight their way back into the game, and that is where the trouble lies as well, because none of these team fights are looking close at all. Yes, they get the engagement, but after that, it's just an onslaught coming out from the side of Faerie Charm, and as you said, unfortunately, it does not get better for them. Sure, if you have the on, maybe you can scale up, get those ornaments, and things like that. Maybe if you had the Jinx, I think that could have been something that could stall the game. But for now, it's only the Rise who can just wave clear in his lonesome in the side lanes. The Aatrox cannot really stand against the Rumble right now. And everyone else has just fallen so far behind. You look at the gold gap as well, 3.5k for Sevaski on this. Yunara is going to complete his Infinity Edge pretty soon, while the enemy Kai'Sa does not even have her Guinsoo's Rage Blade completed. And that's what good teams do as well. Faerie Charm are doing exactly what they need to do. They are choking out the resources from the side of Full Sense, entering the enemy territory, their jungle, and trying to create a lot of disruption, trying to take their camps, and just making life really hard for them.
Yeah, the absolute disrespect, right? To have that ward over at the red buff when they know that the camp is coming up. Yeah, I mean, it's not all over for Full Sense. I think that they can still try to play for picks with the man advantage. Because, I was saying Rise, Kai'Sa, they want to farm, but what else can Kai'Sa do? She can, assassinate when you get someone low enough. I think Kiana and Aatrox kind of... Oh! No! No! It's
Wow.
over. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, that has been the story.
I'm
of the
kidding.
game. While we just are in awe for how well Dust played there, Reverie does come and burns the flash off Yuyusaki. Sevaski with the slow now is going to secure the kill for his jungler, and that's going to be a 2-for-1. And Dust has done a great job when it comes to these side lanes. Every time he gets ganked, he makes sure that he's trading his life for the enemy top laner. And that has been the saving grace for him as well, while the rest of the team has been wreaking havoc onto the Rift. So yeah, I mean, props to him. He knows how to play that weak side really well, is up in CS, has 4 kills as well, is going to complete 2 items pretty soon for himself. As we see that, there you go, the Shadow Flame gets picked up. Meanwhile, the squad is picking up the Artican. So it is a very slow and a very painful death for the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, I agree. And when you're looking at Full Sense, right, they've only got 5 kills to Faerie Charm's 19. 4 of those kills are on the Rumble. But then when you look at Dust KD, it's 4, 4, and 2. So as you mentioned, right, he's making absolutely sure that each of his deaths counts. If he dies, he's more than likely bringing someone from Full Sense down with him as well. So they're just maximizing everything they can get out of that death. And, oh man, it's gonna be tough. I don't know. I feel like if I were Full Sense, which I am not, I feel that we are so not. I feel that in a best of 2, especially you've had a long day today, right? This is their second best of 2 series. They've got more series coming up tomorrow as well. Do you start planning for the next game, or do you keep trying to bring this one back?
I think you absolutely start planning for the second game, especially with, again, how the side lane has gone. If the Rumble was not taking one life away with him, I think it would have been a different story. But hold on to that thought, as Neko Desu is looking for the team fight. This could be the team fight that Full Sense was looking for, but Sevaski is dead. The Wukong is alive. Neko Desu still alive, so they do not lack the damage or the CC to kill out the members from the side of Full Sense. I think that was the best chance that the side of Full Sense had in this game to come back, and that turned out to be a 1-for-5 trade for the side of Faerie Charm. And yeah, to answer your question now, I'm definitely looking and thinking about that second game.
It's such a shame for Full Sense. I agree with what you said 100%. I think that was one of the best team fights that they could hope for. But at this point, Faerie Charm just took out their wallets, took out their extra items, smacked Full Sense in the face, and won the team fight. They didn't need to play that team fight clean. It's just absolute goal difference was way too much for Full Sense to overcome. But man, what a shame. I thought that Full Sense actually played that one as well as they could.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at it like this. Looks like a picture-perfect team fight. The ultimate from the Nautilus is there. The Kiana ultimate is huge. You have the flank coming in from the side of Excellence, but again, it's the Wukong. It's the overheated Drumble, Flame Splitter. Doing so much damage right there, and it just didn't matter that Sevaski died so early on in the fight because the damage was there. The CC was there as well, and now the poor Ryze, who doesn't have flash. Aite is going to end up dying as well.
Close your eyes, guys.
Yeah, Neko Desu goes legendary. I mean, this guy is having such a nice game. 10 CS per minute on this Aurora. Is making the plays for his team and the side lanes as well. So he has been fantastic to watch, and this is what we missed early on as well. So I'm glad to see this guy play on the Rift right now.
Yeah, he's just completed, I think, the Janya's Hourglass as well when he went back into base. So it's going to be, I think, even harder for Fulsons to get the jump onto them, because what Fulsons have done, right, is that they have sacrificed their bot lane to get the opposing Rumble down. But that just means that for the side of Faerie Charm, they've got double carries in Yunara as well as Aurora. And we saw in the last team fight, even if you manage to split up Faerie Charm perfectly and get the jump onto Yunara right at the start of the team fight, it doesn't matter because the rest of Faerie Charm still have so much damage. The fact that Aurora now has the Janyas as well is going to keep her even more safe. Oh, a bunch of flashes to disengage, but Wukong just doesn't care.
Yeah, he's going to engage on to that Nautilus. Goes godlike, is going to pick up the kill, and right on cue the Baron Nashor has spawned, so they are going to look to shove this mid lane up as far as they can and look to get that Baron, but towards the top side actually Reverie is there again, goes legendary. The Realm Warp is not the best from the side of Ryze right there, as he's going to go down as well and make that 4 kills. Well, a clean ace for the side of FRC, and they might not even need that Baron buff to end this game.
Oh, they're just gonna TV straight into the base right here. Take the tower, take the inhib.
Yeah, I think this is
well.
game.
Yeah, it's 20 to 30 seconds for the side of Fulsons.
Yeah, this is done. So yeah, again, they did not even need the Baron Nashor to finish this one up. You can see the goal lead 15,000, and this was a masterclass starting from level 1, well, minute 1 rather, and what a one-sided game. Like, that was a flawless performance coming out from the side of Faerie Charm.
Yeah, I think that going into the series, right, we were all really curious. During our rehearsal and like our meeting last night with all of the other talents, analysts as well, we were all kind of talking about which teams we thought would do well versus each other, because the thing with this regional competition is that every team is the best in their country, but we haven't seen them match up versus each other. And especially for Fulsons and Faerie Charm, they're both the 2-0 teams from today. So we were like, how are these two teams going to play versus each other? I think that unless something changes drastically in game number 2, I think we've got our answer.
Yeah, I think Styles makes these matchups, and this is just a bad matchup for the side of Fulsons, as we give it back to the host and the analyst to break down this game 1 between Faerie Charm and Fulsons.
Thank you so much, Kaka and Ray Raichu, for Fulsons versus Faerie Charm. That was a solid performance, to be honest, for Faerie Charm. And we can see how different it is when FRC played with Neko Desu Contra.
Yeah, you can definitely see the dynamics absolutely shift, right? And on top of that, I absolutely do agree with what Kaka did mention. Like, the matchup itself, it's already so favorable for the side of FRC. If you just go boiling down to, all these small little nuances like level 2 power spikes, level 3 power spikes, each respective lane do actually have their very own priority. So that being said, the rest of these members of the side of Fulsons, they needed a couple of all these other criteria in order to even find that scaling, get your goal farmed up, and they gotta also look towards a harder to execute composition, which makes things a little bit tougher when they were to, get towards that point. And you saw how proactive Neko Desu was to constantly create some loopholes over on the bottom lane, and whenever he passed by, it was just, big obliteration of areas where it's just really hard to really get out of over onto those sectors. On top of that, Savasky as an ADC, he's always putting himself forward to initiate some damage output first and foremost before the rest of his teammates follow suit. So it's just a very strong showing of really how to work together as a unit. And on top of that, their timings for objective is just excellent. So I'm gonna break it down on how all this really went down, because down towards all these small little nuances, it really was just perfectly calculated to a T.
Yes, and not to mention about how FRC can counter-attack every single ganking that FS want to do, and also even though the ganking itself kind of mentioned as a success, they still can take a immediate trade, like what we saw on the screen, like when Rumble was ganked by 2 champions from FS, he still managed to secure at least 1 kill to make it even.
Yeah, true enough. And then you saw this kind of sequence where they are hoping to actually steal away the blue buff, and then they got instantly punished for it. You saw 4 members absolutely collapse upon them. As much as the rest of Full Sense want to also look for something in return, sure, they have this trade going on for them. And look at the other response. Immediately over bottom side, they are also securing a turret. That was just a really good read on how they always go for either equal trades or a win-win scenario. So by doing so, FRC still comes up ahead.
Yep. FRC actually not only managed to play a very beautiful game towards the FS, and FS, on the other hand, to be honest, at some point, FS still have a chance to win the first game, because even though they lose, they will look a very kind of weak when it comes to ganking towards the FRC, but they still managed to, lessen the gap of their economy. But each time they pass through the big objectives, everything is just fall back to FRC.
Now, I'm rewinding this back because I think this is one of the most beautiful play that I've seen for today. At first, you were thinking, oh, this is a 3 versus 1 setup, right? There's no way that Nekodesu would survive. So keep an eye on Nekodesu. So what he's trying to do right now, he's actually... he understands that, okay, they definitely are looking towards bot lane dive. So what do? Lo and behold, there's actually 2 members waiting right there with the blast cone. And then once they do dive, they will eventually collapse on both directions. And watch how they do it. It was just stuff of beauty. So let me play it nice and slow just so that you guys... Oh, it's still on slow-mo. My bad. Okay, let me put it back to normal speed. Okay, I guess we kind of skipped that. Anyways, going forward with that, it was just a big play that they've been able to really pull up great surprises. And there was also multiple funnels that you could just have this front to back composition really working like perfect gears all together. So that being said, FRC, they're just really showing what teamwork can really make the dream work.
Yeah, and this kind of teamwork is one of the most solid after Inferno Esports that we saw back at the 4th match. And Full Sense, they try to maybe adjust their draft, not only just their draft, but they need to take more initiatives towards FRC contra.
Yep, and that pretty much secures it for FRC for game 1. So Full Sense, I guess it's really boiling down to the draft, right? Where they couldn't really find any form of answers. And I remember even back in the Titans Cup, this kind of matchup, Aurora versus Rise, is really Aurora favorite in that sense, where, yeah, it's just stronger power spikes, and it, as much as the idea is to really snare her down with W, it doesn't seem like it was the case where Nekodesu has been caught out in any form of time. So clean plays overall. I'm liking what I'm seeing from the side of FRC, while Full Sense probably just need to change the dynamics of what they really want to focus on, whether it's a top lane win or if they really want to find a way to shut down Nekodesu.
Yup, and because they still have 2-0 wins later, but they just need to, creating a situation where they can secure another point, and to lose 2-0 against FRC, it will be bad for Full Sense. And this down to the last game of today between FRC and also Full Sense. I think despite the priority, Fusen still done a very good job back then on the first game of these last matches, because even though they were pressured in the early game, they still managed to find a way how to make a condition of ganking towards the FRC.
Yeah, true enough, and I think like it's definitely something that they really have to slowly dissect. Where if they really want to play a slow tempo game just to ensure that they have a little bit of a safety net, then they gotta ensure that they always have just about good enough vision to be able to track some of the movements, because you can see all these proactive plays coming out of, you know, the jungler of FRC on top of some good roams coming out of Kill One at the very same time. So I feel like they've been able to really show us very different kind of play styles, whether if it's like a little bit more of an early game kind of setting, just like what we've seen from here on, where every single member has been able to really go for good traits in the lane.
Yeah, I think despite the what happens on the previous game, I think this is going to be a very right time for Full Sense to try another draft towards the FRC, and especially this kind of something that they did not expect as well, because they might see the demo of FRC playing before without Nikodesu, and maybe there is a chance that FS kind of not expect that the dynamic of FRC with Nikodesu is so different with what they imagine.
Yeah, of course, when we take a look at the previous player before, of course, Nikodesu stepped in, I think like he definitely played a decent Ari game at the very least, but it's more like all these small little actions really accumulate for the side of Nikodesu. Like, it's all about the right timing when you actually move around the map to really look for a gank setup, and it just goes to show that they have clear communication of what they really want to achieve. It's like, okay, we got the priority over bot lane, you come over for a dive, and you saw, I mean, there was this perfect connection between the chemistry of all the players coming in from FRC.
Yeah, I mean, and not only the communication, but also the synergy of trust of each players. I mean, look. It's sadly that we could not see the video that you want to show us about the Aurora during the dual lane. Almost got ambushed by 3 champions from FS, and actually it turned out to be FRC's win because they just turned back the tide.
Yeah, and they weren't even dented. I think like that was absolutely immaculate, where I want to see more of those kind of plays. So I'm excited for game 2, because I believe that Full Sense have not really shown their full strength just yet.
Yeah, and we're waiting for the benefit for Faerie Charm versus a Full Sense, and aka for the last match. What will they pick? I think until now, I don't feel like every single players from Full Sense already got their comfort pick. Maybe only 1 or 2 players got their for comfort pick, and the rest of it just play around the champion that you want to focus on. Since it's the last match, I think it is not hurt at all if you try to just pick every single cover pick that you want to pick. And what about thing, Contra? Yeah, and now we're down to the ban and pick of Full Sense and FRC for the last game of today. And welcome back to Raichu and Kaka. No Oriana, and no Gwen, no Elisa, no Nico. I think the ban is pretty much the same with the previous game. Pantheon first pick for Full Sense, Raichu.
I was gonna say that I have a bold idea, and the bold idea is Pantheon for Full Sense, because I think that what we saw from Reverie in the last game, like he had such good map presence, map movement, really helped the snowball, really helped Yunara get so strong in towards the middle game as well. I feel like if Full Sense play a early or a more aggressive jungler, this could solve a lot of their problems. So I've been like sitting here for the last 8 minutes being like, please pick Pantheon, please pick Pantheon, and it does well against Wukong too. So yeah, very happy.
very happy. Yeah, Pantheon for first pick of Full Sense, and for the FRC they just took the one of the fast clear ADC, which is a Varus. But for Full Sense, they also still have lots of options because you can play Pantheon on jungle or maybe on the Battle Lane. Even though I think for Full Sense, the best options is playing Pantheon on jungle contra.
Wow, they're really double down on catches. Like, they're hovering onto this Annie. You already know that it's going to be Stun City overall. So, what else do they really want to pair with? I mean, we talk about the Wukong Annie combo, but there's no Wukong because of the Fearless draft back in Game 1. So, you want to look for other kind of alternatives. I mean, you got to also consider the fact that this Pantheon is still a flex. It can either still be a support or in the jungle. So, like you can see, a lot of point and click stuns as they once again hunker down on this game plan. Whoever we catch first, he's gonna be going off the list.
Yes, because RS already locked 3 champions with a stun ability, and this is going to be a hard work for FRC. They need to think if they want to play a counter attack, or maybe they just want to play some escape and re-engage plan. Kaka, what do you think?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the Victor is a good matchup into the
You're
and he
muted.
scales beautifully. Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, it's okay.
Sorry about that. I was gonna say the Victor does look pretty good to me in this matchup. So I think that is a great pickup. Can poke the Annie out of the lane. Does make the Rod of Ages as well. So he is quite tanky when it comes to these sort of engagements that he can survive, especially with the Gravity Well. So I think that's a good pickup for them. And having said that, now there is sort of a lack of damage I can sense from the side of Full Sense. So, you know, banning out the ADCs can turn out to be a good move from the side of FRC.
Yeah, but the downside of having Victor on your lineup is Victor very rely on items, so FRC needs to make sure Nekodesu can have a good space to build items contra.
Yeah, I think generally, like what Kaka did mention, he does have, you know, range advantage if he does actually go for the E max and compares it to the Q max. So I think he's going to be faring decently in lane. It's more of the contribution on those team fights, right? If we take a look at what FS wants to do, they really want to run at those members of FRC. And FRC, they're prepared with all these disengage tools that, sure, if you want to come in, we are ready with the chains of corruption. And now that they are also taking a lot of safety net out so that it does not amplify the push. You don't really want to deal with the Sivir ult. You also don't want to be snapped from, you know, 1,000 kilometers away by that Jhin. So I think like they've been able to really read the room very, very well with this draft.
Yeah, and the last thing that FRC needs is the tank, and they just logged K'Sante, supposed to be K'Sante top lane, and for Full Sense, it's down to them and whether they want to, you know, maximize this stun party, stun festival from 3 champions that they just picked right out.
Yeah, so it's down to them to pick their bot side unless the Pantheon unlikely goes towards support, right? But it looks like it's going to be the Kalista and the Renata. I think my one concern is that the Kalista has a bit of a shorter range, I think in laning as well as in the team fights as well. So there's a tiny little thing to look out for. But I mean, just looking at the 5v4, I think Fairy Charm also has gone for like a very team fight oriented, good engage, good disengage tools all across the board. So we're kind of seeing 2 squads go for that very team fight heavy. Oh, and of course it's going to be Rel, even more team fight ability. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm actually really excited for the Rel.
Well, yeah, me too, because this is gonna be Rel's debut during the LCP Wild Card Playoffs. But for Full Sense and FRC, I believe this kind of draft is a solid team fight because they just want to full dive in towards each other. What do you think, Kaka?
Yeah, I like the draft again coming out from Faerie Charm, I have to say, because Full Sense are on a timer in this one. They are a very early game focused team. You have the Renekton, you have the Annie who does not really outscale the Victor as well. And the Kalista, I think for Kalista, just playing against that Trundle pillar is going to be hell because it reduces your movement speed so much and the attack speed. I mean, it's just going to well, not be the best game for the Kalista. So I think she might struggle a bit here. And again, just like game 1, Faerie Charm have a lot of scaling in their comp, but they are quite tanky as well. So if they can survive the initial burst, I think they should be able to take this one as well.
Yeah, this is going to be very bad for Full Sense if they fail to secure the early game. Because if these games drag to late game, FRC has a bigger chance to knock it to 2-0. But let's see what will happen. Will FS able to secure 1 point from FRC? And we're gonna toss it to the caster. Reirachu and Kaka, please take it away.
All right, thank you guys, Abigail and Contra. Welcome right to Reirachu. I can't believe I pronounced that name terribly wrong. But again, talking about the drafts, I really think Faerie Charm have given themselves a really good advantage yet again in this game too.
Yeah, but I also think that I want to give Full Sense flowers, give them props where they're due. They've gone for a complete turnaround from their Game 1 draft. Game 1 kind of looked like they were going for win lane, win game, that more of like a solo queue mentality rather than a 5v5. But this time around, I think they're going back to the mentality that, you know, we've got teammates, we want to maybe pull out a team fight composition that maybe they've been practicing in scrims. So I'm really looking forward to see how they played this one out. The thing is, if you just look at the draft from both of these squads, I think that Faerie Charm have given themselves enough options where if it does go towards late game, even if they are behind a bit, they've got such a good team fighting comp that they can afford to be on the back foot going towards late game. Whereas I think for Full Sense, they kind of need to be ahead early mid game, especially like they've got the Annie. Pantheon somehow needs to make things happen in some of the lanes, either ganking for Renekton, going towards mid lane with the Annie. They've left themselves some options. Like they have the Callista, Renata. Renata does pretty well in the late game as well. So they've got a bit of wiggle room, but I think that if Full Sense want to show that they are the better team, then they need to start showing that within the first 12 minutes of the game.
Yeah, 100%, and I do agree with you. I do think Faerie Charm can afford to get behind, well, not by a big margin, but if it's only 1 to 2,000, I think they'll be sitting in a very comfortable spot, knowing the Varus is going to outscale the Kalista, knowing the Victor will outscale the Annie, and in the top lane as well, the Cassante can just be unkillable at one point of the game. So they have given themselves more options to play out the game. But having said that, Full Sense does seem like a team that, you know, really thrives on these early skirmishes, these early sort of team fights, and drafting a comp like that for themselves, I think, gives them a really good chance as well to secure 1 point for themselves.
Yeah, I like that you brought up Cassante because high key, Showmaker's crash out over Cassante is one of the best things, one of the best copy pastas I have ever seen in my life.
100%. I mean, I agree that Champ has dashes, he has shields, he can deal a lot of damage.
Scaling.
He is unstoppable, he has the knock-up, he has the slow, the scaling, as you said. It's such an overpowered champion in the right hands and in the laning phase as well. I think it is sort of a soft skill matchup that Renekton does win early on, but if you are a good Cassante player, you can space the Renekton quite well, and just have a good time. And as long as you don't fall absurdly behind, the Cassante again outscales the Renekton come the late game.
Yeah, and I like that Faerie Charm also did last pick the Rel, because we're saying they have a lot of tools for the engage, right? But they did see Annie come out for the side of Full Sense, and Annie does always have that potential, even in the late game, especially to just one-shot burst your ADC. So I think they're thinking of, you know, just how do we protect the Varus a bit more for that. So definitely a good pickup, but we'll see how things shake up.
Yeah, 100%. And if there's anything that Full Sense can learn from last game is they have to, be more decisive. But when it comes to diving the top lane, they have to be more sure. They cannot be trading one-for-ones, especially when they're putting so much resources towards the top side of the map. So that is something that I'm pretty sure they must have looked after. For now, bot lane does have the push going in, so Pantheon can play around the bot lane if he wants to. Same for the top lane as well, at least in the early levels, as we do see Aite hits the level 2 first, takes out 40% of Nekodesu's HP bar. But this matchup again keeps improving for the Victor as he gains levels. Of course, missed the laser right there, as we saw. In the bot side, again, FS will have the shove at least in the early game. Meanwhile, and in the top lane as well. So there's a lot of winning lanes that few can play around, and it's down to him to decide which of these champions gives him the best chance to win the game.
Exactly, and I really want to see Full Sense capitalize on that, and I don't think that it's just something that we want to see. We absolutely need to see that, but oh, Trundle, early level gank, Flash going to come in as well, and I don't think that they're gonna make it out of that one, and very easy first blood pickup for the side of Faerie Charm. I was just about to say that I really need to see Full Sense make those proactive moves early on, because when you think of the Trundle gank, right, or if you're just looking at the jungle v jungle, Pantheon versus Trundle, Trundle's not really a champ that's going to be doing a lot of damage. When he is in the jungle, you kind of need to pair him with a laner that is going to output that damage for you, because he's going to come in, he's going to drop the terrain, he's going to slow, he has that utility, but he's not really the champion that's going to finish the enemy off. So generally in the 3v2 or the 2v1 type of situation, he needs to have a strong laner. But then, I mean, Faerie Charm just shows up in bot and turns that around on its head.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. Trundle does need a lot of support when it comes to these skirmishes, but in the 1v1, of course, can kill a lot of these champions. And having said that, I mean, that's beautiful pathing coming out from the side of Reverie. Notices that the bot lane from the side of FS has been shoving without wards, uses the flash as well, secures the kill. I'm not sure if you noticed, but the pings were going down as well from the side of FS, and I think they were communicating that the Trundle could be doing his wolves at the time he was ganking. So that was the information that was laid out from a few to his teammates, and it turned out to be the wrong one, and they pay for it quite heavily.
Yeah, and even if you just look at the screen right now, what's going on, right? There's Faerie Charm. They've got that red ward down in the river. In fact, they have one closer towards them to the right of Tri. They have one further up in the river as well. But Full Sense is the one that's actually pushing towards Faerie Charm's tower without that vision over in the river side. So I think for Faerie Charm, they play it very aggressive. Reverie has very good pathing, but they do this because they know that there's no opposing jungler nearby.
Yeah, 100%. And towards the top side,
he's out of mana. Justice
heavy trading going on right there. Excellence did tank up a turret shot, so that kind of turned out to be counterproductive for him. But he is level 6 and he is looking to dive. It seems like the Cassante, who's still level 5, as you said, doesn't have the mana available to him. So could be a target. Meanwhile, in the river, Reverie does not have flash, so he might end up dying.
Get him!
Misses
revenge,
but Few is going to secure that kill for himself.
Finally.
Yeah, and this is what we need to see from the side of Full Sense. Just playing aggressive, playing on the face of that flashless Trundle, making use of the support that is quite free when it comes down to the bot lane, as they have the push almost all the time. A great handshake comes in. Sevasky is taking quite a lot of damage. The rend, unfortunately, is not enough to secure the kill, but look at the Pantheon. He is setting his sides towards the bot side of the map.
Barrier?
Oh, the flash is really bad.
What?
But the Kalista is able to pick up that kill. Sevasky didn't use his flash or barrier. Cassante has TP'd back in as well. And let's see if you can get out of this situation. No, he can't. Does not even have the flash available. That should be a free kill for the victor. That's going to be a few stacks for him, for his passive as well. And what looked like a good play again for the side of Full Sense turned out to be an even play, and that really favors Faerie Charm again.
Yeah, just misstep from the bot side of Faerie Charm, I think. They had Sevasky go down.
As well.
Yeah, with all 4 of their summoner spells that were up, because Rel also had exhaust as well as heal. Oh, there's
and the bailout.
It's all gonna chase the Annie off. So both mid laners just dropping their ults in the mid lane. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, Sevasky though just missteps. I think he just underestimated the damage coming out from the Renekton.
Yeah, or maybe he just was thinking of basing, and like maybe you open your shop or something, and you're not looking, and you don't have
really don't
something's
think that's
blocking
what
the bush. I don't know how to explain that, man, because I thought that Rel actually did a very good job of holding the heel. I think that a different support might well have panicked and pressed the heel without needing to, but topside.
Yeah, that's going to be another kill, and Feats of Warfare as well picked up, quite early on for the side of Full Sense right here, and they are doing what they need to do in this game. They are being very proactive and aggressive, and look at this Renekton 1-0 and 1, very close to completing his Black Cleaver, has picked up 2 plates as well towards the top side. They are going to get the grubs as well, so this has been a good start, even though there has been a few answers coming out from the side of Faerie Charm, but Full Sense do seem like they are in control of the situation as of now.
Yeah, they're sitting at a 1,500 gold lead over at the 8-minute mark, which is exactly what we wanted to see. Talking about that in the pick and ban phase. Also, I think the gold that they're up by is in the hands of the right champions as well. The Renekton 1-0-1, Pantheon 2-1, and Kalista as well, with the kill just now onto the Varus. So doing a very good job this time of holding it together. Faerie Charm, though, look like they want to sneak a bit of an early Ocean Dragon here.
Yeah,
ooh, and he's passing top. Wow.
Yeah, it's just a trade that they're going to get for the grubs. So again, I like it from the side of Faerie Charm because they are the ones who are going to scale better into the late game. So you can start stacking up these dragons. So in that sense, it does make sense for them. Same for the side of FS as well, getting those grubs and trying to eat these plates up as much as you can, as Excellence is showing us getting that one more plate towards the top side of the map. He's going to get that, and look at the goal lead that he has, 1,000 already. And it looks like he's going to only get stronger.
Yeah, absolutely, because cute flash coming out from the crocodile over the top
that's
side.
a caster's curse right there.
I was gonna say, is Renekton a crocodile or is he an alligator?
So I played a crocodile.
Really? I play top sometimes, and like when the Renekton does bad, I call him a handbag, and they get so mad. Anyway, we were talking about tower plates. Yeah. I think that for Full Sense, getting the push, getting the void grubs, getting the push early on is very good for this team, because when you look at who they've drafted, right, especially Annie, Pantheon, Renekton, if they can get the first tower down in any lane, especially like mid maybe, that's going to open up so much more vision on the map, and then Faerie Charm are going to be on the back foot wondering, oh, is there a gank coming? My jungle's not safe. So yeah, if Full Sense can do that, I think that would give them even more opportunities to bring this lead into the mid game.
Yeah, 100%, but they cannot, bite more than they can chew, and that's exactly what the Renekton did early on as well, right? He did sacrifice his life.
He's greeting so hard for this tower, though.
Does not have
he's got
flash
support.
as we see this fight. Annie comes in, gets knocked in. It's a 3v3 now. Few has to flash away. Nekodesu might be able to secure that one with the Arcane Storm. There you go. Q1 is here as well with the flash rel Q, but it's going to miss out. And again, these are the sort of over aggressions that does come out from the side of Full Sense, and then they get punished for it. Chain of Corruption now is going to find the Kalista, but nothing doing right here. The TP comes in and the Varus is safe.
That TP came in absolutely clutch over in the top side just right before the tower went down as well. I mean, if that tower goes down before that TP finishes channeling, I think that could very well go the other way. But very good timing on that one.
Yeah, 100% saves his AD carry right there. Dust is going to pick up a lot of CS as well. Again, denying these plates as much as he can, so it works out. But now he might be in trouble. The rent stacks are stacking right there, but not going to matter too much towards the top side. The Victor does not have flash, and he has no idea that there's a crocodile in the brush. The Pantheon is coming to from the bot side of the map as well, and this might be the first death for Nekodesu throughout the series so far. And let's see who picks that up. It's going to be the Renekton who picks up the shutdown bounty. I believe there was one onto the Victor.
Yeah, I like that Nicodemus just recognized that the end was near and just kind of stood on the same spot and accepted his fate, knew that he was in the wrong spot with no vision. Our observers kindly had showed us the fog of war earlier to show that vision kind of lacking over on the mini map also, but right now it looks like it's gonna be a 4v1.
Yeah, Blondie does have his flash available,
Oh,
but
no.
Nevermind is not going to be fast enough to react as Sevaski picks up his first kill of the game, and that was really clutch from the side of K1. But towards the top side, again, it's another story. Poor Victor is getting zoned off right there, but is able to secure, save his tier 2 turret. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, Aite again chewing up these plates for himself and trying to get back into the game, because he did fall behind because of the kills that Victor had gotten in the early game. But yeah, I mean, you look at the goal lead, only 2,000 so far, and we did say that the first 12 to 15 minutes will be very crucial to how this game looks come the late game. And so far, I don't think if you are on the side of Faerie Charm, you are too bothered about losing these plates and the turrets.
Yeah, but I think that that Full Sense did a very good job of taking a lot of the turret plating gold that they could. I think it was all the plates over in top, about 3 plates mid and 3 plates bot as well.
Yeah.
That definitely like helps with the gold difference. 2v1.
Reverie? I think Reverie might end up going
Reverie!
down. Yeah. He just tanked the turret. The wave was nowhere to be found. The dominus used by Excellence right there just stands up the Trundle right under the turret, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. A 1-for-nothing trade in a 2 versus 1 for the side of Excellence, who's doing an exceptional job on this Renekton so far.
Yep, Reverie just trying to get the jump onto the enemy Renekton, but going to sleep himself. I think the Renekton was just as surprised that Reverie went down. But over here, I like what we're seeing, which is the constant, just non-stop cross map plays, constant movement all across the map, not just from both teams' junglers as well, but also from the other members of the squad. We've seen a lot of the Annie, a lot of the Victor roaming, supports roaming occasionally as well. It's just very good to see.
Yeah, 100%. I think that has been a pattern for both the teams right here. You see the enemy jungler going top, and then you try to punish the bot lane for it. Dust taking a lot of damage, but now he has support. The Dominus is not available for the Renekton, so he might end up going down quite early on. The Rel uses her ultimate, but it's not enough. And look at that pillar, just kills off Kallista's movement speed for a second there. Nekodesu is standing in this brush just in case the side of Full Sense overcome it. And a lot of pings going on onto the Varus, who has to use his flash but gets stunned. The Tibbers is there. Few is there as well with his own ultimate, and he's going to secure that kill. And Sevaski dies for the third time in this game, and now they are stuck in between turrets right here. The TP is coming in from the side of Dust. Few gets quite low. The TP has been completed, and let's see if there's any kill to be had right here. The bot turret is going to go down. Credit to the Rift Herald right there. And it does look like Full Sense is going to get out of this one.
Uh-oh.
Well, not exactly. Excellence might end up going down. Never mind. They are turning this one around. Blondie doing a lot of damage. The spears are stacking. There's one rend. The other one's going to come up pretty soon.
What?
Dust is pretty low. Full Sense is just chaotic right now. They are taking every fight that they can get. Blondie gets a double, gets the triple for himself, and this is what we wanted to see from the squad coming out from Thailand, and they are showing us that they can play these early game comms quite well. And wow, what a team fight for them.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is a welcome to LCP Wild Card Playoffs because, I mean, what I don't want to say that was a fiesta, but that was a surprising team fight, I think, for both of these squads. When you think it was over, I think Fulson's just turned around and re-engaged. Just so much going on. I hope we do get a replay of that. When you're talking about the Rift Herald coming in clutch, I think Victor had a very good zone with the Chaos Storm as well. Few looked like he maybe bit off a bit more than he could chew at the start. I think it all started from that gank over to the right side of the mid lane, where Few finally was making very good use of the Pantheon Global with the ultimate with the Annie there. And then Fulson's kind of thought, you know, we've got the upper hand, let's translate this over towards the bot side, and that was when everything blew open. I'm not sure if we'll get the replay.
Yeah, 100%. And Faerie Charm, it looked like they were out, of that situation, but they opted to fight still, and that's when it turned bad for them, as Aite now is going to get caught, does not have the flash available, but the damage is not enough from the side of Reverie and Neko Desu right there, so he is able to get out using his phase rush as well right there. Again, has almost 300 gold shutdown bounty on himself, so it would be really smart for him if he does not end up dying. Towards the bot side, again, it's a wet noodle fight at this point. The Cassante is scaling up to be a monster, has the Frozen Gauntlet completed alongside the Bramble West for himself. So he is, I don't think he is killable at this point against the Renekton. Can just catch these waves in isolation without being in trouble. And again, the slow tempo really suits Faerie Charm as long as they can stall the game and get to the late game. And here you go, we get the replay of the team fight and take us through this.
Okay, so over here, you see the Renekton has already, looks like he's backed out, but he's actually flanking around the side, go in with the 1v3 play, and full sense, it looked like they were done, but not quite. At this point, it's a bit too late, I think, for Faerie Charm to realize, oh, actually the fight's not over just yet. Full sense didn't back out, and then they're just split up over in the jungle, and it's just too easy for Full sense to catch these single members of Faerie Charm out and clean them up one by one.
Yeah, I really like that Renekton flank coming in again. He repositioned himself into 3 people, and then although ends up dying, does a lot of damage, puts up a lot of pressure as well, and makes a lot of space for the Kalista to do her thing, as she was the beneficiary of all 3 kills in that affair right there. As we get the replay of the top lane, I think this is the action that we missed. I'm pretty sure in picture right there, as Neko Desu did end up going down once again. That's going to be his 3rd death of the game, and now the Annie is having a really fantastic time so far. Has 2 items completed and can essentially one-shot either the Varus or the Victor in these sort of team fights.
Yeah, Trundle also has the Triforce completed, as well as his first item, so another thing to look out for. I think in that earlier team fight, just Faerie Charm backed out separately into their own jungle, thinking that no team is going to chase us, surely, but they were wrong.
Yeah, 100%. And now Faerie Charm, they are sort of bleeding out a lot of objectives. The Artican is half HP. The Cassante is just going to kidnap the Pantheon and take him to his side of the map. The Redemption is going to come down from the Renata to heal up the squad, but towards the top side of the map, again, Cassante doing a fantastic job, but bot side, there you go, the big engage comes in. The Annie still has the Tibbers available, still has to use it, but this team fight is turning out pretty well yet again for the side of Full Sense, as the Renekton picks up the double kill. Neko Desu in the 1 versus 2 might be able to pick one or make that 2 because of, oh my god, that was a disaster for the side of FS as they trade 4-4-4, but it does really help out the side of Faerie Charm.
Yeah, just heartbreak, I think, for the squad of Full Sense. Might have slightly overestimated their own power going into that fight. They thought they would be able to finish off the Victor, but I think the tricky thing about Victor is that he's kind of working on a cycle of about, let's say, 8 seconds, where he drops his abilities, he kites you, he waits for his next round of abilities to come up again, and then that's where his second burst of damage just kind of comes from. And I think that Full Sense maybe underestimated that a bit, and then it was just left with the lone Renata, easy for the Victor to clean up.
Yeah, and it was also down to Dust using his all out onto the Pantheon, just taking him away from the fight. And again,
it was a split fight.
Yeah, and Few is the guy, right? He has gotten a lot of kills, still has the shutdown bounty onto himself. And if he's the one that gets isolated, I think they do lack the damage to kill the Victor, of course, who has the Rod of Ages completed, who has the Liandry's completed as well. So a lot of base HP for him. And that's exactly what happened right there. Victor picks up a lot of kills, and I think that is going to spell trouble later on. As Dust, I think, again, might just be able to buy a lot of time for his team to get the Atakan.
Oh no, he is...
No, he's definitely dead here,
dead.
but
He's dead.
they will secure the Atakan for his death, it looks like. Never mind, they have to pull away.
Oh. Yeah, it's 23 minutes at this point. So we're getting kind of a bit late to still be trying to skirmish with the Atakan over over the top side. But let's take stock of where the game is at right now at this 23-minute mark. We do have Full Sense about 5,000 gold up. Oh, the channel over the wall.
Yeah, watch out for the engage the Pantheon now. Grand Skyfall comes in onto Reverie. That's going to be the first kill. Actually, Q1 is the one who falls down. But look at the HP bars onto the side of Full Sense. They are very low and they cannot afford to keep going. The Atakan is secured, but the Annie ends up dying. The Renata goes down as well. Neko Desu is doing a lot of damage in this team fight. Dust TP's in as well. That's going to be 3 kills picked up for this Victor and his teammates yet again. And it looks like Dust might have bitten more than he can. You know that all out is great onto the Renata, and that's going to be the ace very shortly. Picked up for Faerie. Charm, never mind, Excellence is able to flash away, but the snipe is there. That's going to be the triple kill for Sevaski, and yes, they lose the Atakan, but Full Sense secured that one. At what cost? Losing out 5 members strong. The goal lead has shrunk quite a bit, and this is what we were talking about. Faerie Charm, if they can make it to the late game, it should be favorable for them, and it looks like we are already there now.
Oh, and they're going to lose the Cloud Dragon as well, but Sevaski with that snipe from downtown. Okay, we're back at the start of the team fight. I think, and hear me out, I think that perhaps Full Sense may have tunneled on Atakan a bit too much. The whole 5 seconds of it that we're watching right now. It's Full Sense just trying to free hit Atakan while Faerie Charm is free hitting them.
Yeah, I 100% agree, especially with how much resistance can the Atakan just take away from the team. It does make them vulnerable to these sort of team fights, and the poke from the Varus that came in, and yeah, securing the Atakan, I think that it's just such a big bait in terms of the power level of that objective, right? I mean, you get it, but at what cost? And now look at the items as well. Death Cap completed onto the Victor along with the 2 items that he already had. 2 levels up onto the Annie thanks to the Rod of Ages. And this is looking very grim now for the side of Full Sense, again, who had a commendable lead, 5,000-6,000 after that bot fight, but hold on to that thought as we might fight yet again. Reverie is going to run away. Few uses his flash. The Annie might be in trouble, uses the Tibbers, but the shield is there and she's going to get out a lot of blinking HP bars. But look at the Pantheon, he's on the wrong side of the map, but is going to get away from that sticky situation as Excellence is pushing towards the bot side again. This is looking quite grim, and oh my god, the flash chain of corruption just misses. But the pillar is there, and so is the bailout. Blondie might survive for a bit. Never mind, he gets the 2 kills onto Sevaski and Reverie, but now Neko Desu is here, and look at the Arcane Storm from him. It's going to get bigger once he gets more kills, but again. Somehow Faerie Charm has made a mess of this fight, and Full Sense might be able to end this one.
This is so well played by Full Sense. At the start of this fight, they had actually sent Excellence, the Renekton, to split push over in the bot tower, over in base. If you take a look at the map, well, now the wave on top is kind of getting pushed back towards blue, but earlier on they had both bot as well as top pushing in towards the base in their favor when this fight started. And actually at the point, it looked like Full Sense didn't even need to start a fight. It looked like maybe they could just stall until the Renekton took the top side tower and then back out. If you do that and you don't fight, they've already won an objective. But Full Sense recognized, oh, we're actually pretty strong, and they call the Renekton into TP, and then they pick up a bunch of kills from that too. I think that team fight very well played. The timing as well, very well done from Full Sense.
100%, but Reverie was quite low to start off the fight, so he was a very easy target. As we look here, Sevaski just flash misses his ultimate.
See, so actually neither team has to fight this, right? You missed the Varus ult. Faerie Charm can back out. Full Sense also, they're 3 to 4, right? They can also back out. They don't need to fight this, actually, but well.
Well, Full Sense, more like Full Send, because they just don't back away from any of these team fights.
That's so nice. I was gonna say make it make sense, but yours is good too.
But meanwhile, picture in picture, it seems like the Victor is going to die. That's going to be 2 more kills picked up for the Renekton. This team fight is still going on. Dust seems like he's unkillable, and look at the Victor Arcane Storm doing so much damage right there. Let's see if he can snipe away the Pantheon. No, he can't, and that's going to be a 4 for 3. For the side of Full Sense yet again, who are really putting on their foot on the gas and just trying to accelerate the game as much as they can. Now the Grand Skyfall comes in as well. The stun connects. Excellence is there. And that's going to be the ace for the side of Full Sense yet again.
I love what we're seeing because after that game 1, right, we're saying, well, things need to change in this game too if you want to see Full Sense win the second game in the best of 2 series. And we're talking about how we need to see maybe a different jungle champion being picked. We want to see more early game pressure. We want to see them be a lot more proactive on the map. And that's exactly what we've been seeing this entire game. So very well done by them. And there's the unkillable Renekton.
Yeah, and this does seem like more of their play style, just playing aggressive, trying to make plays, trying to get these team fights as much as they can, and just making the enemy team uncomfortable. But this game's still far from over. At this point, you look at the items. The Varus has 4 items completed, picks up the Serrated Dirk as well, and now Dust might be in trouble in the side lane, gets stunned. Will surely end up going down, right? The all-out is actually so great, but Excellence is so fed. He's going to pick up that kill. The call is to try to get the Baron, but I don't think they have the damage, especially because it's a poke Varus. He can't really burn down these objectives really fast, or as fast as they would like. The Renekton just doing so much work in this game so far, is almost able to pick the inhibitor up for himself, but that is going to be the trigger for the side of Full Sense yet again to turn their attention towards this Baron.
I think it's going to be a really big problem for Faerie Charm to try and take the Renekton down. Essentially, every team fight, if you're like 4v4 or 5v5, you're absolutely going to have the Renekton in your face, slicing and dicing his way through your entire team. Faerie Charm are looking to try and collapse and pincer on this. Baron is falling pretty low.
This is not a 50-50 because of the Kalista. Yeah, exactly that. That is never a 50-50, especially when you have the Kalista who can deal so much damage. So, Reverie had to try to get that one. Unfortunately, props were trying. Unfortunately for him, it does not work out, as Aite is now going to try to catch Kyowon towards the backline, but they are pinging towards this mid lane. The Annie does have flash available, so expect a flashy engage coming in from her side, and this looks like... Yeah, Full Sense looks like they want to end the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's tough for Annie because even if she flash ults someone, Faerie Charm just have so much engage and disengage that you kind of have to hope for Savasky to misstep to be able to blow him up at that point, or maybe the Victor. But even then, so yeah, it's always difficult late game for Annie. I think when you're going against a team fight composition or a deny type of composition, but Faerie Charm do have some decent wave clear with the Victor and to an extent with the Varus as well to just kind of constantly clear out the creeps that have been pushing in to their base for the last 5 minutes or so. But as you can see, like even for them to try and go for the Baron steal attempt was also pretty difficult. They knew that there was no chance that they were going to try and fight over there. At best, they could try and send Reverie for the steal, but yeah, I think that's the sort of play where if you don't go for the Baron steal, your team pings you. So you kind of have to try for that and try and go for the hero play at that point. But I think even Faerie Charm probably recognized it was a long shot.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, the saving grace for them right now is that the enemy team, 10,000 gold lead, but look at the who the lead is on, right? It's the Renekton. It's the Pantheon who are ahead 5,000 each. So the carries are still ahead as Aite is going to get chunked quite a lot. The Grand Skyfall comes in. The Victor instantly goes down. And that looks like it's going to be the end of the game for them because the Victor could not afford to go down so early on. And again, a masterclass in playing top lane from the side of Excellence as he's able to find the backline yet again. And that is going to be it. Full Sense picking up this victory against Faerie Charm. And in this best of 2, we don't really have a winner because the points are going to get split.
Both teams win.
Yeah.
Are you a glass half full or a glass half
definitely
empty type of person?
Glass half full when it comes to my own life, though.
All right, so both teams win. Glad we agree.
Yeah, but I really liked what Full Sense showed us. They showed us that they can play under the pressure, playing such an early game comp, and they made it work. And huge props to them. I mean, look at the damage numbers as well from the top laner and the jungler. I mean, Excellence and Feud did a fantastic job when it comes towards the, to the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think that Full Sense played this composition perfectly, right? When we were saying during picks and bans, what does this composition want to do? They want to use Pantheon, snowball, get a hit early, have options in the late game if they don't do that, but they were so far ahead by the 15-minute mark that they didn't even need any type of contingency plan. And yeah, very well played, very well drafted by them.
Yeah, and let's get the thoughts of Contra and Abigail as well on this game. And I'm pretty sure they will have some exciting insights for us. So take it away, guys.
So much for Kaka and Red Rachu. I mean, the last match of today is so banger and it was really good to watch. To be honest, I expect that Trundle will play a little bit more, creating more spotlights for him because he got the first blood, but I don't see any other his presence because sadly, this Trundle just left behind without any money because until the 33 minutes, he only got 2 items contra.
Yeah, I think that really goes to show what Reira as well as Kaka pointed out, right? Like, that value of the Pantheon pick was so potent in this matchup where he's been able to not only read the pathing of this Trundle, on top of that, I mean, that synergy between him as well as Excellence is absolutely oozing. And there was a couple of points in time where there's just so many of all these instances where the members of FRC, they got picked off one after another because of all these constant pressure with the Starfall, and it was just so hard for them to really take control. So we move into some of all these scenes in a short bit to really elaborate that it's all these build-up accumulated in the early game that kind of makes it really hard to do. And it starts off with this instance where you saw the flash being popped, they only get that stack of kill over onto the hands of the Pantheon, and then they decided, hey, let's go for a lane swap, and that didn't actually pay too much. I mean, because eventually Savasky, by lane swapping, he lost like 2-3 waves of CS, And then it goes down to this brawl where you saw multiple TPs being committed, where they just absolutely had to go full on trading. And they did manage to go in for some exchanges, but then again, eventually when they came back with even more items, this is just a Renekton that goes absolutely unstoppable, and you just have more and more of these visits where it just punishes both Nekodesu as well as Savaski. That kind of puts a little bit of dent on that early game.
Yeah, and that Renekton lives on his name. A really excellent play from Renekton, because not only showing up in a very crucial moments, such as the 1v3, and it's very hard to take him down.
Yeah, and I think like this fight was very well coordinated. This was one instance where FRC, they know that they need to really find one way back, and they waited until they tried to commit in further for this Atakan. And you saw that fight initially was split into half, and then they've been able to actually go in for a little bit of a chase. And by doing so, they needed a few conditions to be met. Thus, need to really draw the attention of a few players so that they can have favorable situations. So by doing so, you saw this clutch exchange coming out of Nekodesu, where he's been able to pull off this insane 1v2. Meanwhile, he's still being able to really clear out the rest of the party. And another amazing team fight. I really got to pause this one to break it down. You saw that hostile takeover connect so beautifully, but thankfully they've been able to really create a little bit more of that space. Watch what happens from here on. So we play on. So they've been able to reconvene. As much as Kyo1 dived in, nobody was able to follow through because of very timely ult of the Renata. But later on, they will be able to eventually, once again, collapse upon them, trying to actually farm the steal. And then you have the very timely TP that comes out from Dust, where it allowed them to chase. And then this is what was really special about this chase, where you thought, hey, they've created a significant gap, right? Watch this coming in from Dust. He goes in, going for it in Tofu strike, and he managed to go in for the full charge, and eventually he gets the kill onto the Kalista. And then this was probably the most insane of all fights. The pressure was on FRC. That was that split over the bottom, and they needed to either make quick decisions. So either TP back or force a fight. If you win that fight, you get the Baron. Maybe that Renekton walks away with one inhib at max. But no, they doubled down. They fought on, forcing the Renekton to TP, and it was this back and forth that actually add up the tension, the pressure, and most often than not, you will still see Full Sense come up ahead because this is just a too well-fed Renekton that they're dealing with.
Yeah, and the presence of Renekton itself after he secured the inhibitor turret from FRC and coming back to join the team fight with the other friends, it's just double down the pressure. And to be honest, I would like to highlight the presence of Dust itself, because during the last two fight moments, one is the clutch moment from Nekodesu, and the other one is when they counterattack the capturing Atakan from Full Sense. Dust plays a really important role in here, because if he could not pull out two players from Full Sense, Nekodesu couldn't have a space to create a clutch moment like that, and not to mention not to mention about the after Atakan, it will be impossible for FRC to at least finding a trade after FS securing the Atakan.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely crucial. I mean, all these buffs all being stacked up. I think, like, definitely there was that kind of tension where we already see all these big item differences, especially that Trundle being starved out for that early game. So, good job coming in from, the coaching staff of Full Sense to be able to really go for that quick reset, to come up with such an excellent plan and an excellent finish with that really, really strong Renekton that we've seen so far.
Done and dusted, and welcome back for Rerachu and Kaka. That was a very sweet game to, wrap 2 days. We already finished 10 games from 5 matches between every single participant of the LCP Wild Card Playoffs of 2025. May I know which one of your favorite games so far? For me and Control, of course, the last game. What about you guys? Maybe it starts from Rerachu.
I mean, that last game was the best game that we could have had, I think, to just end the night off and send things into tomorrow. But if we're talking about, oh my god, serious, Our teams, I might have to put my money on IE.
Oh my god, yeah, because
Can I say this?
yeah, a perfect series for IE for today's, and sadly for FRC and also Full Sense, they couldn't get the perfect run for today, following IE. But since it's just the day one, I believe that the day two will be much more exciting, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. I think it will be much more exciting. I think we have a clear picture of who the top 3 teams are going to be. In terms of Inferno Esports just looking flawless so far. And we saw the last game. It was a very close series. And to answer your question from earlier, I think both the games were pretty good. Where both the teams could display their own play style, Full Sense, being the aggressive team that they are, picked up the second game with the early game comp and making it work even in the late game. And for the side of Faerie Charm, the controlled play style in that game was pretty good to watch as well. So I think both the games were pretty good. And these teams are very closely matched, and I can only imagine what a best of 5 looks like between them.
Whoa, I cannot imagine that. But to be honest about this group stage standings, this is going to be very hard for SAUL Esports and also Young Devil, because they haven't been able to score any numbers today because they just lose all of their matches, but they still have it tomorrow. So there's still an open ending for those two teams if they want to secure a spot and break a stage contract.
Yeah, I mean, when we take a look at, all the games that's being left out for tomorrow, I think all eyes are definitely on those IE matches, on Game 3 as well as Game 5 in particularly. That's where, we will actually find, the power levels coming in from the standings, where you got a tie right now. It could still be a tie between all these teams, and then how they really actually break the news. I mean, it really boils down to the very last series. I'm also looking at, maybe some potential of a comeback performance. Who knows? Team Soul might be cooking something. YDP might be able to take up one game from someone else. We definitely don't want to really count them out just yet, because within a span of the night, I mean, all these teams will be working hard to really look at the kind of adjustments that they could do in order to really supplement whatever they could improve for tomorrow's run.
Yeah, and especially talking about the bottom 2 of the group stage standings, I agree with Contra. They need to improve, and also we can expect something more exciting, maybe a little bit adjustments with the drops. Like, for example, for Young Nepal, I also happy to see that within less a day, they already show us the improvements, which kind of give us a good signal for tomorrow's matches for Young Nepal side. And for SAUL, I mean, they're very a potential region, to be honest, and how they play on the early game is always smooth, but or probably they just need a little bit adjustment during the middle of the late until the late game. What do you think, Kaka?
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think both our teams, both our regions are down right now, but they're not out yet. And tomorrow is another day, and I'm pretty sure they will be thinking about what went wrong early on, facing against Inferno Esports and Faerie Charm as well. So I think, yeah, exactly. So tomorrow is better day, and hopefully we can pick up a few points as well and play spoiler at the worst for one of these teams.
Yeah.
If anything,
yeah.
Sorry. If anything, I'm just interested in seeing you two fight, because I know where we all want to see Inferno Esports, Faerie Charm, as well as Full Sense, how the top spots will shake out. But I'm also interested in I think it's the second last series for tomorrow. Between the two of you guys.
Yeah, 100%. I think we'll be keeping a close eye on that one as well. I think as of now we can't really call out because both the teams are 0-4 right now. When it comes to score lines, but I do think it's going to be a close series and games as well. And if you ask me for a prediction, I don't think I have one for you right now.
Well, yeah, to be honest, I also could not give you any predictions between Young Devil versus SAUL, because, well, both of them have their own downside, and both of them also have their own good things, or maybe strong things. For example, I mean, it's very lovely to see Young Nepal could improve in a very short time, and that's one thing. And the second thing is, I mean, I always highlight about the aggressiveness of Young Devils, but on the other hand, this will be very challenging for Young Devils as well if they against Ace8UL, because Ace8UL always have a very clean early game, and that could be something that Young Devils should manage more, Contra.
Yeah, I mean, when we take a look at, these two teams where they've definitely brought in some creativity on the line. I mean, who would have expected Yasuo to pop up over bot lane today, right? I mean, not me, but that almost worked towards their favor, Like, I gotta say, that's also one highlight that, we cannot forget, because, like, well, I really didn't expect that Yamto to really show out of the blue.
Yeah,
So,
kind of Southeast Asia solo Q drop section from Young Devil, but turns out it kind of worked pretty well until late game, but maybe this is something that we can use to wrap this long hours day. I mean, thank you so much for every single people who still stay with us on the live stream, and please remember that tomorrow will be another exciting matches before we jump into the bracket stage. Without any further ado, Abigail, Contra, Rerachu, and Kakao wish you a good night and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
All right, good night, guys.